The wheelchair bitch is flipping them off.
I'm starting fights. Yeah. Well, I'm a Trump supporter to my core. Thank you. Thank you guys for being out here. I'm a Trump supporter to the core, and I support what he's doing. And he needs to know that America supports what he's doing. All these judges and all these liberal people trying to block everything that he's trying to do to make this country safe is an absolute pitiful. It's just disgusting. I'm just disgusted by it. Humans can't be aliens. That is the most. Hey, let's go ICE! Let's go ICE! We love ICE! We love ICE! We love you guys! We love ICE! We love ICE! Let's go! Let's go! All these people voted for Kamala. You know damn right everybody that voted out here voted for Kamala Harris. Kamala, Kamala, whatever the hell her name is.
Camilla.
I really don't like. I'm not comfortable going in the street anymore. Like super. Even though there's everybody out here, I still went to jail. Even though everybody was out here on the street just like this for chanting in the microwave. I mean in the microphone. USA. I still went to jail. So I really don't want to give him that. He did fake a heart attack. I don't want to give him that satisfaction of ever seeing the police pull up and arrest me again. You know, so I'm gonna do what I can, but I'm not gonna not go in the trenches. But I'm gonna do it safely. Let's go. And see how you just poke me in the chest. Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! This is for Erica, Kirk, and the babies right here. We are Charlie! We are Charlie! We are Charlie! We are Charlie! I am Charlie! I am Charlie! We are Charlie! I am Charlie! We are Charlie!
Oh my God.
I love you. That's right. So back. They act so tough when they're going back in. We support Trump, yes we do. 16K, you guys. We're almost to 17. Working our way up quick.
Getting to the front.
Yeah, I'm from Stockton. I'm from East Side Stockton. Yeah. Whose streets? Our streets. You're still fat. Yeah, I know.
Fat teeth.
Terrorist. 290 that would knock you out. 290 that would knock you out. You probably can't even swing.
The fat guys are talking shit to each other.
I already knocked out one of your Antifa homeboys the other night. I knocked him unconscious. They really think that I'm all talk, but they already know I'm not. I've already proved I'm not. Trump is king. Let's go.
There you go.
I know, almost 17K. We're almost at 17K viewers. Let's go. We are not the minority.
Yeah, follow
You
me,
are.
Spider Mike.
Yeah, go.
Spider Mike.
That's a no. Go.
Let's go.
Go.
He said I have 17,000 viewers, and the guy's like, "Hey, I'm gonna shut all my shit."
Go report. Go report. Go report his Instagram, TikTok, all that. Just go mass report him. Mass report him. Shout it out again. Shout it out again. Shout it out again. Shout it out again. Shout it out again for my people. Shout it out again.
Spider Mike. Big Spider Mike. Follow me.
Yeah, no, go report his accounts. Go blow his accounts up with reports. Just smack it. Just go ban his account. Let's make him regret his decision of ever saying that shit on the stream. Yes, yes, sir. Oh man, that would be amazing. Who might? Yes, sir. Go get his account banned. He wants to shout it out on my live. Go, yeah, go fucking, go report that shit for whatever you want, bro. Look at this dude's on so many drugs, so many SSRIs, full of them. Him too. No, I'm not gonna dox you. I'm just gonna get your account banned. Oh no, they ain't doxing nobody. They're just gonna get it reported and banned. You know, because you are a domestic terrorist. You know. Look at all the organization. You guys have flags. You guys have, yeah. You guys have flags. You guys have chapters. You guys are an organization, bro. That's funny coming from you. That's funny. That's funny. That's fucking ironic. You see what he's saying? The irony of what he's saying is lost on his brain. Oh, look at that sex offender. Tweaking on the weekend. Oh boy, be tweaking on the weekend. Mantika, that's funny. I know, I need to go get some water actually. I need to go get some water. Right, that fool's a literal sexual predator and he's out here pretending like he's somebody. He literally admitted to like accepting a plea for child sexual assault. He used a fake ID to go into a school and molested a child. No, the one that, yeah, oh, the black dude that got arrested with me the other night. Yeah, he's a sex offender. He's a registered sex offender. And they support him to the fullest. Make that shit make sense. It just don't make no sense out here, guys. I need some water. I'm gonna put you guys down for a second. Woo! I am amped up, you guys. Dude. Woo! Alright, I got my gas mask back hanging where it belongs, because they're not out here. I got tired of holding it. Hey, you out of here? Alright. Oh no, you're fine, bro. I'll see you next time. I'll see you next time. I'll be here as much as I can. Yeah, just hit me up. All right, yeah, I can go live on TikTok again on the 7th. All right, yeah, for sure. Hit me up. Thank you for being out here, bro. It's crazy. He came out here because of me, you guys. He came out here to support. He even brought me a power bank. I have my own, and I don't have room in my pockets for it, but it's the point that he was thinking of me and came out here to support. It's just so satisfying. Yeah, it's pretty great. Thank you, then 3. Thank you everybody for all the comments. You guys are amazing. There's so many, it's hard to keep track. Tifa has a social construct, has calls to action, and has a hierarchy. They are an organization. They say they're not organized, but it's clearly they have everything they need for a siege to stay here for as long as they can. I don't know why ICE hasn't gone and taken everything from over there. They've been on that sidewalk, blocking the sidewalk for over 150 days, and Portland PD hasn't been able to do anything about it. Yeah, Portland and Andy got it over there behind his scooter, so I don't think anybody's gonna mess with it. No, that's my water I brought. It's been over here with us. So the name of my live doesn't come up. I mean, the name of my ex doesn't come up when you click on my live. I don't know. I've never done this before.
You guys approached us on some shit, but we're not trying to do that. We're trying to do it.
I do need a backpack, but I also like that my shirt is fully exposed, you know? SSRI in action right here. How many SSRIs are you on? How many SSRIs are you on? How many how many crazy meds do you take? I don't believe that. How long has it been since you washed that shirt? The little thing looks a little stretched out. Oh, okay. So you know you guys are gonna do stupid shit to get pepper spray, right? You should put your girl in check. My Instagram is TommyBoy4209.
We're on ISIS team. Are you on ISIS team? If not, we're not on the same boat. So this team is over here.
Yes, sir. Ice, baby. God bless us. You walked away. Woo! We are not on the same team. Far from it. Far from it. Let's go. He said we're on the same team. He couldn't be more far from the truth. Couldn't be more far from the truth. What up? Oh shit. I'm being good, I promise. It's Nick, the real patriot out here. Yes, sir. No, they probably smell worse than fart spray. Good night, boing boing. Thank you for joining the live for so long. You guys are amazing. Fat Tifa. Fat Tifa. Not Antifa. Fat Tifa. Fat Tifa. Fat Tifa. I'm so ready to move out of this shithole state, but my wife has her mom and dad and family here, so it's kind of hard. Yes, sir. Thank you guys for being out here. We love you guys. Patriots. Yeah, always. Nah, I don't want to talk to that dude Chandler. He was weird. He had those weird eyes. No Tifa. No Tifa. I only drank one this morning. I've literally only had probably like maybe 10 hours of sleep. Oh, at the most.
Look what you did.
Man, that shit made my nose burn. I think somebody stepped on the line. Woohoo! Smells like freedom. Smells like freedom. I don't expect special attention. If we step over the line, that's on us. Freedom! Yes, sir! Dumb Tifa, diabetes Tifa, spicy freedom. I don't know, somebody stepped over the line right there.
What's
so
up?
they can't be like,
Pretty good.
they can't do it for one side and not the other, I guess. But whenever that dude was backing me in the other night when I had to hit him, they were totally fine. They were like, yeah, because they saw that I was doing everything I could to avoid it. Yeah, that's why they were like instantly, before we even got to the gate, he was like, bro, you don't have nothing to worry about. We just got to separate you and do the report. I said, I get it. I totally understand. You guys got to do your job. And I know I was defending myself, so I have nothing to worry about. You know? Yeah. That's what they do. I've had rocks thrown at me tonight. I've had firecrackers thrown at me over there. I don't know. That's the thing. They're cowards, so they do shit like that, and then they hide. You know? So they're throwing firecrackers at me. They're just, they don't like me. They don't like me, and I'm totally fine with that. Actually, it makes me very happy that they don't. Yeah. People love me. It's so surreal. I didn't know being a patriot was this much love, but that's today's America. We are not the minority. That's a fact. And it's being proved right now with almost 17,000 viewers. I don't know if that was true or not. People were saying they couldn't find it.
What's up, Kentucky?
Go.
Not much. I'm watching, I'm finally checking out the footage from Tommy and Nick's sword tour. Here's him trying to walk down the street.
Unfortunately, I'm going.
Don't fucking touch me!
Get out of the way!
Don't fucking touch me!
Get out of the way!
No!
This is a sidewalk. Get out of the way.
Don't fucking touch her. Whoa.
You're no longer allowed to walk down the sidewalk in Portland, or else you're gonna get jumped and pushed and shoved and assaulted here. And we're live, right? We got it. Okay. So now we're gonna get assaulted. You're gonna be pushed. You're gonna be. Don't do that. Where'd it go? Oh no, man! I got you. Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, he stole his camera or something? So this was right before I got to the protest. Jesus Christ.
I've been assaulted here, and we're live.
Christ, damn.
Go ahead.
Check out my stream.
Go hit his stream up when you get a chance. He's been out here every night with us, being a patriot. Yes, sir. Patriots out here. Yeah, of course. Thank you. I couldn't be doing this without all you guys. Oh, no, you're good. No, I'm not.
Can you take a picture with this?
Go ahead. Oh, not flame juice. Are you triggered in my comments right now?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, they can't block the sidewalk like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, you gotta at least be able to walk down the fucking sidewalk. But yeah, that's why I avoid that area, because they got their tent set up there, and all the weirdest ones are over there where they got assaulted at.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for being out here. Yeah, thank you for being out here. You're amazing. That is so surreal to me, bro. That is so surreal to me, bro.
Oh yeah.
What up, Chicken Little?
I met Jonathan Cho tonight. He's like a journalist from Washington.
How you doing tonight? You good? All right, cool. Oh shit, the popo's right there. I want to see. You guys are rock stars for arresting that dude earlier that bumped into me. I love you guys, even though you arrested me too for no reason. Oh, dog, you're so pretty. I don't know if I should smoke over here right now. Those cops probably don't like me. Oh yeah, these people got me riled up. My flame juice get triggered. I love it. Hey, stay triggered. Damn set. See how many viewers we got? This is the brother.
Yeah. I'm rewatching the footage right now. Were you at ICE? Yeah, I was there earlier, but I didn't get there until after the real shit popped off. Here's what I missed. Some dude spit in the ice. Spit in his face, and then he got. Tommy is a one-man wrecking crew. Yeah, he's got some power behind his punches. Are you Antifa? No.
No Tifa in the chat. Yeah, they're jealous. They're jealous for sure. They're starting to realize that these patriots, we're not playing no more. We're gonna, if the feds can't come out here, then we're gonna come out here and oppose.
I was watching it online.
Every
Tommy
night
shows
that
up
we were
in the
able to.
clubhouse.
That's a fact.
I know, right? Right? Tommy shows up, and then they're like, then they want to protest Tommy instead of protesting ICE. It's insane. That's why I've been kind of trying to keep like a low key, try not to get too much attention on myself out there, since I know they just want to target me or whoever else. Yeah, I'm watching it right now because I was watching Tommy's stream before I left for the protest, and then by the time I got there, he was already arrested. Tommy is 2, Antifa is 0. Damn.
We're gonna come out here and let them know that we're here.
They were when I got there, they were saying that he knocked out a girl, but from the footage I saw, it was a dude that he punched.
Fuck Ricardo. USA. USA.
Carry a
USA.
taser with you.
I had to take a little break. Real
Hope the
quick.
shit will settle down and
We'll be
y'all
right
can
back
enjoy
over
your
there,
town
though.
again. Right? Well, it wasn't too enjoyable. It wasn't all that enjoyable before, but you know, I feel like they need to crack down on crime. Crack down on crime here. And God knows what else.
All these Antifa are fake, in the closet or even out, or probably mostly out of the closet, just so they could feel special, or just so they could be accepted. If you're not LGBTQIA plus or far left, then they hate you.
Yeah, so I was just watching it. Yeah, all you try to do is walk through the sidewalk, and they surrounded him. Wouldn't let him walk. What's up, Mean Girls? How's it going? Smokeahonas.
You think Christ is king? They hate you. I have every right to.
I love how quick X is. Like you can almost find the footage like instantly. All the different angles from people attacking Nick Sortor. A well-known Portland provocateur aligned with Antifa targeted independent journalist Nick Sortor all evening. He's still bitter after Sortor snatched a burning American flag from his hands.
I will fuck you up, punk. You want some? I'll fuck you. I'll knock you out like a punk. I've already heard this before. Shut up. I will fuck you up, white boy. I'm sure you can. You don't need no violence. No violence. You're white too, dude. You're white. Shut up. You know nothing about me. I will fuck you up. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Get the fuck out of my way. Get out of my way. I will fuck you up. I will fuck you up.
That dude's crazy.
I'm knocking shit out of you.
This old ass dude is crazy as hell.
You motherfucker. Get out of my way. Get the fuck out of my way.
Richard Whaley.
No.
Yeah.
How do you deal with this mental illness out here, Nick?
Well, that's the guy I took the flag from. So
Is that the flag that he was
burning it.
and you still have it?
I still have it.
Is it going to be a souvenir for you now?
It's going home with me. Old Glory is going to get the respect she deserves.
Craziness out there, man.
For ICE and the president, and I've been dealing with them for a long time. Here's the flag burning.
Yeah, sit out, Waldo.
Watching every night documentary. Yeah, it's been interesting.
Okay, I hope Trump comes and arrests you for it. Yeah, because he's a patriot. Because he's a patriot. Well, you'll never burn a flag in front of us, that's for sure. You'll never burn a flag in front of us, that's for sure. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting yelled at, you guys. 18K, we're almost there, let's go. I don't know how to take that. I gotta say, oh man.
What's up, Tevin Pepper?
Masked up in terrorist rags. Masked up in terrorist rags. Yelling at patriots. Yeah. Masked up
Dude?
in terrorist rags. Okay, I hope Trump comes in.
Not much. Just got back from the ICE protest, and I'm rewatching some footage because some people got in a fight earlier. Someone got knocked out, And yeah, it was interesting. Interesting night. How about you, Dab? Yeah, it's Dab time. What's the live? What's the live? Me. It's all about me, baby. All about me, baby.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't wait till my voice is with a vape.
Alright, we're getting to the fight part. Keep a hit for me. For sure, for sure, for sure. Well, what's up, Molly? How's it going? I'm doing good. Getting close to the fight part. The fight's about to break out.
Are you angry? Why are you so angry? Why are you so angry? Why do you guys take advantage of a mentally ill?
So the person who punched Tommy was a transgender. It wasn't a woman. They lied. I do, Molly. That's what's up, Tevin.
Man, why do you guys take advantage of him for your propaganda? Why do you guys take advantage of him and make him repeat your talking points? He don't even have a brain cell. You don't even know what he's talking about. And you guys use him for propaganda and make him burn American flags?
Where are the perks at?
Sorry.
Mexico or some shit? China? I don't know.
You guys protect the enemies of this country. You guys
So this is the part where Nick Sortor had already gone into the tent, I think.
protect the enemies of this country. Oh, dude, they're so disgusting.
You listen to me? I'll fucking ass up!
Yeah.
Everybody cover the cameras!
Be fascist. Go ahead. Be fascist and cover our cameras. Be fascist and cover our cameras. Go ahead. You want to find out like your friends? Touch me. Touch me. Touch my shit. You want to? Oh, I know you're not because you're a coward.
I'm not touching you. I'm not touching
Hey, Richard!
you. I'm not
Richard!
touching you.
Yeah, because you're a coward, bro. Because you know what'll happen. Because you know what'll happen.
What?
Because you already seen it.
What will happen?
If you touch me, you'll find out. Just
What
do
will
it.
happen?
Touch me and
What
find
will
out.
happen?
Touch me and find out what your SSRIs has. How many SSRIs? How much drugs have you taken tonight?
Actually,
Look at those ears. God.
yeah, 2.5
Gosh
inches.
dang.
There's a bigger hole than your long dog.
Yeah, walk away. Touch me. I dare him. I want him to touch me. Gives me a reason, but I mean, that's not. I should probably calm down a little bit, but those people anger me. They get me so frustrated, dude. They get me so frustrated.
Alright, here we go. It's action time. It's action time.
Let's go, Trump! Let's go, Trump! Let's go, Trump! Let's go, Trump! Clap along! Let's go, Trump! We love Trump! We love, ooh, trigger Democrats! 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 Let's go, 18K, you guys. 18K, you guys. What's up? Thank you guys for being out here. 18K, you guys. Fuck these Antifa fascist fucks. No, that's the opposite. You guys are the opposite. Yeah, just because you say that's what you are, don't mean that's what you are. I'm absolutely a patriot. You're not a patriot. You guys hate America. You guys hate where you live. I don't talk to terrorists. An organization, a domestic terrorist organization. I know the history of your guys' Antifa. I know the history of your guys' violent Antifa.
You dumb bitch, leave people alone.
Six heavy.
Look at this weasel. Look at this weasel.
What comes after six?
I'm not giving him attention. I'm not giving him attention.
Well, you scared of me, pussy. I'll lick you. Right behind you.
What a fucking weirdo, bro. What a fucking creep. That is fucking creepy. He's like a little kid. He's weird as fuck, dude. Fucking creep. That fool was trying to back. Oh, sorry. Damn, I got PTSD hella quick. Damn. That's just it. Woo! I got dry mouth. They're not reminding me. They want me dehydrated, my voice to stay gone.
What's up, Dr. Gotti?
Who are they arresting?
Oh,
Who are they
shit.
arresting? Oh, it's Patriots over there.
Uh-oh. This is the part.
Nobody poison me.
This is the part.
Oh, please let me see. Oh, please. Excuse me. I'm running to the action, you guys. They're gonna get the flag burner.
Alright, it's action time. So this is right as Nick Sortor is walking over there and getting tossed out. I'm gonna pause it throughout this.
Blocking the sidewalk. This is a public sidewalk. And they're blocking the sidewalk.
Oh, that's where he got punched. That's where the thing got punched. Let's see that again. Shots, punches fired. Proud boy has the courage to walk amongst the lepers, proudly waving the American flag.
Rats! Trigger Democrats! Trigger Democrats! What are you doing? I need a brother! Blocking the sidewalk. This is a public sidewalk. And they're blocking the sidewalk.
Oh!
So what? He just attacked them. What are you doing? What the fuck? What are you doing? 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 What are you doing?
Get the fuck out of here. The man with two first names is what I heard they say. Get the fuck out of here. Jeremy.
You guys attacked me first. You guys attacked me first. You guys attacked me. Fuck yeah. I ain't letting you guys jump me. Hell no, bro. You just committed a measure of luggage. You dumbass! You just committed a mess! I told you guys not to touch me. Get away from me.
This is good shit. Yeah, I just saw Tommy beat the shit out of that dude. Knocked him out. How you feeling now, brother? I still haven't seen or heard any of this Tommy drama yet. I'm watching his stream right now. Just scroll to the end of it. What the fuck is going on? So Nick Sortor, he had the American flag that he took from the... Some guy was trying to burn an American flag yesterday. Then Nick Sortor took the burning flag from him and put it out. Then he got assaulted or whatever. Then he came out again today and he was trying to walk down the sidewalk. What's the channel? It's Tommy Boy 4209, but it's on X. So yeah, if you scroll to the end of the stream, he had to... They got attacked by Antifa, then one of them got punched, and then the crazy Antifa, you know, they come after you with lights, they try and like blind you so they can assault you and shit.
So, that fool's attacking me. Fuck that. So you can just attack me. Fuck that, bro. Fuck that, bro. You guys ain't jumping me, bro. Nah. Nah, they were attacking me and Nick. Nah. Nope. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay.
Damn, what the fuck?
Thank you, bro. They keep attacking me, bro.
They stole his
Fuck
hat, I
that,
think.
bro. They keep attacking me, bro. They keep attacking me, bro.
Oh, so here's Jonathan's show. They look sick too. These people are sick in more ways than one. It's so weird. So yeah, I must have got there like right after he attacked, got it punched or whatever.
Fuck, bro.
All right.
I'm going. I'm sorry.
Here's where
Hey, you're not.
Here's where the police grabbed Tommy.
I'm not. I gotta go, you guys.
That was crazy. And then I showed up not long after this. So that's wild.
To me, you're sounding quite dangerous and extremist about how you want to suppress free speech.
It's crazy though. They get mad when they get knocked out, but then they're not. You know what I mean? Like, there's a two-tier justice system here. You know what I'm saying? And Antifa, they just have that whole sidewalk. Like, the sidewalk's not supposed to be blocked off like that, and it's been blocked off since June. Like with tents and fucking terrorists out there. And that's why they're sending in the National Guard. It's crazy. They're all wearing masks. And they all got lights. And they're all ready to like jump you and surround you with weapons and shit.
I find this...
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Amon? Yeah, please subscribe. And like the video.
Hysterically funny. Pierce, if you think about it, your front door has a lock on it. Are you a gatekeeper? Not everybody can get into this van in San Francisco and get on your program. You're gatekeeping every day of your life. This idea that gatekeeping is bad, no. Gatekeeping is essential. We all gatekeep.
When it comes to free speech.
Gatekept. The problem is that, again, you're not...
But I think you argued against this in the physics world. Haven't you said the very thing that's problematic with the physics world is the gatekeeping by the mainstream?
I don't like being the guy trying to
inject
God into every situation. But man, this shit's spiritual warfare. They are suffering under some sort of evil spirit, and it's getting to a breaking point. Yeah, it really is. Like, you know, I believe that. I believe it is good versus evil, and I believe the forces of evil have taken over Portland and New York and California and Washington, etc.
But I think it's as if you're trying to say gatekeeping good or bad. It's like saying water good or bad. If you're thirsty, water's great. If you're hit with an avalanche, you're going to die from it, or a tidal wave. You can't say that gatekeeping is good or bad. The question is the quality of the gates kept.
No, but my problem is that it seems to me that you, Eric Weinstein, want to be the gatekeeper. You want to determine whether people's empathy levels reach your bar that warrants them being allowed to be on this show, for example. I'm saying that, to me, actually is a pretty dangerous road to go down, isn't it?
Piers, let me ask you a question. You and I have never had a conversation about Charlie Kirk and whether or not I think highly or poorly of him. Am I correct?
I think that's
right.
Do
you have any question about? Yeah. Do you have any question about what my reaction is to his murder?
Sure.
Emotional.
Sure. What is your reaction?
What's my reaction? You tell me. Do you think I'm excited about it?
No.
I know you're not excited about it, and I've never heard your reaction because we're both part of normal societal reality. What we're talking about is so shifted. I can assume all sorts of things. You know, I speak a...
I hope you have a good day at work, bro. Catch you tomorrow. Stay safe. God bless. Yeah, I'm hoping they send in the fucking military, bro. And if I wake up tomorrow and they sent in the military, I'm gonna go out there early tomorrow.
Turkish. I didn't sit down in this van expecting that maybe we were going to do this in Turkish or Russian or some other language that I fumble in. I assumed it was going to be English. We make assumptions about each other and ourselves and our society every day. And as a result of that, what I'm trying to say is this revolutionary thing, I don't want to prohibit it at the level of speech at all. But I want to say, if we cannot say that people celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk are dangerously shifted from the rest of society, that it has a central core, and that we are absolutely not embarrassed.
But I would only have those people on.
Christian substrate.
I would only have those people on if they had expressed that view and wanted to come on the show, and I could rip them to pieces for their inhumanity. And the reason I would do that would be if they were already getting a lot of traction without being challenged, because I see my job to challenge that kind of thing and to expose it. Now, you know, you would probably not agree with me doing that because they so obviously lack empathy. But I want to expose that lack of empathy. I want most people to watch the exchanges I have with these people in that eventuality and think, good on you, Piers, for showing the world what this person really is, rather than giving them a free run on social media where they may not, you know, get any pushback at all from their own echo chamber.
You know, Piers, I don't know whether you've ever heard a song called Look at Your Game, Girl. It's an unbelievably beautiful song recorded during the 1960s by a recording artist named Charles Manson.
Never heard it.
Who went on to brutally murder a group of people. It's a sensitive, beautiful song. Now, my claim is that we have a discomfort about this because depending upon where we sample a person, we might find that they're, you know, semi-empathic, not completely empathic. I'm not telling you what you can and cannot do. I'm trying to say that you and I inherited a concept of mustn't. You know, on different continents, we didn't grow up in the same place. We're part of a shared Judeo-Christian substrate, which I am unambiguously in favor of. You know, and the whole idea is that our free speech and our freedom has to do with the fact that we are a highly disciplined moral people. Even when we transgress morality, and we all do, I'm guilty of it, as are you, we know at some level that we've transgressed. And this idea of celebrating the transgression and deciding that we are going to shift all of society into an illiberal framework, and that is going to then require incredibly illiberal means.
Polls? Why? What kind of poll should I do? I can do a poll.
To reverse. I'm trying to say, look, We can do that. If what we want to do is explore the concept that free speech and freedom and relativism and who's to say, and we don't want gatekeeping and all that stuff, prepare for an infinite slide into the trough.
Okay, well, here's how I'm going to...
That wasn't what made...
Okay, I hear you, but here's how I'm going to end this, because we've run out of time. I'm going to get my team to send you a list of every guest we've had on this year, and I want you to tell them, before we speak again, who I shouldn't have platformed. Deal?
Well, sorry, and then what? You talk about this, or
yeah.
I'm the gatekeeper?
Then we have a really
I'm not your gate.
No, but you are suggesting you're suggesting I need one, and you're suggesting a criteria which is based around values and empathy and so on. I'm saying
let me explain.
I'm saying that's a suppression of free speech, because actually somebody has to determine what those values are and what the level of empathy is. And so I think it'd be really interesting for me, rather than talking like in generalized terms, who will be
the next audiobook? I would have to add a bunch of options, wouldn't I? I can only add 2 options. It says
talking about that you think I've platformed,
Pierce,
which is wrong, and we can have a debate.
Look, no. What I keep trying to tell you is, I don't want the.
What do you mean, keep it for you? Keep it nice and ready for you? Maybe I will. It's about that time.
People following us after your show into our lives, following our friends, our loved ones, publishing our yes, what I'm trying to say is some of the people you've had on are part of that complex, and trying to draw me into a specific conversation with people who are very interested in acting as the shooter did at Charlie Kirk's, as the shooter did at Butler, Pennsylvania. What you're doing is you're trying to say, come on, man, let's have some free speech. Let's have some fun. Let's be open and free-spirited and talk about people with whom we disagree. Surely there's no gatekeeper. What I'm trying to say is this show isn't as important enough to me that I want to endanger my family and myself playing these games.
I've got a song for you, Tevin. What did the fox say? That's what the heck. That's what the buzz said. That's what the girls and kittens said. What did the girls and boys say?
Cox. Naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big head throbbing cocks wanting to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanted to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch on their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks. Ram Ranch really rocks. Hot, hard, tough cowboys, their cocks throbbing hard. 18 more wild cowboys out in the yard. Big bulging cocks ever so hard. Orgy in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big hard throbbing cocks, ram and cowboy butt. Like a breed of ram wanting to rut. Big hard throbbing cocks getting sucked real deep. Cowboys even getting fucked in their sleep. Ram Ranch shit rocks. Cowboys love big hard throbbing cocks.
What are you getting? What are you getting? What are you getting? What? Bam, 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 bam.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. They call him Mr. Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming.
Are you gay?
Good morning. Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
What are
Who
you?
says I'm gay?
You are gay.
You are gay.
You are gay.
You are gay.
You are a transgender.
You are transgender.
You are a transgender, and you're a gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you? So who is gay?
Who is gay? Who is gay?
I'm gay.
So who is gay?
Okay, I mean, that song's pretty wild. Time to take it back down.
Let me let you in on something. I'm one man. So change lives for the better. I'm one man. Received a myriad calls and texts. I'm one man. One mother, one friend, and house. I'm one man. I didn't choose this life, it was booked. I'm one man. School change lives for the better. I'm one man. Receive a myriad calls and texts. I'm one man. Mother, one friend, and house.
What's up,
one man. I didn't choose this life, it was booked. They started canceling my stand-up gigs, Dean. How do you feel about that? They started canceling my stand-up gigs, Dean. How do you feel about that? They called up the club in Corpus Christi, renting the club owner if he had it. They commit a bunch of biofields when the Dean. How do you feel about that? Got cold feet, candle made enough, sold out. Nothing to do with it, I did. Nothing to do with it, I did, Dean. Nothing to do with it, I did. Nothing to do with it, I did, Dean. It was because I'm a lefty. I was just doing a political show. I got kids. I got kids. I'm a lefty. I was just doing a political show. I represent love, peace, harmony, community acceptance. I'm one man. School change lives for the better. I'm one man. Receive a myriad calls and texts. I'm one man. Mother, one friend, and house. I'm one man. I didn't choose this life, it was booked. Did I work for a controversial show? Yeah, like Howard Stern. Yeah, like Howard Stern. Yeah, the things said then, yeah, that can't be said now. Yeah, was it a different time? Yeah. Can people change? Yeah, with the time? Yeah, so we have no proud to? Yeah. I think we set up. Yeah. I think that's called growth. And learning. I'm one man. School change lives for the better. I'm one man. Receive a myriad calls and texts. I'm one man. Mother, one friend, and house. I'm one man. I didn't choose this. It was booked. I'm one man. School change lives. Next, I'm one man. One mother. One friend. One sister. I'm one man. One man. I didn't choose this life. It was built.
What's up, Appy? How's it going? Oh, it's my cut.
See that? Watching a week off. That's me. That's right. That's me. Look different, huh? Little summer. Huh? I think so. Don't you? That's right. Sadly. That's right. And soon you're gonna thank me for giving you a beating in the ring. Open box. Open box. Box. Open box. Open box. 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 Open box. Open box. Box. Open box. Open box. 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 Open box. This is what the Duke has been doing every day. Doing every day. Doing every day. Okay? This is what the Duke has been doing every day. In the fucking gym. That's what the Duke is doing. Oh, I look pretty fit, don't I, Big K? Oh, well I am, motherfucker. Oh, I am fit. And I'm ready. I'm coming for you with the boxing ring, of course. That's the Duke. Slim as a rail. Off as funk. Look at his shoulders, dickhead. Look at the thighs. Look at the thighs. That's what's coming. Coming for you. So when you think about how you're gonna whoop my ass in the ring, you better think about that. You better think about these, cause these fucking things are gonna be moving in and out really quickly. Open box. In the ring, of course. Open box. Serve to serve. Box. Open box. I don't promote any violence. Open box. This is all box. Box. Open box. But some people just, they cross the line. Box. That's the Duke. Box. Open box. The Duke is ready. I'm training almost every day, and I can't wait to throw him down. Open box.
Probably the hardest match. Probably the hardest match I've ever had in my life. And I don't like it. I don't like it when things aren't going my way. You turn the tables on me. You turn the tables the wrong way. You got me mad now. I stood around listening to everything you had to say. I did everything necessary. When you turn around and you backstab me one way or another, and you treat me, I want rightfully mine. That's when I get angry. Now I'm the one doing the challenging. It's time to do Motley Crue. Get in the ring with me. I'm issuing a challenge to you, Motley Crue. Get in the ring with me. This time I'm going full.
Now let's go to the ring. Box.
Yep.
In the ring, of course.
Yep.
Open box.
Yep.
Serve to serve. Box.
Yep.
Box. I don't promote any violence.
Yep.
Open box. This is all box. Box.
Yep.
Box. Some people just, they cross the line. Box. That's the Duke. Box.
Yep.
Box. The Duke is ready. I'm training almost every day, and I can't wait to throw him down. Box.
Yep.
Box. Sadly, you have no idea. You were walking a sleeping giant. And this sleeping giant is in the best physical strength condition I've ever been in my entire fucking life. I'm in better shape now than I was when I fought Crazy Candy. I'm faster, stronger, and smarter. So don't think you're gonna fucking last long in the ring against me, Chadley. You're not. You're gonna go down quicker than a prostitute on a $1,000 job. That's right, Chadley.
What's up, John? Who's this? Oh, my bad, Tyler. It's DJ Dabbles with a Z.
Make that energy, are not shit. Don't get it twisted. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Can you go face to face with this shit? Can you go face to face with this shit? You can't hang with this shit, motherfucker. Motherfucker. Can you go face to face with this shit? Can you go face to face with this shit? You can't do this shit because you don't got it. You guys are all fucking nothing. Nothing. You guys are all fucking nothing. Compare to me. You guys are all fucking nothing. Let's see shit. I got 205. Them are not too fucking bad. Big dick energy. Big dick energy. Showing what it's like to have big dick energy. Big dick energy. Big dick energy. Showing what it's like to have big dick energy. Big dick energy. Big dick energy. Showing what it's like to have big dick energy. Big dick energy. Big dick energy. Showing what it's like to have big dick energy. When something bad happens, whip your cock out. Whip your cock out. Whip your cock out. When something bad happens, whip your cock out. Whip your cock out. Big dick energy. When something bad happens, whip your cock out. Whip your cock out. Whip your cock out. When something bad happens, whip your cock out. Whip your cock out. Big dick energy. But I digress.
That's all she wrote. Let's see what else store here. I do like this one. This one's good too.
Too late, motherfuckers. You made your bed, now you gotta shit it. I'm the kind, forget it. I'm the only one who had a real career. I'm the kind, forget it. I had a real career or something. I'm the kind, forget it. I'm entertaining, I get it. It's amazing, I get it. I'm smart, I get it. I'm the kind, forget it. I'm the only one who had a real career. I'm the kind, forget it. I had a real career or something. I'm the kind, forget it. I'm entertaining, I get it. It's amazing, I get it. I'm smart, I get it. I'm the goat. I must be the most interesting man. I must be the most interesting man in the world, dude. I must be the most interesting man. I could be drinking, I could be drinking, don't take me. I'm the goat. Hey, blind like it. Hold on me. Look on Reddit, hold on me. I'm the dude. Every show you do, hold on me. The whole Babel verse, hold on me. It's amazing. Big love balloons from Asia to damn city. Big love balloons, England, death on fire. I'm the dude. Big love balloons everywhere. Even in your own country, in China. And I did that. I was able to infiltrate the White House. And I did that. I got all that data, punching it out there. And I did that. That's bad, but handicapped. I can't. I'm the kind, forget it. I'm the only one who had a real career. I'm the kind, forget it. I had a real career or something. I'm the kind, forget it. I'm entertaining, I get it. It's amazing, I get it. I'm smart, I get it. I'm the kind, forget it. I'm the only one who had a real career. I'm the kind, forget it. I had a real career or something. I'm the kind, forget it. I'm entertaining, I get it. It's amazing, I get it. I'm smart, I get it. I'm the goat. I have Vino Death, I have Vino Legal Death on a data to Celine. Wrote the articles of a piece of dude. I have Vino Death, I have Vino Legal Death on like that little who also wrote the articles.
All right, next one.
We know what morality is. We know that this is far outside
Next
it.
video.
And if you want to play with those people because you think that those are interesting ideas, that's up to you. I'm not going to interfere with your free speech. I'm not your gatekeeper.
Eric.
And as always, I love talking to you. Thanks very much for having me on, Piers.
I love talking to you, and I simply have one word I will repeat, which I would love to have answered next time, which is who? Who are you talking about? Anyway, Eric, we're going to leave it there. I really appreciate you coming on. It's a fascinating conversation, and maybe we'll find out. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
US national debt is more than $37 trillion, and these are uncertain times for the global economy.
Hell no. Ugh. Oh my guys, I get it. Texas volunteers.
In the cold grey streets of 19th century St. Petersburg, a man walked who would change how humanity understands itself forever. Fyodor Dostoevsky was not just a novelist. He was a philosopher, a psychologist, a prophet, and a spiritual revolutionary who anticipated the greatest discoveries of the 20th century. Long before Freud explored the unconscious mind.
When are Texas and California National Guard expected to arrive in Portland, Oregon?
A federal judge temporarily blocked the deployment of both California and Texas National Guard troops to Portland on Sunday, October 5th, 2025, although about 100 California Guard members had reportedly arrived Saturday night before the ruling.
Well, it's Monday now, so are they going to be here today?
No, a federal judge temporarily blocked the deployment of any National Guard troops, including those from California and Texas, to Portland, with an order issued late Sunday night, October 5th, 2025. While about 100 California National Guard members had arrived Saturday night before the ruling, the court order prohibits their deployment and the deployment of any Texas Guard troops to Oregon until at least
October 19th. Why until October 19th?
The October 19th date is the expiration of the Temporary Restraining Order, TRO.
So then after that point, then what happens?
The federal court will hold a hearing on October 17th to decide whether to extend the Temporary Restraining Order, TRO, or grant a more long-term block on the National Guard deployment, called a preliminary injunction, with arguments for that set for October 29th.
So why wouldn't they, after the 19th, why wouldn't they just deploy the National Guard since they waited already this long?
The court battle is still ongoing. On October 17th, a judge will hold a hearing to decide whether to extend the current block on the National Guard deployment.
Why isn't the court date today instead?
The current Temporary Restraining Order, TRO, was issued on Saturday, October 4th, and is legally set to last for 14 days, expiring on October 18th. The October 7th.
Is Trump able to get rid of that TRO?
He must generally abide by the court order, as presidents are required to follow court rulings. However, his administration is actively challenging the TRO by 1. Appealing the ruling to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, arguing the deployment is a lawful exercise of presidential authority. 2. Arguing in court that the Temporary Restraining Order, TRO, should not be extended past the October 18th expiration date. 3. Attempting to circumvent the order by trying to deploy National Guard units from other states, which the judge also blocked.
So there's not going to be any help for the people being assaulted at the protests? Touching things.
Even with the National Guard blocked, federal officers from DHS and Portland Police are responsible for security, but their roles differ. Federal officers protect the federal building and enforce federal law, while local police handle non-federal crimes like assault on city streets.
No, they don't. Some honeyed shit.
Despite reports of police hesitation, the Portland Police Bureau, PPB, states their role is to enforce state
Appreciate
laws
you.
and maintain public
Thank you.
safety in the surrounding area.
Yeah, but they don't. Long time no see, dog.
The Portland
what
Police
up?
Bureau has made arrests,
How you
but not every
been?
night. The Bureau emphasizes they make targeted arrests for criminal acts like assault and property destruction, and sometimes arrests are deferred until later to lower on-scene tension. They also clarify they do not engage in immigration enforcement.
Craziness going on in Portland lately. A lot of protests and shit going on.
Dostoevsky had mapped its darkest territories. Decades before existentialists declared that existence precedes essence, Dostoevsky had dramatized this truth through unforgettable characters. Years before totalitarian regimes arose to terrorize the world, Dostoevsky had predicted exactly how they would operate and...
Yeah. It's wild. I've been, the last couple of nights, I've been, well, not every night, but like a couple of nights I've gone out to check out the protests. And it's pretty crazy out there. A lot of wildness going on. But it's something interesting to go see around town.
They would appeal to millions of people. What you are about to hear is every major philosophical idea that this genius ever developed. This is not mere literature we are discussing. These novels and stories contain the most profound insights into human nature ever written. They explore the deepest questions that have haunted humanity since the beginning of time. Why do we suffer? What does it mean to be free? How can we find meaning in an apparently meaningless universe? What is the relationship between good and evil? Can human beings create a perfect society? Does God exist? And if so, how can we explain innocent suffering?
I don't even want to listen to this right now.
It was not something that sulked and sneered. It was a wild, gay-saying overburst of American joy. Joy. It was Western, the West Wind, an ode from the plains, something new, long prophesied, long a-coming. He only stole cars for joy rides. Besides, all my New York friends were in the negative nightmare position of putting down society and giving their tired bookish or political or psychoanalytical reasons. But Dean just raced in society, eager for bread and love. He didn't care one way or the other. So long as I can get that little old gal with that little something down there between her legs, boy. And so long as we can eat, son, you hear me? I'm hungry, I'm starving. Let's eat right now. And off we rush to eat, whereof, as saith Ecclesiastes, it is your portion under the sun. A Western kinsman of the sun, Dean. Although my aunt warned me that he would get me in trouble, I could hear a new call and see a new horizon, and believe it at my young age. And a little bit of trouble, or even Dean's eventual rejection of me as a buddy, putting me down, as he would later, on starving sidewalks and sickbeds, what did it matter? I was a young writer, and I wanted to take off. Somewhere along the line, I knew there'd be girls, visions, everything. Somewhere along the line, the pearl would be handed to me. Chapter 2. In the month of July 1947, having saved about $50 from old veteran benefits, I was ready to go to the West Coast.
Me, I'm starving.
My friend Remy Boncoeur had written me.
Oh yeah, what you hungry for? I got some fruit for dessert. Oh, yummy. No, the thing you're listening to said, oh yeah, true.
Letter from San Francisco saying I should...
Yeah, this is the audio book, On the Road. It's supposed to be pretty good. I heard good things about it.
Come and ship out with him on an around-the-world liner. He swore he could get me into the engine room. I wrote back and said I'd be satisfied with any old freighter so long as I could take a few long Pacific trips and come back with enough money to support myself in my aunt's house while I finished my book.
The Glass Castle.
He said he had a shack in... city, and I would have all the time in the world.
I'll look that one up. My favorite book is called House of Stairs. It's a really cool book.
Right there while we went through the rigmarole of getting the ship. He was living with a girl called Leanne. He said she was a marvelous cook and everything would jump. Remy was an old prep school friend, a Frenchman brought up in Paris and a really mad guy. I didn't know how mad at this time. So he expected me to arrive in 10 days. My aunt was all in accord with my trip to the West. She said it would do me good. I'd been working so hard all winter and staying in too much. She even didn't complain when I told her I'd have to hitchhike some. All she wanted was for me to come back in one piece. So, leaving my big half manuscript sitting on top of my desk and folding back my comfortable home sheets for the last time one morning, I left with my canvas bag in which a few fundamental things were packed and took off for the Pacific Ocean with the $50 in my pocket. I'd been poring over maps of the United States in Patterson for months, even reading books about the pioneers and savoring.
I gotta ask, what is the book Glass Castle about?
The Glass Castle is a memoir by Jeanette Walls, recounting her unconventional and often impoverished childhood with her eccentric, nomadic and neglectful parents, a charismatic but alcoholic father, and a free-spirited, artistic mother. The book details the Walls' children's resilience as they essentially raise themselves before eventually escaping to New York. The title refers to her father's unfulfilled promise to build the family a fantastical glass house.
Wow. I'm gonna go and be a troll somewhere. Yep. Have a good night. Nice to talk to you. Yeah, I might have to check out that book, Glass Castle.
Things like Platte and Cimarron and so on. And on the road map was one long red line called Route 6 that led from the tip of Cape Cod clear to Ely, Nevada, and there dipped down to Los Angeles. I'd just stay on 6 all the way to Ely, I said to myself, and confidently started. To get to 6, I had to go up to Bear Mountain, filled with dreams of what I
they got it on YouTube.
do in Chicago, in Denver, and then finally in San Fran. I took the 7th Avenue subway to the end of the line at 242nd Street, and there took a trolley into Yonkers. In downtown Yonkers, I transferred to an outgoing trolley and went to the city limits on the east bank of the Hudson River. If you drop a rose in the Hudson River at its mysterious source in the Adirondacks, think of all the places it journeys by as it goes out to sea forever. Think of that wonderful Hudson Valley. I started hitching up the thing. 5 scattered rides took me to the desired Bear Mountain Bridge, where Route 6 arched in from New England. It began to rain in torrents when I was let off there. It was mountainous. Route 6 came over the river, wound around a traffic circle, and disappeared into the wilderness. Not only was there no traffic, but the rain came down in buckets and I had no shelter. I had to run under some pines to take cover. This did no good. I began crying and swearing and socking myself on the head for being such a damn fool. I was 40 miles north of New York. All the way up, I'd been worried about the fact that on this, my big opening day, I was only moving north instead of the so longed-for west. Now I was stuck on my northernmost hang-up.
No, I
ran
didn't
a quarter
try and
mile
make
to
a
an
profit
abandoned cute
out of this
English-style
information.
filling
Data
station
them.
and stood under the dripping eaves. High up over my head, the great hairy Bear Mountain sent down thunderclaps that put the fear of God in me. All I could see were smoky trees and dismal wilderness rising to the skies. What the hell am I doing up here? I cursed. I cried for Chicago. Even now, they're all having a big time. They're doing this, I'm not there, when will I get there? And so on. Finally, a car stopped at the empty filling station. The man and the 2 women in it wanted to study a map. I stepped right up and gestured in the rain. They consulted. I looked like a maniac, of course, with my hair all wet, my shoes sopping. My shoes, damn fool that I am, were Mexican huaraches, plant-like sieves not fit for the rainy night of America and the raw road night. But the people let me in and rode me north to Newburgh, which I accepted as a better alternative than being trapped in the Bear Mountain wilderness all night. Besides, said the man, there's no traffic passes through 6. If you want to go to Chicago, you'd do better going across the Holland Tunnel in New York and head for Pittsburgh. And I knew he was right. It was my dream that screwed up, the stupid hearthside idea that it would be wonderful to follow one great red line across America instead of trying various roads and routes. In Newburgh, it had stopped raining. I walked down to the river, and I had to ride back to New York in a bus with a delegation of school teachers coming back from a weekend in the mountains. Chatter, chatter, blah, blah, and me swearing for all the time and the money I'd wasted. and telling myself I wanted to go west, and here I've been all day and into the night going up and down, north and south, like something that can't get started. And I swore I'd be in Chicago tomorrow and made sure of that, taking a bus to Chicago, spending most of my money, and didn't give a damn just as long as I'd be in Chicago tomorrow. Chapter 3. It was an ordinary bus trip with crying babies and hot sun and country folk getting on at one pen town after another, till we got on the plain of Ohio and really rolled, up by Ashtabula and straight across Indiana in the night. I arrived in Chi quite early in the morning, got a room in the Y, and went to bed with a very few dollars in my pocket. I'd done Chicago after a good day's sleep. The wind from Lake Michigan, bop at the Loop, long walks around South Halstead and North Clark, and one long walk after midnight into the jungles, where a cruising car followed me as a suspicious character. At this time, 1947, bop was going like mad all over America.
Bop.
The fellows at the Loop blew, but with a tired air, because bop was somewhere between its Charlie Parker ornithology period and another period that began with Miles Davis. And as I sat there listening to that sound of the night which bop has come to represent for all of us, I thought of all my friends from one end of the country to the other, and how they were really all in the same vast backyard doing something so frantic and rushing about. And for the first time in my life, the following afternoon, I went into the West. It was a warm and beautiful day for hitchhiking. To get out of the impossible complexities of Chicago traffic, I took a bus to Joliet, Illinois, went by the Joliet Pen, stationed myself just outside town after a walk through its leafy, rickety streets behind, and pointed my way. All the way from New York to Joliet by bus, and I'd spent more than half my money. My first ride was a dynamite truck with a red flag, about 30 miles into Great Green, Illinois, the truck driver pointing out the place where Route 6, which we were on, intersects Route 66 before they both shoot west for incredible distances. Along about 3 in the afternoon, after an apple pie and ice cream in a roadside stand, a woman stopped for me in a little coupe. I had a twinge of hard joy as I ran after the car. But she was a middle-aged woman, actually the mother of sons my age, and wanted somebody to help her drive to Iowa. I was all for it. Iowa, not so far from Denver. And once I got to Denver, I could relax. She drove the first few hours, at one point insisted on visiting an old church somewhere, as if we were tourists. And then I took over the wheel, and though I'm not much of a driver, drove clear through the rest of Illinois to Davenport, Iowa, via Rock Island. And here, for the first time in my life, I saw my beloved Mississippi River, dry in the summer haze, low water, with its big rank smell that smells like the raw body of America itself because it washes it up. Rock Island, railroad tracks, shacks, small downtown section, and over the bridge to Davenport, same kind of town, all smelling of sawdust in the warm Midwest sun. Here the lady had to go on to her Iowa hometown by another route, and I got out. The sun was going down. I walked, after a few cold beers, to the edge of town, and it was a long walk. All the men were driving home from work, wearing railroad hats, baseball hats, all kinds of hats, just like after work in any town anywhere. One of them gave me a ride up the hill and left me at a lonely crossroads on the edge of the prairie. It was beautiful there. The only cars that came by were farmer cars. They gave me suspicious looks. They clanked along. The cows were coming home. Not a truck. A few cars zipped by. A hot rod kid came by with his scarf flying. The sun went all the way down, and I was standing in the purple darkness. Now I was scared. There weren't even any lights in the Iowa countryside. In a minute, nobody would be able to see me. Luckily, a man going back to Davenport gave me a lift downtown, but I was right where I started. I went to sit in the bus station and think this over. I ate another apple pie and ice cream. That's practically all I ate all the way across the country. I knew it was nutritious, and it was delicious, of course. I decided to gamble. I took a bus in downtown Davenport after spending a half hour watching a waitress in the bus station cafe, and rode to the city limits, but this time near the gas stations. Here the big trucks roared, wham, and inside 2 minutes one of them cranked to a stop for me. I ran for it with my soul whooping. And what a driver. A great big tough truck driver with popping eyes and a hoarse raspy voice who just slammed and kicked at everything and got his rig underway and paid hardly any attention to me. So I could rest my tired soul a little, for one of the biggest troubles hitchhiking is to have to talk to innumerable people, make them feel that they didn't make a mistake picking you up, even entertain them almost, all of which is a great strain when you're going all the way and don't plan to sleep in hotels. The guy just yelled above the roar, and all I had to do was yell back, and we relaxed. And he bawled that thing clear to Iowa City and yelled me the funniest stories about how he got around the law in every town that had an unfair speed limit, saying over and over again, "Them goddamn cops can't put no flies on my ass." Just as we rolled into Iowa City, he saw another truck coming behind us, and because he had to turn off at Iowa City, he blinked his taillights at the other guy and slowed down for me to jump out, which I did with my bag, and the other truck, acknowledging this exchange, stopped for me, and once again, in the twink of nothing, I was in another big high cab, all set to go hundreds of miles across the night, and was I happy. And the new truck driver was as crazy as the other and yelled just as much, and all I had to do was lean back and roll on. Now I could see Denver looming ahead of me like the promised land, way out there beneath the stars, across the prairie of Iowa and the plains of Nebraska. And I could see the greater vision of San Francisco beyond, like jewels in the night. He bawled the jack and told stories for a couple of hours, then at a town in Iowa where years later Dean and I were stopped on suspicion in what looked like a stolen Cadillac, he slept a few hours in the seat. I slept too and took one little walk along the lonely brick walls illuminated by one lamp, with the prairie brooding at the end of each little street and the smell of corn like dew in the night. He woke up with a start at dawn. Off we roared, and an hour later the smoke of Des Moines appeared ahead over the green cornfields. He had to eat his breakfast now and wanted to take it easy, so I went right on into Des Moines, about 4 miles, hitching a ride with 2 boys from the University of Iowa. And it was strange, sitting in their brand new comfortable car and hearing them talk of exams as we zoomed smoothly into town. Now I wanted to sleep a whole day. So I went to the Y to get a room. They didn't have any, and by instinct I wandered down to the railroad tracks, and there are a lot of them in Des Moines, and I wound up in a gloomy old Plains Inn of a hotel by the locomotive roundhouse, and spent a long day sleeping in a big, clean, hard white bed with dirty remarks carved in the wall beside my pillow, and the beat yellow window shades pulled over the smoky scene of the rail yards. I woke up as the sun was reddening, and that was the one distinct time in my life, the strangest moment of all, when I didn't know who I was. I was far away from home, haunted and tired with travel, in a cheap hotel room I'd never seen, hearing the hiss of steam outside, and the creak of the old wood of the hotel, and footsteps upstairs, and all the sad sounds. And I looked at the cracked high ceiling and really didn't know who I was for about 15 strange seconds. I wasn't scared. I was just somebody else, some stranger, and my whole life was a haunted life, the life of a ghost. I was halfway across America, at the dividing line between the east of my youth and the west of my future. And maybe that's why it happened right there and then, that strange red afternoon. But I had to get going and stop moaning, so I picked up my bag, said so long to the old hotel keeper sitting by his spittoon, and went to eat. I ate apple pie and ice cream. It was getting better as I got deeper into Iowa, the pie bigger, the ice cream richer. There were the most beautiful bevies of girls everywhere I looked in Des Moines that afternoon. They were coming home from high school. But I had no time now for thoughts like that and promised myself a ball in Denver. Carlo Marx was already in Denver. Dean was there. Chad King and Tim Gray were there. It was their hometown. Mary Lou was there. And there was mention of a mighty gang including Ray Rollins and his beautiful blonde sister Babe Rollins, 2 waitresses Dean knew, the Betancourt sisters, and even Roland Major, my old college writing buddy, was there. I looked forward to all of them with joy and anticipation. So I rushed past the pretty girls, and the prettiest girls in the world live in Des Moines. A guy with a kind of tool shack on wheels, a truck full of tools that he drove standing up like a modern milkman, gave me a ride up the long hill, where I immediately got a ride from a farmer and his son heading out for Adel in Iowa. In this town, under a big elm tree near a gas station, I made the acquaintance of another hitchhiker, a typical New Yorker, an Irishman who'd been driving a truck for the post office most of his work years, and was now headed for a girl in Denver and a new life. I think he was running away from something in New York, the law most likely. He was a real red-nosed young drunk of 30 and would have bored me ordinarily, except that my senses were sharp for any kind of human friendship. He wore a beat sweater and baggy pants and had nothing with him in the way of a bag, just a toothbrush and handkerchiefs. He said we ought to hitch together. I should have said no, because he looked pretty awful on the road, but we stuck together and got a ride from a taciturn man to Stewart, Iowa, a town in which we were really stranded. We stood in front of the railroad ticket shack in Stewart, waiting for the westbound traffic till the sun went down, a good 5 hours, dawdling away the time, at first telling about ourselves, then he told dirty stories, then we just kicked pebbles and made goofy noises of one kind and another. We got bored. I decided to spend $1 on beer. We went to an old saloon in Stewart and had a few. There he got as drunk as he ever did in his 9th Avenue night back home and yelled joyously in my ear all the sordid dreams of his life. I kind of liked him, not because he was a good sort, as he later proved to be, but because he was enthusiastic about things. We got back on the road in the darkness, and of course nobody stopped and nobody came by much. That went on till 3 o'clock in the morning. We spent some time trying to sleep on the bench at the railroad ticket office, but the telegraph clicked all night and we couldn't sleep, and big freights were slamming around outside. We didn't know how to hop a proper chain gang. We'd never done it before. We didn't know whether they were going east or west, or how to find out, or what boxcars and flats and de-iced reefers to pick, and so on. So when the Omaha bus came through just before dawn, we hopped on it and joined the sleeping passengers. I paid for his fare as well as mine. His name was Eddie. He reminded me of my cousin-in-law from the Bronx. That was why I stuck with him. It was like having an old friend along, a smiling, good-natured sort to goof along with. We arrived at Council Bluffs at dawn. I looked out. All winter I'd been reading of the great wagon parties that held council there before hitting the Oregon and Santa Fe trails. And of course now it was only cute suburban cottages of one damn kind and another, all laid out in the dismal gray of dawn. Then Omaha, and by God, the first cowboy I saw, walking along the bleak walls of the wholesale meat warehouses in a 10-gallon hat and Texas boots, looked like any beat character of the brick-walled dawns of the East except for the getup. We got off the bus and walked clear up the hill, the long hill formed over the millenniums by the mighty Missouri, alongside of which Omaha is built, and got out to the country and stuck our thumbs out. We got a brief ride from a wealthy rancher in a 10-gallon hat who said the Valley of the Platte was as great as the Nile Valley of Egypt. And as he said so, I saw the great trees in the distance that snaked with the riverbed, and the great verdant fields around it, and almost agreed with him. Then as we were standing at another crossroads and it was starting to get cloudy, another cowboy, this one 6 feet tall in a modest half-gallon hat, called us over and wanted to know if either one of us could drive. Of course, Eddie could drive, and he had a license and I didn't. Cowboy had 2 cars with him that he was driving back to Montana. His wife was at Grand Island, and he wanted us to drive one of the cars there where she'd take over. At that point, he was going north, and that would be the limit of our ride with him. But it was a good 100 miles into Nebraska, and of course we jumped for it. Eddie drove alone, the cowboy and myself following, and no sooner were we out of town than Eddie started to bawl that jack 90 miles an hour out of sheer exuberance. "Damn me, what's that boy doing?" the cowboy shouted, and took off after him. It began to be like a race. For a minute I thought Eddie was trying to get away with the car, and for all I know that's what he meant to do. But the cowboy stuck to him and caught up with him and tooted the horn. Eddie slowed down. The cowboy tooted to stop. "Damn, boy, you're liable to get a flat going that speed. Can't you drive a little slower?" "Well, I'll be damned, was I really going 90? said Eddie. "I didn't realize it on this smooth road." "Just take it a little easy and we'll all get to Grand Island in one piece." "Sure thing." And we resumed our journey. Eddie had calmed down and probably even got sleepy, so we drove 100 miles across Nebraska, following the winding Platte with its verdant fields. "During the Depression," said the cowboy to me, "I used to hop freights at least once a month. In those days you'd see hundreds of men riding a flat car or in a box car, and they weren't just bums. They were all kinds of men out of work and going from one place to another, and some of them just wandering. It was like that all over the West. Brakemen never bothered you in those days. I don't know about today. Nebraska, I ain't got
This is an effort, Benny,
Why, in the middle 1930s, this place was nothing but a big dust cloud as far as the eye could see. You couldn't breathe. The ground was black. I was here in those days. They can give Nebraska back to the Indians as far as I'm concerned. I hate this damn place more than any place in the world. Montana's my home now, Missoula. You come up there sometime and see God's country." Later in the afternoon, I slept when he got tired of talking. He was an interesting talker. We stopped along the road for a bite to eat. The cowboy went off to have a spare tire patched, and Eddie and I sat down in a kind of homemade diner. I heard a great laugh, the greatest laugh in the world, and here came this rawhide old-timer Nebraska farmer with a bunch of other boys into the diner. You could hear his raspy cries clear across the plains, across the whole gray world of them that day. Everybody else laughed with him. He didn't have a care in the world and had the hugest regard for everybody. I said to myself, wham, listen to that man laugh. That's the West. Here I am in the West. He came booming into the diner, called Ma's name, and she made the sweetest cherry pie in Nebraska, and I had some with a mountainous scoop of ice cream on top. "Ma, rustle me up some grub before I have to start eating myself raw or some damn silly idea like that." And he threw himself on a stool and went, "Yaw, yaw, yaw, yaw. And throw some beans in it." It was the spirit of the West sitting right next to me. I wished I knew his whole raw life and what the hell he'd been doing all these years besides laughing and yelling like that. Hoo-wee, I told my soul, and the cowboy came back and off we went to Grand Island. We got there in no time flat. He went to fetch his wife and off to whatever fate awaited him, and Eddie and I resumed on the road. We got a ride from a couple of young fellas, wranglers, teenagers, country boys, and a put-together jalopy, and were left off somewhere up the line in a thin drizzle of rain. Then an old man who said nothing, and God knows why he picked us up, took us to Shelton. Here Eddie stood forlornly in the road in front of a staring bunch of short, squat Omaha Indians who had nowhere to go and nothing to do. Across the road was the railroad track and the water tank saying Shelton. Damn me, Eddie said with amazement. I've been in this town before. It was years ago during the war at night, late at night, when everybody was sleeping. I went out on the platform to smoke, and there we was, in the middle of nowhere, black as hell, and I looked up and see that name Shelton written on the water tank. Bound for the Pacific, everybody snoring, every damn dumb sucker. And we only stayed a few minutes stoking up or something, and off we went. Damn me, this Shelton? I hated this place ever since. And we were stuck in Shelton, as in Davenport, Iowa. Somehow all the cars were farmer cars, and once in a while a tourist car, which is worse, with old men driving and their wives pointing out the sights or poring over maps and sitting back looking at everything with suspicious faces. The drizzle increased and Eddie got cold. He had very little clothing. I fished a wool-plaid shirt from my canvas bag and he put it on. He felt a little better. I had a cold. I bought cough drops in a rickety Indian store of some kind. I went to the little 2x4 post office and wrote my aunt a penny postcard. We went back to the gray road. There she was in front of us, Shelton, written on the water tank. The Rock Island bawled by. We saw the faces of Pullman passengers go by in a blur. The train howled off across the plains in the direction of our desires. It started to rain harder. A tall, lanky fellow in a gallon hat stopped his car on the wrong side of the road and came over to us. He looked like a sheriff. We prepared our stories secretly. He took his time coming over. You boys going to get somewhere or just going? We didn't understand his question, and it was a damn good question. Why? We said. Well, I own a little carnival that's pitched a few miles down the road, and I'm looking for some old boys willing to work and make a buck for themselves. I got a roulette concession and a wooden ring concession, you know, the kind you throw around dolls and take your luck. You boys want to work for me, you can get 30% of the take. Room and board? You can get a bed, but no food. You'll have to eat in town. We travel some. We thought it over. It's a good opportunity, he said, and waited patiently for us to make up our minds. We felt silly and didn't know what to say, and I, for one, didn't want to get hung up with a carnival. I was in such a bloody hurry to get to the gang in Denver. I said, I don't know. I'm going as fast as I can, and I don't think I have the time. Eddie said the same thing, and the old man waved his hand and casually sauntered back to his car and drove off. And that was that. We laughed about it a while and speculated about what it would have been like. I had visions of a dark and dusty night on the plains, and the faces of Nebraska families wandering by with their rosy children looking at everything with awe. And I knew I would have felt like the devil himself rooking them with all those cheap carnival tricks, and the Ferris wheel revolving in the flatlands darkness, and God Almighty, the sad music of the merry-go-round, and me wanting to get on to my goal, and sleeping in some gilt wagon on a bed of burlap. Eddie turned out to be a pretty absent-minded pal of the road. A funny old contraption rolled by, driven by an old man. It was made of some kind of aluminum, square as a box. A trailer, no doubt, but a weird, crazy Nebraska homemade trailer. He was going very slow and stopped. We rushed up. He said he could only take one. Without a word, Eddie jumped in and slowly rattled from my sight, and wearing my wool-plaid shirt. Well, alack-a-day, I kissed the shirt goodbye. It had only sentimental value in any case. I waited in our personal god-awful Shelton for a long, long time, several hours, and I kept thinking it was getting night. Actually, it was only early afternoon, but dark. Denver, Denver, how would I ever get to Denver? I was just about giving up and planning to sit over coffee when a fairly new car stopped, driven by a young guy. I ran like mad. Where are you going? Denver. Well, I can take you 100 miles up the line. Grand, grand, you saved my life. I used to hitchhike myself, that's why I always pick up a fellow. I would too if I had a car. And so we talked, and he told me about his life, which wasn't very interesting, and I started to sleep some and woke up right outside the town of Gothenburg, where he let me off. Chapter 4. The greatest ride in my life was about to come up, a truck with a flatboard on the back, with about 6 or 7 boys sprawled out on it, and the drivers, 2 young blonde farmers from Minnesota, were picking up every single soul they found on that road. The most smiling, cheerful couple of handsome bumpkins you could ever wish to see, both wearing cotton shirts and overalls, nothing else. Both thick-wristed and earnest, with broad how-are-you smiles for anybody and anything that came across their path. I ran up, said, "Is there room?" They said, "Sure, hop on, there's room for everybody." I wasn't on the flatboard before the truck roared off. I lurched, a rider grabbed me, and I sat down. Somebody passed a bottle of rot gut, the bottom of it. I took a big swig in the wild, lyrical, drizzling air of Nebraska. "Hooey, here we go," yelled a kid in a baseball cap, and they gunned up the truck to 70 and passed everybody on the road. "We've been riding this son of a bitch since Des Moines. These guys never stop. Every now and then you have to yell for piss call, otherwise you have to piss off the air, and hang on, brother, hang on." I looked at the company. There were 2 young farmer boys from North Dakota in red baseball caps, which is the standard North Dakota farmer boy hat, and they were headed for the harvests. Their old men had given them leave to hit the road for a summer. There were 2 young city boys from Columbus, Ohio, high school football players, chewing gum, winking, singing in the breeze, and they said they were hitchhiking around the United States for the summer. "We're going to L.A., they yelled. "What are you going to do there?" "Hell, we don't know, who cares?" Then there was a tall, slim fellow who had a sneaky look. "Where are you from?" I asked. I was lying next to him on the platform. You couldn't sit without bouncing off. It had no rails. And he turned slowly to me, opened his mouth, and said, "Montana." Finally, there were Mississippi Gene and his charge. Mississippi Gene was a little dark guy who rode freight trains around the country, a 30-year-old hobo, but with a youthful look so you couldn't tell exactly what age he was. And he sat on the boards cross-legged, looking out over the fields without saying anything for hundreds of miles. And finally, at one point, he turned to me and said, "Where are you headed?" I said, "Denver." "I got a sister there, but I ain't seen her for several couple years." His language was melodious and slow. He was patient. His charge was a 16-year-old tall blonde kid, also in hobo rags. That is to say, they wore old clothes that had been turned black by the soot of railroads and the dirt of boxcars and sleeping on the ground. The blonde kid was also quiet, and he seemed to be running away from something, and it figured to be the law the way he looked straight ahead and wet his lips in worried thought. Montana Slim spoke to them occasionally with a sardonic and insinuating smile. They paid no attention to him. Slim was all insinuation. I was afraid of his long, goofy grin that he opened up straight in your face and held there half moronically. "You got any money?" he said to me. "Hell no, maybe enough for a pint of whiskey till I get to Denver. What about you?" "I know where I can get some." "Where?" "Anywhere. You can always follow a man down an alley, can't you?" "Yeah, I guess you can." "I ain't beyond doing it when I really need some dough. Headed up to Montana to see my father. I'll have to get off this rig at Cheyenne and move up some other way. These crazy boys are going to Los Angeles." "Straight?" "All the way. If you want to go to L.A., you got to ride." I mulled this over. The thought of zooming all night across Nebraska, Wyoming, and the Utah desert in the morning, and then most likely the Nevada desert in the afternoon, and actually arriving in Los Angeles within a foreseeable space of time, almost...
This is an audiobook. It's called On the Road. On the road again.
Made me change my plans. But I had to go to Denver. I'd have to get off at Cheyenne, too, and hitch south 90 miles to Denver. I was glad when the 2 Minnesota farm boys who owned the truck decided to stop in North Platte and eat. I wanted to have a look at them. They came out of the cab and smiled at all of us. "Piss call," said one. "Time to eat," said the other. But they were the only ones in the party who had money to buy food. We all shambled after them to a restaurant run by a bunch of women, and sat around over hamburgers and coffee while they racked away enormous meals just as if they were back in their mother's kitchen. They were brothers. They were transporting farm machinery from Los Angeles to Minnesota and making good money at it. So on their trip to the coast empty, they picked up everybody on the road. They'd done this about 5 times now. They were having a hell of a time. They liked everything. They never stopped smiling. I tried to talk to them, a kind of dumb attempt on my part to befriend the captains of our ship, and the only responses I got were 2 sunny smiles and large white corn-fed teeth. Everybody had joined them in the restaurant except the 2 hobo kids, Gene and his boy. When we all got back, they were still sitting in the truck, forlorn and disconsolate. Now the darkness was falling. The drivers had a smoke. I jumped at the chance to go buy a bottle of whiskey to keep warm in the rushing cold air of night. They smiled when I told them. Go ahead, hurry up. You can have a couple of shots, I reassured them. Oh no, we never drink, go ahead. Montana Slim and the two high school boys wandered the streets of North Platte with me till I found a whiskey store. They chipped in some and Slim some, and I bought a fifth. Tall, sullen men watched us go by from false front buildings. The main street was lined with square box houses. There were immense vistas of the plains beyond every sad in the air in North Platte. I didn't know what it was. In 5 minutes, I did. We got back on the truck and roared off. It got dark quickly. We all had a shot, and suddenly I looked, and the verdant farm fields of the Platte began to disappear, and in their stead, so far you couldn't see to the end, appeared long, flat wastelands of sand and sagebrush. I was astounded. What in the hell is this? I cried out to Slim. This is the beginning of the rangelands, boy. Hand me another drink. Whoopee, yelled the high school boys. Columbus, so long. What would Sparky and the boys say if they was here? Yow. The drivers had switched up front. The fresh brother was gunning the truck to the limit. The road changed too. Humpy in the middle with soft shoulders and a ditch on both sides about 4 feet deep, so that the truck bounced and teetered from one side of the road to the other. Miraculously, only when there were no cars coming the opposite way, and I thought we'd all take a somersault. But they were tremendous drivers. How that truck disposed of the Nebraska nub, the nub that sticks out over Colorado. And soon I realized I was actually at last over Colorado, though not officially in it, but looking southwest toward Denver itself a few hundred miles away. I yelled for joy. We passed the bottle. The great blazing stars came out. The far receding sand hills got dim. I felt like an arrow that could shoot out all the way. And suddenly Mississippi Gene turned to me from his cross-legged patient reverie and opened his mouth and leaned close and said, "These plains put me in the mind of Texas." "Are you from Texas?" "No, sir, I'm from Greenville, Mississippi." And that was the way he said it. "Where's that kid from?" "He got into some kind of trouble back in Mississippi, so I offered to help him out. Boy's never been out on his own. I'll take care of him best I can. He's only a child." Although Gene was white, there was something of the wise and tired old Negro in him, and something very much like Elmer Hassel, the New York dope addict, in him, but a railroad hassle, a traveling epic hassle, crossing and recrossing the country every year, south in the winter and north in the summer, and only because he had no place he could stay in without getting tired of it, and because there was nowhere to go but everywhere, keep rolling under the stars, generally the western stars. I've been to Ogden a couple of times. If you want to ride on to Ogden, I got some friends there we can hold up with. I'm going to Denver from Cheyenne. They'll go right straight through. You don't get a ride like this every day. This, too, was a tempting offer. What was in Ogden? "What's Ogden?" I said.
Utah?
"It's the place where most of the boys pass through and always meet there. You're liable to see anybody there." In my earlier days, I'd been to sea with a tall, raw-boned fellow from Louisiana called Big Slim Hazard, William Holmes Hazard, who was hobo by choice. As a little boy, he'd seen a hobo come up to ask his mother for a piece of pie, and she had given it to him, and when the hobo went off down the road, the little boy said, "Ma, what is that fellow?" "Why, that's a hobo." "Ma, I want to be a hobo someday." "Shut your mouth, that's not for the like of the Hazards." But he never forgot that day, and when he grew up, after a short spell playing football at LSU, he did become a hobo. Big Slim and I spent many nights telling stories and spitting tobacco juice in paper containers. There was something so indubitably reminiscent of Big Slim Hazard in Mississippi Gene's demeanor that I said, "Do you happen to have met a fellow called Big Slim Hazard somewhere?" And he said, "You mean the tall fellow with the big laugh? Well, that sounds like him. He came from Ruston, Louisiana." "That's right. Louisiana Slim, he's sometimes called." "Yes, sir, I sure have met Big Slim." "And he used to work in the East Texas oil fields?" "East Texas is right, and now he's punching cows." And that was exactly right, and still I couldn't believe Gene could have really known Slim, whom I'd been looking for more or less for years. "And he used to work in tugboats in New York?" "Well, now, I don't know about that. I guess you only knew him in the West. I reckon I ain't never been to New York." "Well, damn me, I'm amazed you know him. This is a big country, yet I know you must have known him." "Yes, sir, I know Big Slim pretty well. Always generous with his money when he's got some. Mean tough fella, too. I seen him flatten a policeman in the yards at Cheyenne, one punch." That sounded like Big Slim. He was always practicing that one punch in the air. He looked like Jack Dempsey, but a young Jack Dempsey who drank. "Damn," I yelled into the wind, and I had another shot, and by now I was feeling pretty good. Every shot was wiped away by the rushing wind of the open truck, wiped away of its bad effects, and the good effects sank in my stomach. Cheyenne, here I come, I sang. Denver, look out for your boy. Montana Slim turned to me, pointed at my shoes, and commented, "You reckon if you put them things in the ground, something will grow up?" Without cracking a smile, of course, and the other boys heard him and laughed. And they were the silliest shoes in America. I brought them along specifically because I didn't want my feet to sweat in the hot road, and except for the rain in Bear Mountain, they proved to be the best possible shoes for my journey. So I laughed with them. And the shoes were pretty ragged by now, bits of colored leather sticking up like pieces of a fresh pineapple, and my toes showing through. Well, we had another shot and laughed. As in a dream, we zoomed through small crossroads towns, smack out of the darkness, and past long lines of lounging harvest hands and cowboys in the night. They watched us pass in one motion of the head, and we saw them slap their thighs from the continuing dark the other side of town. We were a funny-looking crew. A lot of men were in this country at that time of the year. It was harvest time. The Dakota boys were fidgeting. "I think we'll get off at the next piss call. Seems like there's a lot of work around here." "All you got to do is move north when it's over here," counseled Montana Slim, "and just follow the harvest till you get to Canada." The boys nodded vaguely. They didn't take much stock in his advice. Meanwhile, the blonde young fugitive sat the same way. Every now and then Gene leaned out of his Buddhistic trance over the rushing dark plains and said something tenderly in the boy's ear. The boy nodded. Gene was taking care of him, of his moods and his fears. I wondered where the hell they would go and what they would do. They had no cigarettes. I squandered my pack on them. I loved them so. They were grateful and gracious. They never asked. I kept offering. Montana Slim had his own, but never passed the pack. We zoomed through another crossroads town, past another line of tall, lanky men in jeans clustered in the dim light like moths on the desert, and returned to the tremendous darkness, and the stars overhead were pure and bright because of the increasingly thin air as we mounted the high hill of the western plateau, about a foot a mile, so they say, and no trees obstructing any low-leveled stars anywhere. And once I saw a moody, white-faced cow in the sage by the road as we flitted by. It was like riding a railroad train, just as steady and just as straight. By and by we came to a town, slowed down, and Montana Slim said, "Ah, piss call." But the Minnesotans didn't stop and went right on through. "Damn, I got to go," said Slim. "Go over the side," said somebody. "Well, I will," he said, and slowly, as we all watched, he inched to the back of the platform on his haunch, holding on as best he could till his legs dangled over. Somebody knocked on the window of the cab to bring this to the attention of the brothers. Their great smiles broke as they turned. And just as Slim was ready to proceed, precarious as it was already, they began zigzagging the truck at 70 miles an hour. He fell back a moment. We saw a whale spout in the air. He struggled back to a sitting position. They swung the truck. Wham, over he went on his side, watering all over himself. In the roar, we could hear him faintly cursing like the whine of a man far across the hills. "Damn, damn." He never knew we were doing this deliberately. He just struggled as grim as Job. When he was finished as such, he was wringing wet, and now he had to edge and shimmy his way back, with a most woebegone look, and everybody laughing, except the sad blonde boy, and the Minnesotans roaring in the cab. I handed him the bottle to make up for it. "What the hell?" he said. "Was they doing that on purpose?" "They sure were." "Well, damn me, I didn't know that. I know I tried it back in Nebraska and didn't have half so much trouble." We came suddenly into the town of Ogallala, and here the fellows in the cab called out, "Piss call," and with great good delight. Slim stood sullenly by the truck, rueing a lost opportunity. The two Dakota boys said goodbye to everybody and figured they'd start harvesting here. We watched them disappear in the night toward the shacks at the end of the town where lights were burning, where a watcher of the night in jeans said the employment men would be. I had to buy more cigarettes. Gene and the blonde boy followed me to stretch their legs. I walked into the least likely place in the world, a kind of lonely plains soda fountain for the local teenage girls and boys. They were dancing, a few of them, to the music on the jukebox. There was a lull when we came in. Gene and Blondie just stood there looking at nobody. All they wanted was cigarettes. There were some pretty girls, too, and one of them made eyes at Blondie, and he never saw it, and if he had, he wouldn't have cared. He was so sad and gone. I bought a pack each for them. They thanked me. The truck was ready to go. It was getting on midnight now and cold. Gene, who'd been around the country more times than he could count on his fingers and toes, said the best thing to do now was for all of us to bundle up under the big tarpaulin or we'd freeze. In this manner, and with the rest of the bottles, we kept warm as the air grew ice cold and pinged our ears. The stars seemed to get brighter the more we climbed the high plains. We were in Wyoming now. Flat on my back, I stared straight up at the magnificent firmament, glorying in the time I was making, in how far I had come from sad Bear Mountain after all, and tingling with kicks at the thought of what lay ahead of me in Denver. Whatever it would be. And Mississippi Gene began to sing a song. He sang it in a melodious, quiet voice with a river accent, and it was simple, just, I got a purty little girl, she's sweet 16, she's the purtiest thing you ever seen. Repeating it with other lines thrown in, all concerning how far he'd been and how he wished he could go back to her, but he done lost her. I said, Gene, that's the prettiest song. It's the sweetest I know, he said with a smile. I hope you get where you're going and be happy when you do. I always make out and move along one way or the other. Montana Slim was asleep. He woke up and said to me, Hey, Blackie, how about you and me investigate from Cheyenne together tonight before you go to Denver? Sure thing. I was drunk enough to go for anything. As the truck reached the outskirts of Cheyenne, we saw the high red lights of the local radio station, and suddenly we were bucking through a great crowd of people that poured along both sidewalks. Hell's bells, it's Wild West week, said Slim. Big crowds of businessmen, fat businessmen in boots and 10-gallon hats with their hefty wives in cowgirl attire, bustled and whooped on the wooden sidewalks of old Cheyenne. Farther down the long, stringy boulevard, lights of new downtown Cheyenne, but the celebration was focusing on Old Town. Blank guns went off, the saloons were crowded to the sidewalk. I was amazed, and at the same time I felt it was ridiculous. In my first shot at the West, I was seeing to what absurd devices it had fallen to keep its proud tradition. We had to jump off the truck and say goodbye. The Minnesotans weren't interested in hanging around. It was sad to see them go, and I realized I would never see any of them again, but that's the way it was. You'll freeze your ass tonight, I warned. Then you'll burn them in the desert tomorrow afternoon. That's all right with me, long as we get out of this cold night, said Gene. And the truck left, threading its way through the crowds, and nobody paying attention to the strangeness of the kids inside the tarpaulin, staring at the town like babes from a coverlet. I watched it disappear into the night. Chapter 5. I was with Montana Slim, and we started hitting the bars. I had about $7, $5 of which I foolishly squandered that night. First we milled with all the cowboy-dudded tourists and oilmen and ranchers at bars, in doorways, on the sidewalk. Then for a while I shook Slim, who was wandering a little slap-happy in the street from all the whiskey and beer. He was that kind of drinker. His eyes got glazed, and in a minute he'd be telling an absolute stranger about things. I went into a chili joint, and the waitress was Mexican and beautiful. I ate, and then I wrote her a little love note on the back of the bill. The chili joint was deserted. Everybody was somewhere else drinking. I told her to turn the bill over. She read it and laughed. It was a little poem about how I wanted her to come and see the night with me. I'd love to, Chiquito, but I have a date with my boyfriend. Can't you shake him? No, I don't, she said sadly, and I loved the way she said it. Some other time I'll come by here, I said, and she said, anytime, kid. Still I hung around just to look at her and had another cup of coffee. Her boyfriend came in sullenly and wanted to know when she was off. She bustled around to close the place quick. I had to get out. I gave her a smile when I left. Things were going on as wild as ever outside, except that the fat burpers were getting drunker and whooping up louder. It was funny. There were Indian chiefs wandering around in big headdresses and really solemn among the flushed, drunken faces. I saw Slim tottering along and joined him. He said, I just wrote a postcard to my pa in Montana. You reckon you can find a mailbox and put it in? It was a strange request. He gave me the postcard and tottered through the swinging doors of a saloon. I took the card, went to the box, and took a quick look at it. Dear Pa, I'll be home Wednesday. Everything's all right with me, and I hope the same is with you. Richard. It gave me a different idea of him, how tenderly polite he was with his father. I went in the bar and joined him. We picked up 2 girls, a pretty young blonde and a fat brunette. They were dumb and sullen, but we wanted to make them. We took them to a rickety nightclub that was already closing, and there I spent all but $2 on scotches for them and beer for us. I was getting drunk and didn't care. Everything was fine. My whole being and purpose was pointed at the little blonde. I wanted to go in there with all my strength. I hugged her and wanted to tell her. The nightclub closed, and we all wandered out in the rickety, dusty streets. I looked up at the sky. The pure, wonderful stars were still there, burning. The girls wanted to go to the bus station, so we all went, but they apparently wanted to meet some sailor who was there waiting for them, a cousin of the fat girls, and the sailor had friends with him. I said to the blonde, what's up? She said she wanted to go home in Colorado, just over the line south of Cheyenne. I'll take you in a bus, I said. No, the bus stops on the highway, and I have to walk across that damn prairie all by myself. I spend all afternoon looking at the damn thing, and I don't aim to walk over it tonight. Ah, listen, we'll take a nice walk in the prairie flowers. There ain't no flowers there, she said. I want to go to New York. I'm sick and tired of this. Ain't no place to go but Cheyenne, and ain't nothing in Cheyenne. Ain't nothing in New York. Hell, there ain't, she said with a curl of her lips. The bus station was crowded to the doors. All kinds of people were waiting for buses or just standing around. There were a lot of Indians who watched everything with their stony eyes. The girl disengaged herself from my talk and joined the sailor and the others. Slim was dozing on a bench. I sat down. The floors of bus stations are the same all over the country, always covered with butts and spit, and they give a feeling of sadness that only bus stations have. For a moment it was no different from being in Newark, except for the great hugeness outside that I loved so much. I rued the way I had broken up the purity of my entire trip, not saving every dime and dawdling and not really making time, fooling around with this sullen girl and spending all my money. It made me sick. I hadn't slept in so long I got too tired to curse and fuss and went off to sleep. I curled up on the seat with my canvas bag for a pillow and slept till 8 o'clock in the morning among the dreamy murmurs and noises of the station and of hundreds of people passing. I woke up with a big headache. Slim was gone, to Montana, I guess. I went outside. And there in the blue air I saw for the first time, far off, the great snowy tops of the Rocky Mountains. I took a deep breath. I had to get to Denver at once. First I ate a breakfast, a modest one of toast and coffee and 1 egg, and then I cut out of town to the highway. The Wild West Festival was still going on. There was a rodeo, and the whooping and jumping were about to start all over again. I left it behind me. I wanted to see my gang in Denver. I crossed a railroad overpass and reached a bunch of shacks where 2 highways forked off, both for Denver. I took the one nearest the mountains so I could look at them and pointed myself that way. I got a ride right off from a young fellow from Connecticut who was driving around the country in his jalopy, painting. He was the son of an editor in the East. He talked and talked. I was sick from drinking and from the altitude. At one point I almost had to stick my head out the window, but by the time he let me off at Longmont, Colorado, I was feeling normal again, and had even started telling him about the state of my own travels. He wished me luck. It was beautiful in Longmont. Under a tremendous old tree was a bed of green lawn grass belonging to a gas station. I asked the attendant if I could sleep there, and he said sure. So I stretched out a wool shirt, laid my face flat on it with an elbow out, and with one eye cocked at the snowy Rockies in the hot sun for just a moment. I fell asleep for 2 delicious hours, the only discomfort being an occasional Colorado ant. And here I am in Colorado, I kept thinking gleefully. Damn, 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 I'm making it. And after a refreshing sleep filled with cobwebby dreams of my past life in the East, I got up, washed in the station men's room, and strode off, fit and slick as a fiddle, and got me a rich, thick milkshake at the roadhouse to put some freeze in my hot, tormented stomach. Incidentally, a very beautiful Colorado gal shook me that cream. She was all smiles, too. I was grateful. It made up for last night. I said to myself, wow, what'll Denver be like? I got on that hot road and off I went in a brand new car driven by a Denver businessman of about 35. He went 70. I tingled all over. I counted minutes and subtracted miles. Just ahead over the rolling wheat fields all golden beneath the distant snows of Estes, I'd be seeing old Denver at last. I pictured myself in a Denver bar that night with all the gang, and in their eyes I would be strange and ragged and like the prophet who has walked across the land to bring the dark word. And the only word I had was, wow. The man and I had a long, warm conversation about our respective schemes in life, and before I knew it, we were going over the wholesale fruit markets outside Denver. There were smokestacks, smoke, rail yards, red brick buildings, and the distant downtown graystone buildings, and here I was in Denver. He let me off at Larimer Street. I stumbled along with the most wicked grin of joy in the world among the old bums and beat cowboys of Larimer Street. Chapter 6. In those days, I didn't know Dean as well as I do now, and the first thing I wanted to do was look up Chad King, which I did. I called up his house, talked to his mother. She said, "Why, Sal, what are you doing in Denver?" Chad is a slim blonde boy with a strange witch doctor face that goes with his interest in anthropology and prehistory Indians. His nose beaks softly and almost creamily under a golden flare of hair. He has the beauty and grace of a Western hotshot who's danced in roadhouses and played a little football. A quavering tang comes out when he speaks. The thing I always liked, Sal, about the Plains Indians was the way they always got so danged embarrassed after they boasted the number of scalps they got. In Ruxton's Life in the Far West, there's an Indian who gets red all over blushing because he got so many scalps, and he runs like hell into the plains to glory over his deeds in hiding. Damn, that tickled me. Chad's mother located him in the drowsy Denver afternoon, working over his Indian basket making at the local museum. I called him there. He came and picked me up in his old Ford coupe that he used to take trips in the mountains to dig for Indian objects. He came into the bus station wearing jeans and a big smile. I was sitting on my bag on the floor, talking to the very same sailor who'd been in the Cheyenne bus station with me, asking him what happened to the blonde. He was so bored he didn't answer. Chad and I got in his little coupe, and the first thing he had to do was get maps at the state building. Then he had to see an old school teacher and so on, and all I wanted to do was drink beer. And in the back of my mind was the wild thought, where is Dean and what is he doing right now? Chad had decided not to be Dean's friend anymore for some odd reason, and he didn't even know where he lived. Is Carlo Marx in town? Yes, but he wasn't talking to him anymore either. This was the beginning of Chad King's withdrawal from our general gang. I was to take a nap in his house that afternoon. The word was that Tim Gray had an apartment waiting for me up Colfax Avenue, that Roland Major was already living in it and was waiting for me to join him. I sensed some kind of conspiracy in the air, and this conspiracy lined up two groups in the gang. It was Chad King and Tim Gray and Roland Major, together with the Rollinses, generally agreeing to ignore Dean Moriarty and Carlo Marx. I was smack in the middle of this interesting war. It was a war with social overtones. Dean was the son of a wino, one of the most tottering bums of Larimer Street, and Dean had in fact been brought up generally on Larimer Street and thereabouts. He used to plead in court at the age of 6 to have his father set free. He used to beg in front of Larimer alleys and sneak the money back to his father, who waited among the broken bottles with an old buddy. Then when Dean grew up, he began hanging around the Glenarm pool halls. He set a Denver record for stealing cars and went to the reformatory. From the age of 11 to 17, he was usually in reform school. His specialty was stealing cars, gunning for girls coming out of high school in the afternoon, driving them out to the mountains, making them, and coming back to sleep in any available hotel bathtub in town. His father, once a respectable and hard-working tinsmith, had become a wine alcoholic, which is worse than a whiskey alcoholic, and was reduced to riding freights to Texas in the winter and back to Denver in the summer. Dean had brothers on his dead mother's side. She died when he was small, but they disliked him. Dean's only buddies were the pool hall boys. Dean, who had the tremendous energy of a new kind of American saint, and Carlo were the underground monsters of that season in Denver, together with the pool hall gang, and symbolizing this most beautifully, Carlo had a basement apartment on Grant Street, and we all met there many a night that went to dawn. Carlo, Dean, myself, Tom Snark, Ed Dunkel, and Roy Johnson. More of these others later. My first afternoon in Denver, I slept in Chad King's room while his mother went on with her housework downstairs, and Chad worked at the library. It was a hot, high plains afternoon in July. I would not have slept if it hadn't been for Chad King's father's invention. Chad King's father, a fine, kind man, was in his 70s, old and feeble, thin and drawn out, and telling stories with a slow, slow relish. Good stories, too, about his boyhood on the North Dakota plains in the 80s, when for diversion he rode ponies bareback and chased after coyotes with a club. Later he became a country school teacher in the Oklahoma Panhandle, and finally a businessman of many devices in Denver. He still had his old office over a garage down the street. The roll-top desk was still there, together with countless dusty papers of past excitement and money-making. He had invented a special air conditioner. He put an ordinary fan in a window frame and somehow conducted cool water through coils in front of the whirring blades. The result was perfect, within 4 feet of the fan, and then the water apparently turned into steam in the hot day, and the downstairs part of the house was just as hot as usual. But I was sleeping right under the fan on Chad's bed, with the big bust of Goethe staring at me, and I comfortably went to sleep, only to wake up in 20 minutes freezing to death. I put a blanket on, and still I was cold. Finally, it was so cold I couldn't sleep, and I went downstairs. The old man asked me how his invention worked. I said it worked damn good, and I meant it within bounds. I liked the man. He was lean with memories. I once made a spot remover that has since been copied by big firms in the East. I've been trying to collect on that for some years now. If I only had enough money to raise a decent lawyer. But it was too late to raise a decent lawyer, and he sat in his house dejectedly. In the evening, we had a wonderful dinner his mother cooked, venison steak that Chad's uncle had shot in the mountains. But where was Dean? Chapter 7. The following 10 days were, as W.C. Fields said, fraught with imminent peril and mad. I moved in with Roland Major in the really swank apartment that belonged to Tim Gray's folks. We each had a bedroom, and there was a kitchenette with food in the icebox, and a huge living room where Major sat in his silk dressing gown composing his latest Hemingway and short story. a choleric, red-faced, pudgy hater of everything who could turn on the warmest and most charming smile in the world when real life confronted him sweetly in the night. He sat like that at his desk, and I jumped around over the thick, soft rug, wearing only my chino pants. He'd just written a story about a guy who comes to Denver for the first time. His name is Phil. His traveling companion is a mysterious and quiet fellow called Sam. Phil goes out to dig Denver and gets hung up with arty types. He comes back to the hotel room. Lugubriously, he says, "Sam, they're here too." And Sam is just looking out the window sadly. "Yes," says Sam, "I know." And the point was that Sam didn't have to go and look to know this. The arty types were all over America, sucking up its blood. Major and I were great pals. He thought I was the farthest thing from an arty type. Major liked good wines, just like Hemingway. He reminisced about his recent trip to France. "Ah, Sal, if you could sit with me high in the Basque Country with a cool bottle of Poignon 19, then you'd know there are other things besides boxcars." I know that. It's just that I love boxcars, and I love to read the names on them, like Missouri Pacific, Great Northern, Rock Island Line. By gad, Major, if I could tell you everything that happened to me hitching here. The Rollinses lived a few blocks away. This was a delightful family. A youngish mother, part owner of a decrepit ghost town hotel, with 5 sons and 2 daughters. The wild son was Ray Rollins, Tim Gray's boyhood buddy. Ray came roaring in to get me, and we took to each other right away. We went off and drank in the Colfax bars. One of Ray's sisters was a beautiful blonde called Babe, a tennis-playing, surf-riding doll of the West. She was Tim Gray's girl. And Major, who was only passing through Denver and doing so in real style in the apartment, was going out with Tim Gray's sister Betty. I was the only guy without a girl. I asked everybody, "Where's Dean?" They made smiling, negative answers. Then finally it happened. The phone rang, and it was Carlo Marx. He gave me the address of his basement apartment. I said, "What are you doing in Denver? I mean, what are you doing? What's going on?" "Oh, wait till I tell you." I rushed over to meet him. He was working in May's department store nights. Crazy Ray Rollins called him up there from a bar, getting janitors to run after Carlo with a story that somebody had died. Carlo immediately thought it was me who had died, and Rollins said over the phone, "Sal's in Denver," and gave him my address and phone. "And where's Dean?" "Dean is in Denver, let me tell you." And he told me that Dean was making love to 2 girls at the same time, they being Mary Lou, his first wife, who waited for him in a hotel room, and Camille, a new girl, who waited for him in a hotel room. Between the 2 of them, he rushes to me for our own unfinished business. And what business is that? Dean and I are embarked on a tremendous season together. We're trying to communicate with absolute honesty and absolute completeness everything on our minds. We've had to take Benzedrine. We sit on the bed, cross-legged, facing each other. I have finally taught Dean that he can do anything he wants, become mayor of Denver, marry a millionairess, or become the greatest poet since Rimbaud. But he keeps rushing out to see the midget auto races. I go with him. He jumps and yells, excited. "You know, Sal, Dean is really hung up on things like that." Mark said, in his soul, and thought about this. "What's the schedule?" I said. There was always a schedule in Dean's life. "The schedule is this. I came off work a half hour ago. In that time, Dean is bawling Mary Lou at the hotel and gives me time to change and dress. At 1 sharp, he rushes from Mary Lou to Camille. Of course, neither one of them knows what's going on, and bangs her once, giving me time to arrive at 1:30. Then he comes out with me. First he has to beg with Camille, who's already started hating me, and we come here to talk till 6 in the morning. We usually spend more time than that, but it's getting awfully complicated, and he's pressed for time. Then at 6 he goes back to Mary Lou, and he's going to spend all day tomorrow running around to get the necessary papers for their divorce. Mary Lou's all for it, but she insists on banging in the interim. She says she loves him. So does Camille. Then he told me how Dean had met Camille. Roy Johnson, the pool hall boy, had found her in a bar and took her to a hotel. Pride taking over his sense, he invited the whole gang to come up and see her. Everybody sat around talking with Camille. Dean did nothing but look out the window. Then when everybody left, Dean merely looked at Camille, pointed at his wrist, made the sign 4, meaning he'd be back at 4, and went out. At 3, the door was locked to Roy Johnson. At 4, it was open to Dean. I wanted to go right out and see the madman. Also, he had promised to fix me up. He knew all the girls in Denver. Carlo and I went through rickety streets in the Denver night. The air was soft, the stars so fine, the promise of every cobbled alley so great that I thought I was in a dream. We came to the rooming house where Dean haggled with Camille. It was an old red brick building surrounded by wooden garages and old trees that stuck up from behind fences. We went up carpeted stairs. Carlo knocked. Then he darted to the back to hide. He didn't want Camille to see him. I stood in the door. Dean opened it stark naked. I saw a brunette on the bed, one beautiful creamy thigh covered with black lace, look up with mild wonder. "Why, Sal," said Dean. "Well, now, ahem. Yes, of course you've arrived. You old son of a bitch, you finally got on that old road. Well, now, look here, we must, yes, at once. We really must. And now, Camille," and he swirled on her. "Sal is here. This is my old buddy from New York. This is his first night in Denver, and it's absolutely necessary for me to take him out and fix him up with a girl." "But what time will you be back?" "It is now," looking at his watch, "exactly 1:14. I shall be back at exactly 3:14 for our hour of reverie together. Real sweet reverie, darling. And then, as you know, as I've told you and as we agreed, I have to go and see the one-legged lawyer about those papers. In the middle of the night, strange as it seems, and as I thoroughly explained." This was a cover-up for his rendezvous with Carlo, who was still hiding. "So now, in this exact minute, I must dress, put on my pants, go back to life, that is to outside life, streets and whatnot, as we agreed. It is now 1:15, and time's running. "Well, all right, Dean, but please be sure and be back at 3. "Just as I said, darling, and remember, not 3, but 3:14. Are we straight in the deepest and most wonderful depths of our souls, dear darling?" And he went over and kissed her several times. On the wall was a new drawing of Dean, enormous dangle and all, done by Camille. I was amazed. Everything was so crazy. Off we rushed into the night. Carlo joined us in an alley, and we proceeded down the narrowest, strangest, and most crooked little city street I've ever seen, deep in the heart of Denver, Mexican town. We talked in loud voices in the sleeping stillness. "Sal," said Dean, "I have just the girl waiting for you at this very minute, if she's off duty," looking at his watch. "A waitress, Rita Betancourt, fine chick, slightly hung up on a few sexual difficulties, which I've tried to straighten up, and I think you can manage. You fine gone daddy, you. So we'll go there at once. We must bring beer. No, they have some themselves, and damn," he said, socking his palm, "I've just got to get into her sister Mary tonight." "What?" said Carlo. "I thought we were going to talk." Yes, after." "All these Denver doldrums," yelled Carlo to the sky. "Isn't he the finest, sweetest fellow in the world?" said Dean, punching me in the ribs. Look at him. And Carlo began his monkey dance in the streets of life as I'd seen him do so many times everywhere in New York. And all I could say was, "Well, what the hell are we doing in Denver?" "Tomorrow, Sal, I know where I can find you a job," said Dean, reverting to business-like tones. "So I'll call on you as soon as I have an hour off from Mary Lou, and cut right into that apartment of yours, say hello to Major, and take you on a trolley. Damn, I've no car. To the Camargo Markets, where you can begin working at once and collect a paycheck come Friday. We're really all of us bottomly broke. I haven't had time to work in weeks. Friday night, beyond all doubt, the three of us, the old threesome of Carlo, Dean, and Sal, must go to the midget auto races, and for that I can get us a ride from a guy downtown I know." And on into the night. We got to the house where the waitress sisters lived. The one for me was still working. The sister that Dean wanted was in. We sat down on our couch. I was scheduled at this time to call Ray Rollins. I did. He came over at once. Coming into the door, he took off his shirt and undershirt and began hugging the absolute stranger, Mary Betancourt. Bottles rolled on the floor. 3 o'clock came. Dean rushed off for his hour of reverie with Camille. He was back on time. The other sister showed up. We all needed a car now, and we were making too much noise. Ray Rollins called up a buddy with a car. He came. We all piled in. Carlo was trying to conduct his scheduled talk with Dean in the back seat, but there was too much confusion. "Let's all go to my apartment," I shouted. We did. The moment the car stopped there, I jumped out and stood on my head in the grass. All my keys fell out. I never found them. We ran, shouting, into the building. Roland Major stood barring our way in his silk dressing gown. "I'll have no goings-on like this in Tim Gray's apartment." "What?" we all shouted. There was confusion. Rollins was rolling in the grass with one of the waitresses. Major wouldn't let us in. We swore to call Tim Gray and confirm the party and also invite him. Instead, we all rushed back to the Denver downtown hangouts. I suddenly found myself alone in the street with no money. My last dollar was gone. I walked 5 miles up Colfax to my comfortable bed in the apartment. Major had to let me in. I wondered if Dean and Carlo were having their heart-to-heart. I would find out later. The nights in Denver are cool, and I slept like a log. Chapter 8. Then everybody began planning a tremendous trek to the mountains. This started in the morning, together with a phone call that complicated matters. My old road friend Eddie, who took a blind chance and called. He remembered some of the names I had mentioned. Now I had the opportunity to get my shirt back. Eddie was with his girl in a house off Colfax. He wanted to know if I knew where to find work, and I told him to come over, figuring Dean would know. Dean arrived, hurrying, while Major and I were having a hasty breakfast. Dean wouldn't even sit down. I have 1,000 things to do. In fact, hardly any time to take you down to Camargo, but let's go, man. Wait for my road buddy, Eddie. Major found our hurrying troubles amusing. He'd come to Denver to write leisurely. He treated Dean with extreme deference. Dean paid no attention. Major talked to Dean like this. Moriarty, what's this I hear about you sleeping with 3 girls at the same time? And Dean shuffled on the rug and said, oh yes, that's the way it goes, and looked at his watch, and Major snuffed down his nose. I felt sheepish rushing off with Dean. Major insisted he was a moron and a fool. Of course he wasn't, and I wanted to prove it to everybody somehow. We met Eddie. Dean paid no attention to him either, and off we went in a trolley across the hot Denver noon to find the jobs. I hated the thought of it. Eddie talked and talked the way he always did. We found a man in the markets who agreed to hire both of us. Work started at 4 o'clock in the morning and went till 6 p.m. The man said, I like boys who like to work. You've got your man, said Eddie, but I wasn't so sure about myself. I just won't sleep, I decided. There were so many other interesting things to do. Eddie showed up the next morning. I didn't. I had a bed, and Major bought food for the icebox, and in exchange for that I cooked and washed the dishes. Meantime, I got all involved in everything. A big party took place at the Rollinses one night. The Rollins mother was gone on a trip. Ray Rollins called everybody he knew and told them to bring whiskey. Then he went through his address book for girls. He made me do most of the talking. A whole bunch of girls showed up. I phoned Carlo to find out what Dean was doing now. Dean was coming to Carlo's at 3 in the morning. I went there after the party. Carlo's basement apartment was on Grand Street in an old red brick rooming house near a church. You went down an alley, down some stone steps, opened an old raw door, and went through a kind of cellar till you came to his board door. It was like the room of a Russian saint. One bed, a candle burning, stone walls that oozed moisture, and a crazy makeshift icon of some kind that he had made. He read me his poetry. It was called Denver Doldrums. Carlo woke up in the morning and he heard the vulgar pigeons yakking in the street outside his cell. He saw the sad nightingales nodding on the branches, and they reminded him of his mother. A gray shroud fell over the city. The mountains, the magnificent Rockies that you can see to the west from any part of town, were papier-mâché. The whole universe was crazy and cockeyed and extremely strange. He wrote of Dean as a child of the rainbow who bore his torment in his agonized Priapus. He referred to him as Oedipus Eddie, who had to scrape bubblegum off window panes. He brooded in his basement over a huge journal in which he was keeping track of everything that happened every day. Everything Dean did and said. Dean came on schedule. Everything's straight, he announced. I'm going to divorce Mary Lou and marry Camille and go live with her in San Francisco. But this is only after you and I, dear Carlo, go to Texas, dig old Bull Lee, that gone cat I've never met and both of you told me so much about, and then I'll go to San Fran. Then they got down to business. They sat on the bed cross-legged and looked straight at each other. I slouched in a nearby chair and saw all of it. They began with an abstract thought, discussed it, reminded each other of another abstract point forgotten in the rush of events. Dean apologized, but promised he could get back to it and manage it fine, bringing up illustrations. Carlo said, and just as we were crossing Wazi, I wanted to tell you about how I felt of your frenzy with the midgets, and it was just then, remember, you pointed out that old bum with the baggy pants and said he looked just like your father? Yes, of course, I remember. And not only that, but it started a train of my own, something real wild that I had to tell you. I'd forgotten it. Now you just reminded me of it. And 2 new points were born. They hashed these over. Then Carlo asked Dean if he was honest, and specifically if he was being honest with him in the bottom of his soul. Why do you bring that up again? There's one last thing I want to know. But, dear Sal, you're listening. You're sitting there. We'll ask Sal. What would he say? And I said, that last thing is what you can't get, Carlo. Nobody can get to that last thing. We keep on living in hopes of catching it once for all. No, you're talking absolute bullshit and Wolfian romantic posh, said Carlo. And Dean said, I didn't mean that at all, but we'll let Sal have his own mind, and in fact, don't you think, Carlo, there's a kind of a dignity in the way he's sitting there and digging us? Crazy cat came all the way across the country. Old Sal won't tell us, old Sal won't tell. It isn't that I won't tell, I protested. I just don't know what you're both driving at or trying to get at. I know it's too much for anybody. Everything you say is negative. Then what is it you're trying to do? Tell him. No, you tell him. There's nothing to tell, I said and laughed. I had on Carlo's hat. I pulled it down over my eyes. I want to sleep, I said. Poor Sal always wants to sleep. I kept quiet. They started in again. When you borrowed that nickel to make up the check for the chicken fried steaks. No, man, the chili. Remember the Texas Star? I was mixing it with Tuesday. When you borrowed that nickel, you said, now listen, you said, Carlo, this is the last time I'll impose on you. As if, and really, you meant that I had agreed with you about no more imposing. No, I didn't mean that. You hearken back now, if you will, my dear fellow, to the night Mary Lou was crying in the room. And when, turning to you and indicating by my extra added sincerity of tone, which we both knew was contrived but had its intention, that is, by my play acting, I showed that... But wait, that isn't it. Of course it isn't, because you forget that... But I'll stop accusing you. Yes is what I said. And on into the night they talked like this. At dawn I looked up. They were tying up the last of the morning's matters. When I said to you that I had to sleep because of Mary Lou, that is, seeing her this morning at 10, I didn't bring my peremptory tone to bear in regard to what you just said about the unnecessariness of sleep. But only, mind you, because of the fact that I absolutely, simply, purely, and without any whatevers, have to sleep now. I mean, man, my eyes are closing. They're red hot, sore, tired, beat. Ah, child, said Carlo. We'll just have to sleep now. Let's stop the machine. You can't stop the machine, yelled Carlo at the top of his voice. The first birds sang. Now, when I raise my hand, said Dean, we'll stop talking. We'll both understand purely and without any hassle that we are simply stopping talking, and we'll just sleep. You can't stop the machine like that. Stop the machine, I said. They looked at me. He's been awake all this time listening. What were you thinking, Sal? I told them that I was thinking they were very amazing maniacs and that I had spent the whole night listening to them like a man watching the mechanism of a watch that reached clear to the top of Berthoud Pass and yet was made with the smallest works of the most delicate watch in the world. They smiled. I pointed my finger at them and said, if you keep this up, you'll both go crazy, but let me know what happens as you go along. I walked out and took a trolley to my apartment, and Carlo Marx's papier-mâché mountains grew red as the great sun rose from the eastward plains. Chapter 9. In the evening, I was involved in that trek to the mountains and didn't see Dean or Carlo for 5 days. Babe Rollins had the use of her employer's car for the weekend. We brought suits and hung them in the car windows and took off for Central City, Ray Rollins driving, Tim Gray lounging in the back, and Babe up front. It was my first view of the interior of the Rockies. Central City is an old mining town that was once called the richest square mile in the world, where a veritable shelf of silver had been found by the old buzzards who roamed the hills. They grew wealthy overnight and had a beautiful little opera house built in the midst of their shacks on the steep slope. Lillian Russell had come there, and opera stars from Europe. Then Central City became a ghost town, till the energetic Chamber of Commerce types of the New West decided to revive the place. They polished up the opera house, and every summer stars from the Metropolitan came out and performed. It was a big vacation for everybody. Tourists came from everywhere, even Hollywood stars. We drove up the mountain and found the narrow streets chock full of shishi tourists. I thought of Major's Sam, and Major was right. Major himself was there, turning on his big social smile to everybody and oohing and eyeing most sincerely over everything. Sal, he cried, clutching my arm, just look at this old town. Think how it was 100, what the hell, only 80, 60 years ago. They had opera. Yeah, I said, imitating one of his characters. But they're here. The bastards, he cursed. But he went off to enjoy himself, Betty Gray on his arm. Babe Rollins was an enterprising blonde. She knew of an old miner's house at the edge of town where we boys could sleep for the weekend. All we had to do was clean it out. We could also throw vast parties there. It was an old shack of a thing covered with an inch of dust inside. It had a porch and a well in back. Tim Gray and Ray Rollins rolled up their sleeves and started in cleaning it, a major job that took them all afternoon and part of the night. But they had a bucket of beer bottles and everything was fine. As for me, I was scheduled to be a guest at the opera that afternoon, escorting Babe on my arm. I wore a suit of Tim's. Only a few days ago, I'd come into Denver like a bum. Now I was all racked up sharp in a suit, with a beautiful, well-dressed blonde on my arm, bowing to dignitaries and chatting in the lobby under chandeliers. I wondered what Mississippi Gene would say if he could see me. The opera was Fidelio. What bloom, cried the baritone, rising out of the dungeon under a groaning stone. I cried for it. That's how I see life, too. I was so interested in the opera that for a while I forgot the circumstances of my crazy life and got lost in the great mournful sounds of Beethoven and the rich Rembrandt tones of his story. Well, Sal, how do you like the production for this year? Asked Denver D. Dahl proudly in the street outside. He was connected with the Opera Association. What gloom, I said. Absolutely great. The next thing you'll have to do is meet the members of the cast, he went on in his official tones, but luckily he forgot this in the rush of other things and vanished. Babe and I went back to the miner's shack. I took off my duds and joined the boys in the cleaning. It was an enormous job. Roland Major sat in the middle of the front room that had already been cleaned and refused to help. On a little table in front of him, he had his bottle of beer and his glass. As we rushed around with buckets of water and brooms, he reminisced. Ah, if you could just come with me sometime and drink Cinzano and hear the musicians of Bando, then you'd be living. Then there's Normandy in the summers, the sabots, the fine old Calvados. Come on, Sam, he said to his invisible pal. Take the wine out of the water and let's see if it got cold enough while we fished. Straight out of Hemingway it was. We called out to girls who went by in the street. Come on, help us clean up the joint. Everybody's invited to our party tonight. They joined us. We had a huge crew working for us. Finally, the singers in the opera chorus, mostly young kids, came over and pitched in. The sun went down. Our day's work over, Tim, Rollins, and I decided to sharp up for the big night. We went across town to the rooming house where the opera stars were living. Across the night, we heard the beginning of the evening performance. Just right, said Rollins. Latch on to some of these razors and towels, and we'll spruce up a bit. We also took hairbrushes, colognes, shaving lotions, and went laden into the bathroom. We all took baths and sang. Isn't this great? Tim Gray kept saying. Using the opera star's bathroom and towels and shaving lotion and electric razors. It was a wonderful night. Central City is 2 miles high. At first you get drunk on the altitude, then you get tired, and there's a fever in your soul. We approached the lights around the opera house down the narrow dark street. Then we took a sharp right and hit some old saloons with swinging doors. Most of the tourists were in the opera. We started off with a few extra-sized beers. There was a player piano. Beyond the back door was a view of mountainsides in the moonlight. I let out a yahoo. The night was on. We hurried back to our miner's shack. Everything was in preparation for the big party. The girls, Babe and Betty, cooked up a snack of beans and franks, and then we danced and started on the beer for fair. The opera was over. Great crowds of young girls came piling into our place. Rollins and Tim and I licked our lips. We grabbed them and danced. There was no music, just dancing. The place filled up. People began to bring bottles. We rushed out to hit the bars and rushed back. The night was getting more and more frantic. I wished Dean and Carlo were there. Then I realized they'd be out of place and unhappy. They were like the man with the dungeon stone in the gloom, rising from the underground, the sordid hipsters of America, a new beat generation that I was slowly joining. The boys from the chorus showed up. They began singing Sweet Adeline. They also sang phrases such as, pass me the beer, and what are you doing with your face hanging out? And great long baritone howls of Fidelio. Ah, me, what gloom, I sang. The girls were terrific. They went out in the backyard and necked with us. There were beds in the other rooms, the unclean, dusty ones, and I had a girl sitting on one and was talking with her when suddenly there was a great inrush of young ushers from the opera who just grabbed girls and kissed them without proper come-ons. Teenagers, drunk, disheveled, excited, they ruined our party. Inside of 5 minutes, every single girl was gone, and a great big fraternity-type party got underway with banging of beer bottles and roars. Ray and Tim and I decided to hit the bars. Major was gone. Babe and Betty were gone. We tottered into the night. The opera crowd was jamming the bars from bar to wall. Major was shouting above heads. The eager, bespectacled Denver D. Doll was shaking hands with everybody and saying, "Good afternoon, how are you?" And when midnight came, he was saying, "Good afternoon, how are you?" At one point, I saw him going off somewhere with a dignitary. Then he came back with a middle-aged woman. Next minute, he was talking to a couple of young ushers in the street. The next minute, he was shaking my hand without recognizing me and saying, "Happy New Year, my boy." He wasn't drunk on liquor, just drunk on what he liked. Crowds of people milling. Everybody knew him. "Happy New Year," he called, and sometimes, "Merry Christmas." He said this all the time. At Christmas, he said, "Happy Halloween." There was a tenor in the bar who was highly respected by everyone. Denver Doll had insisted that I meet him, and I was trying to avoid it. His name was D'Annunzio, or some such thing. His wife was with him. They sat sourly at a table. There was also some kind of Argentinian tourist at the bar. Rollins gave him a shove to make room. He turned and snarled. Rollins handed me his glass and knocked him down on the brass rail with one punch. The man was momentarily out. There were screams. Tim and I scooted Rollins out. There was so much confusion the sheriff couldn't even thread his way through the crowd to find the victim. Nobody could identify Rollins. We went to other bars. Major staggered up a dark street. "What the hell's the matter? Any fights? Just call on me." Great laughter rang from all sides. I wondered what the spirit of the mountain was thinking, and looked up and saw jack pines in the moon and saw ghosts of old miners and wondered about it. In the whole eastern dark wall of the divide this night there was silence and the whisper of the wind, except in the ravine where we roared. And on the other side of the divide was the great western slope and the big plateau that went to Steamboat Springs and dropped and led you to the western Colorado Desert and the Utah Desert. All in darkness now as we fumed and screamed in our midnight nook, mad drunken Americans in the mighty land. We were on the roof of America, and all we could do was yell, I guess, across the night, eastward over the plains, where somewhere an old man with white hair was probably walking toward us with the word, and would arrive any minute and make us silent. Rollins insisted on going back to the bar where he'd fought. Tim and I didn't like it, but stuck to him. He went up to D'Annunzio, the tenor, and threw a highball in his face. We dragged him out. A baritone singer from the chorus joined us, and we went to a regular Central City bar. Here, Ray called the waitress a whore. A group of sullen men were ranged along the bar. They hated tourists. One of them said, "You boys better be out of here by the count of 10. We were. We staggered back to the shack and went to sleep. In the morning, I woke up and turned over. A big cloud of dust rose from the mattress. I yanked at the window. It was nailed. Tim Gray was in the bed, too. We coughed and sneezed. Our breakfast consisted of stale beer. Babe came back from her hotel, and we got our things together to leave. Everything seemed to be collapsing. As we were going out to the car, Babe slipped and fell flat on her face. Poor girl was overwrought. Her brother and Tim and I helped her up. We got in the car. Major and Betty joined us. The sad ride back to Denver began. Suddenly, we came down from the mountain and overlooked the great seaplain of Denver. Heat rose as from an oven. We began to sing songs. I was itching to get on to San Francisco. Chapter 10. That night I found Carlo, and to my amazement he told me he'd been in Central City with Dean. What did you do? Oh, we ran around the bars, and then Dean stole a car, and we drove back down the mountain curves 90 miles an hour. I didn't see you. We didn't know you were there. Well, man, I'm going to San Francisco. Dean has Rita lined up for you tonight. Well, then I'll put it off. I had no money. I sent my aunt an airmail letter asking her for $50 and said it would be the last money I'd ask. After that, she would be getting money back from me as soon as I got that ship. Then I went to meet Rita Betancourt and took her back to the apartment. I got her in my bedroom after a long talk in the dark of the front room. She was a nice little girl, simple and true, and tremendously frightened of sex. I told her it was beautiful. I wanted to prove this to her. She let me prove it, but I was too impatient and proved nothing. She sighed in the dark. What do you want out of life? I asked. And I used to ask that all the time of girls. I don't know, she said. Just wait on tables and try to get along. She yawned. I put my hand over her mouth and told her not to yawn. I tried to tell her how excited I was about life and the things we could do together. Saying that and planning to leave Denver in 2 days. She turned away wearily. We lay on our backs, looking at the ceiling and wondering what God had wrought when he made life so sad. We made vague plans to meet in Frisco. My moments in Denver were coming to an end. I could feel it when I walked her home. On the way back, I stretched out on the grass of an old church with a bunch of hobos, and their talk made me want to get back on that road. Every now and then, one would get up and hit a passerby for a dime. They talked of harvests moving north. It was warm and soft. I wanted to go and get Rita again and tell her a lot more things and really make love to her this time and calm her fears about men. Boys and girls in America have such a sad time together. Sophistication demands that they submit to sex immediately without proper preliminary talk. Not courting talk, real straight talk about souls, for life is holy and every moment is precious. I heard the Denver and Rio Grande locomotive howling off to the mountains. I wanted to pursue my star further. Major and I sat sadly talking in the midnight hours. Have you ever read Green Hills of Africa? It's Hemingway's best. We wished each other luck. We would meet in Frisco. I saw Rollins under a dark tree in the street. Goodbye, Ray. When do we meet again? I went to look for Carlo and Dean. Nowhere to be found. Tim Gray shot his hand up in the air and said, "So you're leaving, yo?" We called each other yo. Yep, I said. The next few days I wandered around Denver. It seemed to me every bum on Larimer Street maybe was Dean Moriarty's father. Old Dean Moriarty, they called him, the tinsmith. I went in the Windsor Hotel where father and son had lived and where one night Dean was frightfully waked up by the legless man on the rollerboard who shared the room with them. He came thundering across the floor on his terrible wheels to touch the boy. I saw the little midget newspaper-selling woman with the short legs on the corner of Curtis and 15th. I walked around the sad honky-tonks of Curtis Street, young kids in jeans and red shirts, peanut shells, movie marquees, shooting parlors. Beyond the glittering street was darkness, and beyond the darkness the west. I had to go. At dawn I found Carlo. I read some of his enormous journal, slept there, and in the morning, drizzly and gray, tall 6-foot Ed Dunkel came in with Roy Johnson, a handsome kid, and Tom Snark, the club-footed pool shark. They sat around and listened with abashed smiles as Carlo Marx read them his apocalyptic mad poetry. I slumped in my chair, finished. "Oh, ye Denver birds," cried Carlo. We all filed out and went up a typical cobbled Denver alley between incinerators, smoking slowly. "I used to roll my hoop up this alley," Chad King had told me. I wanted to see him do it. I wanted to see Denver 10 years ago when they were all children, and in the sunny cherry blossom morning of springtime in the Rockies, rolling their hoops up the joyous alleys full of promise, the whole gang. And Dean, ragged and dirty, prowling by himself in his preoccupied frenzy. Roy Johnson and I walked in the drizzle. I went to Eddie's girl's house to get back my wool-plaid shirt, the shirt of Shelton, Nebraska. It was there, all tied up, the whole enormous sadness of a shirt. Roy Johnson said he'd meet me in Frisco. Everybody was going to Frisco. I went and found my money had arrived. The sun came out, and Tim Gray rode a trolley with me to the bus station. I bought my ticket to San Fran, spending half of the 50, and got on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Tim Gray waved goodbye. The bus rolled out of the storied, eager Denver streets. "By God, I gotta come back and see what else will happen," I promised. In a last-minute phone call, Dean said he and Carlo might join me on the coast. I pondered this and realized I hadn't talked to Dean for more than 5 minutes in the whole time. Chapter 11. I was 2 weeks late meeting Remy Boncoeur. The bus trip from Denver to Frisco was uneventful, except that my whole soul leaped to it the nearer we got to Frisco. Cheyenne again in the afternoon this time, and then west over the range, crossing the divide at midnight at Creston, arriving at Salt Lake City at dawn, a city of sprinklers, the least likely place for Dean to have been born. Then out to Nevada in the hot sun, Reno by nightfall, its twinkling Chinese streets. Then up the Sierra Nevada, pines, stars, mountain lodges signifying Frisco romances. A little girl in the back seat crying to her mother, "Mama, when do we get home to Truckee?" And Truckee itself, homey Truckee, and then down the hill to the flats of Sacramento. I suddenly realized I was in California. Warm, palmy air you can kiss, and palms. Along the storied Sacramento River on a superhighway, into the hills again, up, down, and suddenly the vast expanse of bay. It was just before dawn, with the sleepy lights of Frisco festooned across. Over the Oakland Bay Bridge, I slept soundly for the first time since Denver, so that I was rudely jolted in the bus station at Market and 4th into the memory of the fact that I was 3,200 miles from my aunt's house in Paterson, New Jersey. I wandered out like a haggard ghost, and there she was, Frisco. Long, bleak streets with trolley wires all shrouded in fog and whiteness. I stumbled around a few blocks. Weird bums, Mission and 3rd, asked me for dimes in the dawn. I heard music somewhere. Boy, am I going to dig all this later, but now I've got to find Remy Boncoeur. Mill City, where Remy lived, was a collection of shacks in a valley, housing project shacks built for Navy Yard workers during the war. It was in a canyon, and a deep one, treed profusely on all slopes. There were special stores and barber shops and tailor shops for the people of the project. It was, so they say, the only community in America where whites and Negroes lived together voluntarily, and that was so, and so wild and joyous a place I've never seen since. On the door of Remy's shack was the note he had pinned up there 3 weeks ago. "Sal Paradise," in huge letters printed. "If nobody's home, climb in through the window." Signed, Remy Boncoeur. The note was weather-beaten and gray by now. I climbed in, and there he was, sleeping with his girl, Leanne, on a bed he stole from a merchant ship, as he told me later. Imagine the deck engineer of a merchant ship sneaking over the side in the middle of the night with a bed, and heaving and straining at the oars to shore. This barely explains Remy Boncoeur. The reason I'm going into everything that happened in San Fran is because it ties up with everything else all the way down the line. Remy Boncoeur and I met at prep school years ago, but the thing that really linked us together was my former wife. Remy found her first. He came into my dorm room one night and said, "Paradise, get up, the old maestro has come to see you." I got up and dropped some pennies on the floor when I put my pants on. It was 4 in the afternoon. I used to sleep all the time in college. All right, don't drop your gold all over the place. I have found the gonest little girl in the world, and I'm going straight to the lion's den with her tonight. And he dragged me to meet her. A week later, she was going with me. Remy was a tall, dark, handsome Frenchman. He looked like a kind of Marseille black marketeer of 20. Because he was French, he had to talk in jazz American. His English was perfect, his French was perfect. He liked to dress sharp, slightly on the collegiate side, and go out with fancy blondes and spend a lot of money. It's not that he ever blamed me for taking off with his girl. It was only a point that always tied us together. That guy was loyal to me and had real affection for me, and God knows why. When I found him in Mill City that morning, he had fallen on the beat and evil days that come to young guys in their middle 20s. He was hanging around waiting for a ship, and to earn his living, he had a job as a special guard in the barracks across the canyon. His girl, Leanne, had a bad tongue and gave him a call down every day. They spent all week saving pennies and went out Saturdays to spend $50 in 3 hours. Remy wore shorts around the shack with a crazy army cap on his head. Leanne went around with her hair up in pin curls. Thus attired, they yelled at each other all week. I never saw so many snarls in all my born days. But on Saturday night, smiling graciously at each other, they took off like a pair of successful Hollywood characters and went on the town. Remy woke up and saw me come in the window. His great laugh, one of the greatest laughs in the world, dinned in my ear. Ah, paradise, he comes in through the window. He follows instructions to a T. Where have you been? You're 2 weeks late. He slapped me on the back. He punched Leanne in the ribs. He leaned on the wall and laughed and cried. He pounded on the table so you could hear it everywhere in Mill City. And that great long ah resounded around the canyon. Paradise, he screamed. The one and only indispensable paradise. I'd just come through the little fishing village of Sausalito, and the first thing I said was, there must be a lot of Italians in Sausalito. There must be a lot of Italians in Sausalito, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Ah! He pounded himself, he fell on the bed, he almost rolled on the floor. Did you hear what Paradise said? There must be a lot of Italians in Sausalito. Ah, ha, hoo, wow, wee. He got red as a beet, laughing. Oh, you slay me, Paradise. You're the funniest man in the world, and here you are. You finally got here. He came in through the window. You saw him, Leanne. He followed the instructions and came in through the window. Ah, hoo. The strange thing was that next door to Remy lived a Negro called Mr. Snow, whose laugh, I swear on the Bible, was positively and finally the one greatest laugh in all this world. This Mr. Snow began his laugh from the supper table when his old wife said something casual. He got up, apparently choking, leaned on the wall, looked up to heaven, and started. He staggered through the door, leaning on neighbors' walls. He was drunk with it. He reeled throughout Mill City in the shadows, raising his whooping, triumphant call to the demon god that must have prodded him to do it. I don't know if he ever finished supper. There's a possibility that Remy, without knowing it, was picking up from this amazing man, Mr. Snow. And though Remy was having work-life problems and bad love life with a sharp-tongued woman, he at least had learned to laugh almost better than anyone in the world. And I saw all the fun we were going to have in Frisco. The pitch was this. Remy slept with Leanne in the bed across the room, and I slept in the cot by the window. I was not to touch Leanne. Remy at once made a speech concerning this. I don't want to find you two playing around when you think I'm not looking. You can't teach the old maestro a new tune. This is an original saying of mine. I looked at Leanne. She was a fetching hunk, a honey-colored creature, but there was hate in her eyes for both of us. Her ambition was to marry a rich man. She came from a small town in Oregon. She rued the day she ever took up with Remy. On one of his big show-off weekends, he spent $100 on her, and she thought she'd found an heir. Instead, she was hung up in this shack, and for lack of anything else, she had to stay there. She had a job in Frisco. She had to take the Greyhound bus at the crossroads and go in every day. She never forgave Remy for it. I was to stay in the shack and write a shining original story for a Hollywood studio. Remy was going to fly down in a stratosphere liner with this harp under his arm and make us all rich. Leanne was to go with him. He was going to introduce her to his buddy's father, who was a famous director and an intimate of W.C. Fields. So the first week I stayed in the shack in Mill City, writing furiously at some gloomy tale about New York that I thought would satisfy a Hollywood director, and the trouble with it was that it was too sad. Remy could barely read it, and so he just carried it down to Hollywood a few weeks later. Leanne was too bored and hated us too much to bother reading it. I spent countless rainy hours drinking coffee and scribbling. Finally, I told Remy it wouldn't do. I wanted a job. I had to depend on them for cigarettes. A shadow of disappointment crossed Remy's brow. He was always being disappointed about the funniest things. He had a heart of gold. He arranged to get me the same kind of job he had as a guard in the barracks. I went through the necessary routine, and to my surprise, the bastards hired me. I was sworn in by the local police chief, given a badge, a club, and now I was a special policeman. I wondered what Dean and Carlo and old Bull Lee would say about this. I had to have navy blue trousers to go with my black jacket and cop cap. For the first 2 weeks, I had to wear Remy's trousers. Since he was so tall and had a pot belly from eating voracious meals out of boredom, I went flapping around like Charlie Chaplin to my first night of work. Remy gave me a flashlight and his .32 automatic. "Where'd you get this gun?" I asked. "On my way to the coast last summer, I jumped off the train at North Platte, Nebraska to stretch my legs, and what did I see in the window but this unique little gun, which I promptly bought and barely made the train." And I tried to tell him what North Platte meant to me, buying the whiskey with the boys, and he slapped me on the back and said I was the funniest man in the world. With the flashlight to illuminate my way, I climbed the steep walls of the South Canyon, got up on the highway streaming with cars Frisco-bound in the night, scrambled down the other side, almost falling, and came to the bottom of a ravine where a little farmhouse stood near a creek and where every blessed night the same dog barked at me. Then it was a fast walk along a silvery, dusty road beneath inky trees of California, a road like the Mark of Zorro, and a road like all the roads you see in Western B-movies. I used to take out my gun and play cowboys in the dark. Then I climbed another hill, and there were the barracks. These barracks were for the temporary quartering of overseas construction workers. The men who came through stayed there, waiting for their ship. Most of them were bound for Okinawa. Most of them were running away from something, usually the law. There were tough groups from Alabama, shifty men from New York, all kinds from all over. And, knowing full well how horrible it would be to work a full year in Okinawa, they drank. The job of the special guards was to see that they didn't tear the barracks down. We had our headquarters in the main building, just a wooden contraption with panel-walled offices. Here at a roll-top desk, we sat around, shifting our guns off our hips and yawning, and the old cops told stories. It was a horrible crew of men, men with cop souls, all except Remy and myself. Remy was only trying to make a living, and so was I, but these men wanted to make arrests and get compliments from the chief of police in town. They even said that if you didn't make at least one a month, you'd be fired. I gulped at the prospect of making an arrest. What actually happened was that I was as drunk as anybody in the barracks the night all hell broke loose. This was a night when the schedule was so arranged that I was all alone for 6 hours, the only cop on the grounds, and everybody in the barracks seemed to have gotten drunk that night. It was because their ship was leaving in the morning. They drank like seamen the night before the anchor goes up. I sat in the office with my feet on the desk, reading Blue Book adventures about Oregon and the North Country, when suddenly I realized there was a great hum of activity in the usually quiet night. I went out. Lights were burning in practically every damn shack on the grounds. Men were shouting, bottles were breaking. It was do or die for me. I took my flashlight and went to the noisiest door and knocked. Someone opened it about 6 inches. "What do you want?" I said, "I'm guarding these barracks tonight, and you boys are supposed to keep quiet as much as you can," or some such silly remark. They slammed the door in my face. I stood looking at the wood of it against my nose. It was like a Western movie. The time had come for me to assert myself. I knocked again. They opened up wide this time. "Listen," I said, "I don't want to come around bothering you fellas, but I'll lose my job if you make too much noise." "Who are you?" "I'm a guard here." "Never seen you before." "Well, here's my badge." "What are you doing with that pistol cracker on your ass?" "It isn't mine," I apologized. "I borrowed it." "Have a drink, for Christ's sakes." I didn't mind if I did. I took 2. I said, "Okay, boys, you'll keep quiet, boys? I'll get hell, you know." "It's all right, kid," they said. "Go make your rounds. Come back for another drink if you want one." And I went to all the doors in this manner, and pretty soon I was as drunk as anybody else. Come dawn, it was my duty to put up the American flag on a 60-foot pole, and this morning I put it up upside down and went home to bed. When I came back in the evening, the regular cops were sitting around grimly in the office. "Say, Bo, what was all the noise around here last night? We've had complaints from people who live in those houses across the canyon." "I don't know," I said. "It sounds pretty quiet right now." "The whole contingent's gone. You were supposed to keep order around here last night. The chief is yelling at you. And another thing, do you know you can go to jail for putting the American flag upside down on a government pole?" Upside down? I was horrified. Of course I hadn't realized it. I did it every morning mechanically. "Yes, sir," said a fat cop who'd spent 22 years as a guard in Alcatraz. "You could go to jail for doing something like that." The others nodded grimly. They were always sitting around on their asses. They were proud of their jobs. They handled their guns and talked about them. They were itching to shoot somebody. Remy and me. The cop who had been an Alcatraz guard was pot-bellied and about 60, retired but unable to keep away from the atmospheres that had nourished his dry soul all his life. Every night he drove to work in his 35 Ford, punched the clock exactly on time, and sat down at the roll-top desk. He labored painfully over the simple form we all had to fill out every night: rounds, time, what happened, and so on. Then he leaned back and told stories. "You should have been here about 2 months ago, and me and Sledge," that was another cop, a youngster who wanted to be a Texas Ranger and had to be satisfied with his present lot, "arrested a drunk in Barrack G. Boy, you should have seen the blood fly. I'll take you over there tonight and show you the stains on the wall. We had him bouncing from one wall to another. First Sledge hit him, then me, and then he subsided and went quietly. That fella swore to kill us when he got out of jail. Got 30 days. Here it is 60 days, and he ain't showed up." And this was the big point of the story. They'd put such a fear in him that he was too yellow to come back and try to kill them. The old cop went on, sweetly reminiscing about the horrors of Alcatraz. "We used to march 'em like an army platoon to breakfast. Wasn't one man out of step. Everything went like clockwork. You should have seen it. I was a guard there for 22 years, never had any trouble. Those boys knew we meant business. A lot of fellas get soft guarding prisoners, and they're the ones that usually get in trouble. Now you take you. From what I've been observing about you, you seem to me a little bit too lenient with the men." He raised his pipe and looked at me sharp. "They take advantage of that, you know." I knew that. I told him I wasn't cut out to be a cop. "Yes, but that's the job you applied for. Now you got to make up your mind one way or the other, or you'll never get anywhere. It's your duty. You're sworn in. You can't compromise with things like this. Law and order's got to be kept." I didn't know what to say. He was right. But all I wanted to do was sneak out into the night and disappear somewhere and go and find out what everybody was doing all over the country. The other cop, Sledge, was tall, muscular, with a black-haired crew cut and a nervous twitch in his neck, like a boxer who's always punching one fist into another. He rigged himself out like a Texas Ranger of old. He wore a revolver down low with ammunition belt and carried a small quirt of some kind, and pieces of leather hanging everywhere like a walking torture chamber. Shiny shoes, low-hanging jacket, cocky hat, everything but boots. He was always showing me holds, reaching down under my crotch and lifting me up nimbly. In point of strength, I could have thrown him clear to the ceiling with the same hold, and I knew it well, but I never let him know for fear he'd want a wrestling match. A wrestling match with a guy like that would end up in shooting. I'm sure he was a better shot. I'd never had a gun in my life. It scared me even to load one. He desperately wanted to make arrests. One night we were alone on duty, and he came back red-faced mad. "I told some boys in there to keep quiet, and they're still making noise. I told them twice. I always give a man 2 chances, not 3. You come with me, and I'm going back there and arrest them." "Well, let me give them a 3rd chance." I said, "I'll talk to them." "No, sir, I never gave a man more than 2 chances." I sighed. Here we go. We went to the offending room, and Sledge opened the door and told everybody to file out. It was embarrassing. Every single one of us was blushing. This is the story of America. Everybody's doing what they think they're supposed to do. So what if a bunch of men talk in loud voices and drink the night? But Sledge wanted to prove something. He made sure to bring me along in case they jumped him. They might have. They were all brothers, all from Alabama. We strolled back to the station, Sledge in front and me in back. One of the boys said to me, "Tell that crotch-eared mean ass to take it easy on us. We might get fired for this and never get to Okinawa." I'll talk to him. In the station, I told Sledge to forget it. He said for everybody to hear, and blushing, "I don't give anybody no more than 2 chances." "What the hell?" said the Alabama. "What difference does it make? We might lose our jobs." Sledge said nothing and filled out the arrest forms. He arrested only one of them. He called the prowl car in town. They came and took him away. The other brothers walked off sullenly. "What's Ma gonna say?" they said. One of them came back to me. "You tell that Texas son of a bitch if my brother ain't out of jail tomorrow night, he's gonna get his ass fixed." I told Sledge in a neutral way, and he said nothing. The brother was let off easy and nothing happened. The contingent shipped out. A new wild bunch came in. If it hadn't been for Remy Boncoeur, I wouldn't have stayed at this job 2 hours. But Remy Boncoeur and I were on duty alone many a night, and that's when everything jumped. We made our first round of the evening in a leisurely way, Remy trying all the doors to see if they were locked and hoping to find one unlocked. He'd say, "For years I've an idea to develop a dog into a super thief who'd go into these guys' rooms and take dollars out of their pockets. I'd train him to take nothing but green money. I'd make him smell it all day long. If there was any humanly possible way, I'd train him only to take 20s. Remy was full of mad schemes. He talked about that dog for weeks. Only once he found an unlocked door. I didn't like the idea, so I sauntered on down the hall. Remy stealthily opened it up. He came face to face with the barracks supervisor. Remy hated that man's face. He asked me, "What's the name of that Russian author you're always talking about? The one who put the newspapers in his shoe and walked around in a stovepipe hat he found in a garbage pail?" This was an exaggeration of what I'd told Remy of Dostoevsky. "Ah, that's it. Dostoevsky. A man with a face like that supervisor can only have one name. It's Dostoevsky." The only unlocked door he ever found belonged to Dostoevsky. D was asleep when he heard someone fiddling with his doorknob. He got up in his pajamas. He came to the door looking twice as ugly as usual. When Remy opened it, he saw a haggard face suppurated with hatred and dull fury. "What is the meaning of this?" "I was only trying this door. I thought this was the, mop room. I was looking for a mop." "What do you mean you were looking for a mop?" "Well, And I stepped up and said, "One of the men puked in the hall upstairs. We have to mop it up." "This is not the mop room. This is my room. Another incident like this now, have you fellas investigated and thrown out. You understand me clearly?" "A fellow puked upstairs," I said again. "The mop room is down the hall. Down there." And he pointed and waited for us to go and get a mop, which we did, and foolishly carried it upstairs. I said, "God damn it, Remy, you're always getting us into trouble. Why don't you lay off? Why do you have to steal all the time?" "The world owes me a few things, that's all. You can't teach the old maestro a new tune. You go on talking like that and I'm going to start calling you Dostoevsky." Remy was just like a little boy. Somewhere in his past, in his lonely school days in France, they'd taken everything from him. His step-parents just stuck him in schools and left him there. He was browbeaten and thrown out of one school after another. He walked the French roads at night, devising curses out of his innocent stock of words. He was out to get back everything he lost. There was no end to his loss. This thing would drag on forever. The barracks cafeteria was our meet. We looked around to make sure nobody was watching, and especially to see if any of our cop friends were lurking about to check on us. Then I squatted down, and Remy put a foot on each shoulder, and up he went. He opened the window, which was never locked since he saw to it in the evenings, scrambled through, and came down on the flower table. I was a little more agile and just jumped and crawled in. Then we went to the soda fountain. Here, realizing a dream of mine from infancy, I took the cover off the chocolate ice cream and stuck my hand in wrist deep and hauled me up a skewer of ice cream and licked at it. Then we got ice cream boxes and stuffed them, pouring chocolate syrup over and sometimes strawberries too. Then walked around in the kitchens, opened ice boxes to see what we could take home in our pockets. I often tore off a piece of roast beef and wrapped it in a napkin. "You know what President Truman said," Remy would say. "We must cut down on the cost of living." One night I waited a long time as he filled a huge box full of groceries. Then we couldn't get it through the window. Remy had to unpack everything and put it back. Later in the night, when he went off duty and I was all alone on the base, a strange thing happened. I was taking a walk along the old canyon trail, hoping to meet a deer. Remy had seen deer around, that country being wild even in 1947, when I heard a frightening noise in the dark. It was a huffing and puffing. I thought it was a rhinoceros coming for me in the dark. I grabbed my gun. A tall figure appeared in the canyon gloom. It had an enormous head. Suddenly I realized it was Remy with a huge box of groceries on his shoulder. He was moaning and groaning from the enormous weight of it. He found the key to the cafeteria somewhere and had got his groceries out the front door. I said, "Remy, I thought you were home. What the hell are you doing?" And he said, "Paradise, I have told you several times what President Truman said. We must cut down on the cost of living." And I heard him huff and puff into the darkness. I've already described that awful trail back to our shack, uphill and down dale. He hid the groceries in the tall grass and came back to me. "Sal, I just can't make it alone. I'm going to divide it into 2 boxes and you're going to help me." "But I'm on duty." "I'll watch the place while you're gone. Things are getting rough all around. We've just got to make it the best way we can, and that's all there is to it." He wiped his face. "Whew, I've told you time and time again, Sal, that we're buddies, and we're in this thing together. There's just no two ways about it. The Dostoevskys, the cops, the Leons, all the evil skulls of this world are out for our skin. It's up to us to see that nobody pulls any schemes on us. They've got a lot more up their sleeves besides a dirty arm. Remember that. You can't teach the old maestro a new tune. I finally asked, whatever are we going to do about shipping out? We've been doing these things for 10 weeks. I was making $55 a week and sending my aunt an average of 40. I'd spent only one evening in San Francisco in all that time. My life was wrapped in the shack, in Remy's battles with Leanne, and in the middle of the night at the barracks. Remy was gone off in the dark to get another box. I struggled with him on that old Zorro road. We piled up the groceries a mile high on Leanne's kitchen table. She woke up and rubbed her eyes. You know what President Truman said? She was delighted. I suddenly began to realize that everybody in America is a natural-born thief. I was getting the bug myself. I even began to try to see if doors were locked. The other cops were getting suspicious of us. They saw it in our eyes. They understood with unfailing instinct what was on our minds. Years of experience had taught them the likes of Remy and me. In the daytime, Remy and I went out with a gun and tried to shoot quail in the hills. Remy sneaked up to within 3 feet of the clucking birds and let go a blast of the .32. He missed. His tremendous laugh roared over the California woods and over America. The time has come for you and me to go and see the Banana King. It was Saturday. We got all spruced up and went down to the bus station on the crossroads. We rode into San Francisco and strolled through the streets. Remy's huge laugh resounded everywhere we went. You must write a story about the Banana King, he warned me. Don't pull any tricks on the old maestro, and write about something else. The Banana King is your meat. There stands the Banana King. The Banana King was an old man selling bananas on the corner. I was completely bored. But Remy kept punching me in the ribs and even dragging me along by the collar. When you write about the Banana King, you write about the human interest things of life. I told him I didn't give a damn about the Banana King. Until you learn to realize the importance of the Banana King, you will know absolutely nothing about the human interest things of the world, said Remy emphatically. There was an old rusty freighter out in the bay that was used as a buoy. Remy was all for rowing out to it, so one afternoon Leanne packed a lunch and we hired a boat and went out there. Remy brought some tools. Leanne took all her clothes off and lay down to sun herself on the flying bridge. I watched her from the poop. Remy went clear down to the boiler rooms below, where rats scurried around, and began hammering and banging away for copper lining that wasn't there. I sat in the dilapidated officer's mess. It was an old ship and had been beautifully appointed, with scrollwork in the wood and built-in sea chests. This was the ghost of the San Francisco of Jack London. I dreamed at the sunny mess board. Rats ran in the pantry. Once upon a time there'd been a blue-eyed sea captain dining in here. I joined Remy in the bowels below. He yanked at everything loose. Not a thing. I thought there'd be copper. I thought there'd be at least an old wrench or two. This ship's been stripped by a bunch of thieves. It had been standing in the bay for years. The copper had been stolen by a hand that was a hand no more. I said to Remy, I'd love to sleep in this old ship some night when the fog comes in and the thing creaks and you hear the big B.O. of the buoys. Remy was astounded. His admiration for me doubled. Sal, I'll pay you $5 if you have the nerve to do that. Don't you realize this thing may be haunted by the ghosts of old sea captains? I'll not only pay you $5, I'll roll you out and pack you a lunch and lend you blankets and candles. Agreed, I said. Remy ran to tell Leanne. I wanted to jump down from a mast and land right on her, but I kept my promise to Remy. I averted my eyes from her. Meanwhile, I began going to Frisco more often. I tried everything in the books to make a girl. I even spent a whole night with a girl on a park bench till dawn without success. She was a blonde from Minnesota. There were plenty of queers. Several times I went to San Fran with my gun, and when a queer approached me in a bar, John, I took out the gun and said, what's that you say? He bolted. I've never understood why I did that. I knew queers all over the country. It was just the loneliness of San Francisco and the fact that I had a gun. I had to show it to someone. I walked by a jewelry store and had the sudden impulse to shoot up the window, take out the finest rings and bracelets, and run to give them to Leanne. Then we could flee to Nevada together. The time was coming for me to leave Frisco or I'd go crazy. I wrote long letters to Dean and Carlo, who are now at Old Bull Shack in the Texas Bayou. They said they were ready to come join me in San Fran as soon as this and that was ready. Meanwhile, everything began to collapse with Remy and Leanne and me. The September rains came, and with them harangues. Remy had flown down to Hollywood with her, taking my sad, silly movie original, and nothing had happened. The famous director was drunk and paid no attention to them. They hung around his Malibu beach cottage. They started fighting in front of other guests. They flew back. The final topper was the racetrack. Remy saved all his money, about $100, spruced me up in some of his clothes, put Leanne on his arm, and off we went to Golden Gate Racetrack near Richmond across the bay. To show you what a heart that guy had, he put half of our stolen groceries in a tremendous brown paper bag and then took them to a poor widow he knew in Richmond at a housing project, much like our own, wash-flapping in the California sun. We went with him. There were sad, ragged children. The woman thanked Remy. She was the sister of some seaman he vaguely knew. "Think nothing of it, Mrs. Carter," said Remy in his most elegant and polite tones. "There's plenty more where that came from." We proceeded to the racetrack. He made incredible $20 bets to win, and before the 7th race he was broke. With our last 2 food dollars, he placed still another bet and lost. We had to hitchhike back to San Francisco. I was on the road again. A gentleman gave us a ride in his snazzy car. I sat up front with him. Remy was trying to put a story down that he'd lost his wallet in back of the grandstand at the track. "The truth is," I said, "we lost all our money on the races, and to forestall any more hitching from racetracks, from now on we go to a bookie, eh, Remy?" Remy blushed all over. The man finally admitted he was an official of the Golden Gate track. He let us off at the elegant Palace Hotel. We watched him disappear among the chandeliers, his pockets full of money, his head held high. "Wow! Ooh!" howled Remy in the evening trees of Frisco. "Paradise rides with the man who runs the racetrack and swears he's switching to bookies. Leanne! Leanne!" He punched and mauled her. "Positively the funniest man in the world. There must be a lot of Italians in Sausalito. Ah, how!" He wrapped himself around the pole to laugh. That night it started raining as Leanne gave dirty looks to both of us. Not a cent left in the house. The rain drummed on the roof. "It's going to last for a week," said Remy. He had taken off his beautiful suit. He was back in his miserable shorts and army cap and T-shirt. His great brown sad eyes stared at the planks of the floor. The gun lay on the table. We could hear Mr. Snow laughing his head off across the rainy night somewhere. "I get so sick and tired of that son of a bitch," snapped Leanne. She was on the go to start trouble. She began needling Remy. He was busy going through his little black book, in which were names of people, mostly seamen, who owed him money. Beside their names, he wrote curses in red ink. I dreaded the day I'd ever find my way into that book. Lately, I'd been sending so much money to my aunt that I only bought $4 or $5 worth of groceries a week. In keeping with what President Truman said, I added a few more dollars worth. But Remy felt it wasn't my proper share, so he'd taken to hanging the grocery slips, the long ribbon slips with itemized prices, on the wall of the bathroom for me to see and understand. Leanne was convinced Remy was hiding money from her, and that I was too, for that matter. She threatened to leave him. Remy curled his lip. "Where do you think you'll go?" "Jimmy." "Jimmy? A cashier at the racetrack? Do you hear that, Sal? Leanne is going to go and put the latch on a cashier at the racetrack. Be sure and bring your broom, dear. The horses are going to eat a lot of oats this week with my $100 bill." Things grew to worse proportions. The rain roared. Leanne originally lived in the place first, so she told Remy to pack up and get out. He started packing. I pictured myself all alone in this rainy shack with that untamed shrew. I tried to intervene. Remy pushed Leanne. She made a jump for the gun. Remy gave me the gun and told me to hide it. There was a clip of 8 shells in it. Leanne began screaming, and finally she put on her raincoat and went out in the mud to find a cop. And what a cop, if it wasn't our old friend Alcatraz. Luckily he wasn't home. She came back all wet. I hid in my corner with my head between my knees. Gad, what was I doing 3,000 miles from home? Why had I come here? Where was my slow boat to China? "And another thing, you dirty man," yelled Leanne. "Tonight was the last time I'll ever make you your filthy brains and eggs and your filthy lamb curry, so you can fill your filthy belly and get fat and sassy right before my eyes." "It's all right," Remy just said quietly. "It's perfectly all right. When I took up with you, I didn't expect roses and moonshine, and I'm not surprised this day. I tried to do a few things for you. I tried my best for both of you. You've both let me down. I'm terribly, terribly disappointed in both of you," he continued in absolute sincerity. "I thought something would come of us together, something fine and lasting. I tried. I flew to Hollywood. I got Sally a job. I bought you beautiful dresses. I tried to introduce you to the finest people in San Francisco. You refused. You both refused to follow the slightest wish I had. I asked for nothing in return. Now I ask for one last favor, and then I'll never ask a favor again. My stepfather is coming to San Francisco next Saturday night. All I ask is that you come with me and try to look as though everything is the way I've written here. In other words, you, Leanne, you are my girl, and you, Sal, you are my friend. I've arranged to borrow $100 for Saturday night. I'm going to see that my father has a good time and can go away without any reason in the world to worry about me. This surprised me. Remy's stepfather was a distinguished doctor who had practiced in Vienna, Paris, and London. I said, "You mean to tell me you're going to spend $100 on your stepfather? He's got more money than you'll ever have. You'll be in debt, man." "That's all right," said Remy quietly and with defeat in his voice. "I ask only one last thing of you, that you try at least to make things look right and try to make a good impression. I love my stepfather and I respect him. He's coming with his young wife. We must show him every courtesy." There were times when Remy was really the most gentlemanly person in the world. Leanne was impressed and looked forward to meeting his stepfather. She thought he might be a catch if his son wasn't. Saturday night rolled around. I'd already quit my job with the cops just before being fired for not making enough arrests, and this was going to be my last Saturday night. Remy and Leanne went to meet his stepfather at the hotel room first. I had traveling money and got crocked in the bar downstairs. Then I went up to join them all, late as hell. His father opened the door, a distinguished tall man in pince-nez. "Ah," I said on seeing him, "Monsieur Boncoeur, how are you?" "Je suis au," I cried, which was intended to mean in French, "I am high, I've been drinking," but means absolutely nothing in French. The doctor was perplexed. I had already screwed up Remy. He blushed at me. We all went to a swank restaurant to eat, Alfred's in North Beach, where poor Remy spent a good $50 for the 5 of us, drinks and all. And now came the worst thing. Who should be sitting at the bar in Alfred's but my old friend Roland Major? He had just arrived from Denver and got a job on a San Francisco paper. He was crocked. He wasn't even shaved. He rushed over and slapped me on the back as I lifted a highball to my lips. He threw himself down on the booth beside Dr. Boncoeur and leaned over the man's soup to talk to me. Remy was red as a beet. "Won't you introduce your friend, Sal?" he said with a weak smile. "Roland Major of the San Francisco Argus," I tried to say with a straight face. Leanne was furious at me. Major began chatting in the monsieur's ear. "How do you like teaching high school French?" he yelled. "Pardon me, but I don't teach high school French." "Oh, I thought you taught high school French." He was being deliberately rude. I remember the night he wouldn't let us have our party in Denver, but I forgave him. I forgave everybody. I gave up. I got drunk. I began talking moonshine and roses to the doctor's young wife. I drank so much I had to go to the men's room every 2 minutes, and to do so I had to hop over Dr. Boncoeur's lap. Everything was falling apart. My stay in San Francisco was coming to an end. Remy would never talk to me again. It was horrible because I really loved Remy, and I was one of the very few people in the world who knew what a genuine and grand fellow he was. It would take years for him to get over it. How disastrous all this was compared to what I'd written him from Patterson, planning my Red Line Route 6 across America. Here I was at the end of America, no more land, and now there was nowhere to go but back. I determined at least to make my trip a circular one. I decided then and there to go see Hollywood and back through Texas to see my Bayou gang. Then the rest be damned. Major was thrown out of Alfred's. Dinner was over anyway, so I joined him. That is to say, Remy suggested it, and I went off with Major to drink. We sat at a table in the Iron Pot, and Major said, "Sam, I don't like that fairy at the bar," in a loud voice. "Yeah, Jake?" I said. "Sam," he said, "I think I'll get up and conk him." "No, Jake," I said, carrying on with the Hemingway imitation. "Just aim from here and see what happens." We ended up swaying on a street corner. In the morning, as Remy and Leanne slept, and as I looked with some sadness at the big pile of wash Remy and I were scheduled to do in the Bendix machine in the shack in the back, which had always been such a joyous, sunny operation among the colored women and with Mr. Snow laughing his head off, I decided to leave. I went out on the porch. "No, damn it," I said to myself, "I promised I wouldn't leave till I climbed that mountain." That was the big side of the canyon that led mysteriously to the Pacific Ocean. So I stayed another day. It was Sunday. A great heat wave descended. It was a beautiful day. The sun turned red at 3. I started up the mountain and got to the top at 4. All those lovely California cottonwoods and eucalypti brooded on all sides. Near the peak there were no more trees, just rocks and grass. Cattle were grazing on the top of the coast. There was the Pacific, a few more foothills away, blue and vast, and with a great wall of white advancing from the legendary potato patch where Frisco fogs are born. Another hour and it would come streaming through the Golden Gate to shroud the romantic city in white, and the young man would hold his girl by the hand and climb slowly up a long white sidewalk with a bottle of Tokay in his pocket. That was Frisco. And beautiful women standing in white doorways waiting for their men. And Coit Tower and the Embarcadero and Market Street and the 11 teeming hills. I spun around till I was dizzy. I thought I'd fall down as in a dream, clear off the precipice. Oh, where is the girl I love? I thought, and looked everywhere, as I had looked everywhere in the little world below. And before me was the great raw bulge and bulk of my American continent. Somewhere far across, gloomy, crazy New York was throwing up its cloud of dust and brown steam. There is something brown and holy about the East, and California is white like wash lines and empty-headed. At least that's what I thought then. Chapter 12. In the morning, Remy and Leanne were asleep as I quietly packed and slipped out the window the same way I'd come in, and left Mill City with my canvas bag. And I never spent that night on the old ghost ship, the Admiral Freebie it was called, and Remy and I were lost to each other. In Oakland, I had a beer among the bums of a saloon with a wagon wheel in front of it, and I was on the road again. I walked clear across Oakland to get on the Fresno Road. 2 rides took me to Bakersfield, 400 miles south. The first was the mad one, with a burly blonde kid in a souped-up rod. "See that toe?" he said as he gunned the heap to 80 and passed everybody on the road. "Look at it." It was swathed in bandages. "I just had it amputated this morning. The bastards wanted me to stay in the hospital. I packed my bag and left. What's a toe?" "Yes, indeed," I said to myself. "Look out now," and I hung on. You never saw a driving fool like that. He made Tracy in no time. Tracy is a railroad town. Brakemen eat surly meals in diners by the tracks. Trains howl away across the valley. The sun goes down long and red. All the magic names of the valley unrolled. Manteca, Madeira, all the rest. Soon it got dusk. A grapey dusk, a purple dusk over tangerine groves and long melon fields. The sun the color of pressed grapes, slashed with burgundy red. The fields the color of love and Spanish mysteries. I stuck my head out the window and took deep breaths of the fragrant air. It was the most beautiful of all moments. The madman was a brakeman with the Southern Pacific, and he lived in Fresno. His father was also a brakeman. He lost his toe in the Oakland yards, switching. I didn't quite understand how. He drove me into buzzing Fresno and let me off by the south side of town. I went for a quick Coke in a little grocery by the tracks, and here came a melancholy Armenian youth along the red boxcars, and just at that moment a locomotive howled, and I said to myself, yes, yes, Soroyan's town. I had to go south. I got on the road. A man in a brand new pickup truck picked me up. He was from Lubbock, Texas, and was in the trailer business. "You want to buy a trailer?" he asked me. "Anytime, look me up." He told stories about his father in Lubbock. "One night my old man left the day's receipt sitting on top of the safe, plumb forgot. What happened? A thief came in the night, acetylene torch and all, broke open the safe, riffled up the papers, kicked over a few chairs and left. And that $1,000 was sitting right there on top of the safe. What do you know about that?" He let me off south of Bakersfield, and then my adventure began. It grew cold. I put on the flimsy army raincoat I bought in Oakland for $3 and shuddered in the road. I was standing in front of an ornate Spanish-style motel that was lit like a jewel. The cars rushed by, L.A. bound. I gestured frantically. It was too cold. I stood there till midnight, 2 hours straight, and cursed and cursed. It was just like Stewart, Iowa again. There was nothing to do but spend a little over $2 for a bus the remaining miles to Los Angeles. I walked back along the highway to Bakersfield and into the station and sat down on a bench. I'd bought my ticket and was waiting for the LA bus when all of a sudden I saw the cutest little Mexican girl in slacks come cutting across my sight. She was in one of the buses that had just pulled in with a big sigh of air brakes. It was discharging passengers for a rest stop. Her breasts stuck out straight and true. Her little flanks looked delicious. Her hair was long and lustrous black, and her eyes were great big blue things with timidities inside. I wished I was on her bus. A pain stabbed my heart, as it did every time I saw a girl I loved who was going the opposite direction in this too big world. The announcer called the LA bus. I picked up my bag and got on, and who should be sitting there alone but the Mexican girl? I dropped right opposite her and began scheming right off. I was so lonely, so sad, so tired, so quivering, so broken, so beat. But I got up my courage, the courage necessary to approach a strange girl, and acted. Even then I spent 5 minutes beating my thighs in the dark as the bus rolled down the road. You gotta, or you'll die. Damn fool, talk to her. What's wrong with you? Aren't you tired enough of yourself by now? And before I knew what I was doing, I leaned across the aisle to her. She was trying to sleep on the seat, and said, "Miss, would you like to use my raincoat for a pillow?" She looked up with a smile and said, "No, thank you very much." I sat back trembling. I lit a butt. I waited till she looked at me with a sad little side look of love, and I got right up and leaned over. "May I sit with you, miss?" "If you wish." And this I did. "Where going?" "L.A." I love the way she said L.A. I love the way everybody says L.A. on the coast. It's their one and only golden town when all is said and done. "That's where I'm going too," I cried. "I'm very glad you let me sit with you. I was very lonely, and I've been traveling a hell of a lot." And we settled down to tell our stories. Her story was this. She had a husband and child. The husband beat her, so she left him back at Sabinal, south of Fresno, and was going to L.A. to live with her sister a while. She left her little son with her family, who were grape pickers and lived in a shack in the vineyards. She had nothing to do but brood and get mad. I felt like putting my arms around her right away. We talked and talked. She said she loved to talk with me. Pretty soon she was saying she wished she could go to New York too. "Maybe we could," I laughed. The bus groaned up Grapevine Pass, and then we were coming down into the great sprawls of light. Without coming to any particular agreement, we began holding hands, and in the same way it was mutely and beautifully and purely decided that when I got my hotel room in L.A., she would be beside me. I ached all over for her. I leaned my head on her beautiful hair. Her little shoulders drove me mad. I hugged her, and she loved it. "I love love," she said, closing her eyes. I promised her beautiful love. I gloated over her. Our stories were told. We subsided into silence and sweet anticipatory thoughts. It was as simple as that. You could have all your Peaches and Bettys and Mary Lou's and Ritas and Camille's and Inez's in this world. This was my girl and my kind of girl soul, and I told her that. She confessed she saw me watching her in the bus station. "I thought you was a nice college boy." "Oh, I'm a college boy," I assured her. The bus arrived in Hollywood. In the gray, dirty dawn, like the dawn when Joel McCrea met Veronica Lake in a diner, in the picture Sullivan's Travels, she slept in my lap. I looked greedily out the window. Stucco houses and palms and drive-ins, the whole mad thing, the ragged promised land, the fantastic end of America. We got off the bus at Main Street, which was no different from where you get off a bus in Kansas City or Chicago or Boston. Red brick, dirty, characters drifting by, trolleys grating in the hopeless dawn, the hoary smell of a big city. And here my mind went haywire. I don't know why. I began getting the foolish paranoiac visions that Teresa, or Terry, her name, was a common little hustler who worked the buses for a guy's bucks by making appointments like ours in L.A., where she brought the sucker first to a breakfast place, where her pimp waited, and then to a certain hotel to which he had access with his gun or his whatever. I never confessed this to her. We ate breakfast and a pimp kept watching us. I fancied Terry was making secret eyes at him. I was tired and felt strange and lost in a faraway, disgusting place. The goof of terror took over my thoughts and made me act petty and cheap. "Do you know that guy?" I said. "What guy do you mean, honey?" I let it drop. She was slow and hung up about everything she did. It took her a long time to eat. She chewed slowly and stared into space and smoked a cigarette and kept talking, and I was like a haggard ghost, suspicioning every move she made, thinking she was stalling for time. This was all a fit of sickness. I was sweating as we went down the street hand in hand. The first hotel we hit had a room, and before I knew it I was locking the door behind me and she was sitting on the bed taking off her shoes. I kissed her meekly. Better she'd never know. To relax our nerves I knew we needed whiskey, especially me. I ran out and fiddled all over 12 blocks, hurrying till I found a pint of whiskey for sale at a newsstand. I ran back all energy. Terry was in the bathroom fixing her face. I poured one big drink in a water glass and we had slugs. Oh, it was sweet and delicious and worth my whole lugubrious voyage. I stood behind her at the mirror and we danced in the bathroom that way. I began talking about my friends back east. I said, "You ought to meet a great girl I know called Dory. She's a 6-foot redhead. If you came to New York, she'd show you where to get work." "Who is this 6-foot redhead?" she demanded suspiciously. "Why do you tell me about her?" In her simple soul, she couldn't fathom my kind of glad, nervous talk. I let it drop. She began to get drunk in the bathroom. "Come on to bed," I kept saying. "6-foot redhead, hey? And I thought you was a nice college boy. I saw you in your lovely sweater, and I said to myself, ain't he nice? No, and no, and no. You have to be a goddamn pimp like all of them." "What on earth are you talking about? Don't stand there and tell me that 6-foot redhead ain't a madam, 'cause I know a madam when I hear about one, and you're just a pimp like all the rest I meet. Everybody's a pimp." "Listen, Terry, I am not a pimp. I swear to you on the Bible I'm not a pimp. Why should I be a pimp? My only interest is you. All the time I thought I met a nice boy. I was so glad I hugged myself and said, a real nice boy instead of a pimp." "Terry," I pleaded with all my soul, "please listen to me and understand. I'm not a pimp." An hour ago I thought she was a hustler. How sad it was. Our minds with their store of madness had diverged. Oh, gruesome life, how I moaned and pleaded. And then I got mad and realized I was pleading with a dumb little Mexican wench, and I told her so. And before I knew it, I picked up her red pumps and hurled them at the bathroom door and told her to get out. Go on, beat it. I'd sleep and forget it. I had my own life, my own sad and ragged life forever. There was a dead silence in the bathroom. I took my clothes off and went to bed. Terry came out with tears of sorriness in her eyes. In her simple and funny little mind had been decided the fact that a pimp does not throw a woman's shoes against the door and does not tell her to get out. In reverent and sweet little silence, she took all her clothes off and slipped her tiny body into the sheets with me. It was brown as grapes. I saw her poor belly where there was a cesarean scar. Her hips were so narrow she couldn't bear a child without getting gashed open. Her legs were like little sticks. She was only 4'10". I made love to her in the sweetness of the weary morning. Then, two tired angels of some kind, hung up forlornly in an LA shelf, having found the closest and most delicious thing in life together, we fell asleep and slept till late afternoon. Chapter 13. For the next 15 days we were together, for better or for worse. When we woke up, we decided to hitchhike to New York together. She was going to be my girl in town. I envisioned wild complexities with Dean and Mary Lou and everybody. A season, a new season. First we had to work to earn enough money for the trip. Terry was all for starting at once with the $20 I had left. I didn't like it. And like a damn fool, I considered the problem for 2 days as we read the want ads of wild LA papers I'd never seen before in my life, in cafeterias and bars, until my 20 dwindled to just over 10. We were very happy in our little hotel room. In the middle of the night I got up because I couldn't sleep, pulled the cover over baby's bare brown shoulder, and examined the LA night. What brutal, hot, siren-whining nights they are. Right across the street there was trouble. An old, rickety, run-down rooming house was the scene of some kind of tragedy. The cruiser was pulled up below, and the cops were questioning an old man with gray hair. Sobbings came from within. I could hear everything, together with the hum of my hotel neon. I never felt sadder in my life. LA is the loneliest and most brutal of American cities. New York gets god-awful cold in the winter, but there's a feeling of wacky comradeship somewhere in some streets. LA is a jungle. South Main Street, where Terry and I took strolls with hot dogs, was a fantastic carnival of lights and wildness. Booted cops frisked people on practically every corner. The beatest characters in the country swarmed on the sidewalks, all of it under those soft Southern California stars that are lost in the brown halo of the huge desert encampment LA really is. You could smell tea, marijuana, floating in the air, together with the chili beans and beer. That grand wild sound of bop floated from beer parlors. It mixed medleys with every kind of cowboy and boogie-woogie in the American night. Everybody looked like Hassel. Wild Negroes with bop caps and goatees came laughing by. Then long-haired, broken-down hipsters straight off Route 66 from New York. Then old desert rats carrying packs and heading for a park bench at the plaza. Then Methodist ministers with raveled sleeves, and an occasional nature boy saint in beard and sandals. I wanted to meet them all, talk to everybody, but Terry and I were too busy trying to get a buck together. We went to Hollywood to try to work in the drugstore at Sunset and Vine. Now there was a corner. Great families off jalopies from the hinterlands stood around the sidewalk gaping for sight of some movie star, and the movie star never showed up. When a limousine passed, they rushed eagerly to the curb and ducked a look. Some character in dark glasses sat inside with a bejeweled blonde. Don Amici, Don Amici. No, George Murphy, George Murphy. They milled around looking at one another. Handsome queer boys who had come to Hollywood to be cowboys walked around, wetting their eyebrows with hinky fingertip. The most beautiful little gone gals in the world cut by in slacks. They came to be starlets. They ended up in drive-ins. Terry and I tried to find work at the drive-ins. It was no soap anywhere. Hollywood Boulevard was a great screaming frenzy of cars. There were minor accidents at least once a minute. Everybody was rushing off toward the farthest palm, and beyond that was the desert and nothingness. Hollywood Sams stood in front of swank restaurants, arguing exactly the same way Broadway Sams argue at Jacobs Beach, New York. Only here they wore lightweight suits and their talk was cornier. Tall, cadaverous preachers shuddered by. Fat, screaming women ran across the boulevard to get in line for the quiz shows. I saw Jerry Colonna buying a car at Buick Motors. He was inside the vast plate glass window, fingering his mustachio. Terry and I ate in a cafeteria downtown, which was decorated to look like a grotto, with metal tits spurting everywhere and great impersonal stone buttocks belonging to deities and soapy Neptune. People ate lugubrious meals around the waterfalls, their faces green with marine sorrow. All the cops in L.A. looked like handsome gigolos. Obviously, they'd come to L.A. to make the movies. Everybody had come to make the movies, even me. Terry and I were finally reduced to trying to get jobs on South Main Street among the beat countermen and dish girls who made no bones about their beatness, and even there it was no go. We still had $10. "Man, I'm going to get my clothes from Sis and we'll hitchhike to New York," said Terry. "Come on, man, let's do it. If you can't boogie, I'll show you how." That last part was a song of hers she kept singing. We hurried to her sister's house in the sliverous Mexican shacks somewhere beyond Alameda Avenue. I waited in a dark alley behind Mexican kitchens because her sister wasn't supposed to see me. Dogs ran by. There were little lamps illuminating the little rat alleys. I could hear Terry and her sister arguing in the soft, warm night. I was ready for anything. Terry came out and led me by the hand to Central Avenue, which is the colored main drag of L.A. And what a wild place it is, with chicken shacks barely big enough to house a jukebox, and the jukebox blowing nothing but blues, bop, and jump. We went up dirty tenement stairs and came to the room of Terry's friend Margarina, who owed Terry a skirt and a pair of shoes. Margarina was a lovely mulatto. Her husband was black as spades and kindly. He went right out and bought a pint of whiskey to host me proper. I tried to pay part of it, but he said no. They had 2 little children. The kids bounced on the bed. It was their play place. They put their arms around me and looked at me with wonder. The wild humming night of Central Avenue, the night of Hamp's Central Avenue breakdown, howled and boomed along outside. They were singing in the halls, singing from their windows, just hell be damned and look out. Terry got her clothes and we said goodbye. We went down to a chicken shack and played records on the jukebox. A couple of Negro characters whispered in my ear about tea. $1. I said, "Okay, bring it." The connection came in and motioned me to the cellar toilet, where I stood around dumbly as he said, "Pick up, man, pick up." "Pick up what?" I said. He had my dollar already. He was afraid to point at the floor. It was no floor, just basement. There lay something that looked like a little brown turd. He was absurdly cautious. "Got to look out for myself. Things ain't cool this past week." I picked up the turd, which was a brown paper cigarette, and went back to Terry, and off we went to the hotel room to get high. Nothing happened. It was Bull Durham tobacco. I wished I was wiser with my money. Terry and I had to decide absolutely and once and for all what to do. We decided to hitch to New York with our remaining money. She picked up $5 from her sister that night. We had about 13 or less. So before the daily room rent was due again, we packed up and took off in a red car to Arcadia, California, where Santa Anita Racetrack is located under snow-capped mountains. The American continent. Holding hands, we walked several miles down the road to get out of the populated district. It was a Saturday night. We stood under a road lamp thumbing when suddenly cars full of young kids roared by with streamers flying. "Yay, yay, we won," they all shouted. Then they yoo-hooed us and got great glee out of seeing a guy and a girl on the road. Dozens of such cars passed, full of young faces and throaty young voices, as the saying goes. I hated every one of them. Who did they think they were, yahing at something on the road just because they were little high school punks and their parents carved the roast beef on Sunday afternoons? Who did they think they were, making fun of a girl reduced to poor circumstances with a man who wanted to be loved? We were minding our own business, and we didn't get a blessed ride. We had to walk back to town, and worst of all, we needed coffee and had the misfortune of going into the only place open, which was a high school soda fountain, and all the kids were there and remembered us. Now they saw that Terry was Mexican, a Pachuco wildcat, and that her boy was worse than that. With her pretty nose in the air, she cut out of there, and we wandered together in the dark up along the ditches of the highways. I carried the bags. We were breathing fogs in the cold night air. I finally decided to hide from the world one more night with her, and the morning be damned. We went into a motel court and bought a comfortable little suite for about $4. Shower, bath towels, wall radio, and all. We held each other tight. We had long, serious talks and took baths and discussed things with the light on and then with the light out. Something was being proved. I was convincing her of something, which she accepted, and we concluded the pact in the dark, breathless, then pleased, like little lambs. In the morning, we boldly struck out on our new plan. We were going to take a bus to Bakersfield and work picking grapes. After a few weeks of that, we were headed for New York in the proper way, by bus. It was a wonderful afternoon, riding up to Bakersfield with Terry. We sat back, relaxed, talked, saw the countryside roll by, and didn't worry about a thing. We arrived in Bakersfield in late afternoon. The plan was to hit every fruit wholesaler in town. Terry said we could live in tents on the job. The thought of living in a tent and picking grapes in the cool California mornings hit me right. But there were no jobs to be had and much confusion, with everybody giving us innumerable tips, and no job materialized. Nevertheless, we ate a Chinese dinner and set out with reinforced bodies. We went across the SP tracks to Mexican Town. Terry jabbered with her brethren, asking for jobs. It was night now, and the little Mextown street was one blazing bulb of lights, movie marquees, fruit stands, penny arcades, 5 and 10s, and hundreds of rickety trucks and mud-spattered jalopies parked. Whole Mexican fruit-picking families wandered around eating popcorn. Terry talked to everybody. I was beginning to despair. What I needed, what Terry needed too, was a drink. So we bought a quart of California port for 35 cents and went to the railroad yards to drink. We found a place where hobos had drawn up crates to sit over fires. We sat there and drank the wine. On our left were the freight cars, sad and sooty red beneath the moon. Straight ahead, the lights and airport pokers of Bakersfield proper. To our right, a tremendous aluminum Quonset warehouse. Ah, it was a fine night. A warm night, a wine-drinking night, a moony night, and a night to hug your girl and talk and spit and be heaven-going. This we did. She was a drinking little fool and kept up with me and passed me and went right on talking till midnight. We never budged from those crates. Occasionally bums passed, Mexican mothers passed with children, and the prowl car came by and the cop got out to leap, but most of the time we were alone and mixing up our souls ever more and ever more, till it would be terribly hard to say goodbye. At midnight we got up and goofed toward the highway. Terry had a new idea. We would hitchhike to Sabinal, her hometown, and live in her brother's garage. Anything was all right with me. On the road, I made Terry sit down on my bag to make her look like a woman in distress, and right off the truck stopped and we ran for it, all glee giggles. The man was a good man. His truck was poor. He roared and crawled on up the valley. We got to Sabinal in the wee hours before dawn. I had finished the wine while Terry slept, and I was proper stoned. We got out and roamed the quiet, leafy square of the little California town, a whistle stop on the SP. We went to find her brother's buddy who could tell us where he was. Nobody home. As dawn began to break, I lay flat on my back in the lawn of the town square and kept saying over and over again, "You won't tell me what he done up in Weed, will you? What'd he do up in Weed? You won't tell, will you? What'd he do up in Weed?" This was from the picture of Mice and Men, with Burgess Meredith talking to the foreman of the ranch. Terry giggled. Anything I did was all right with her. I could lie there and go on doing that till the ladies came out for church and she wouldn't care. But finally I decided we'd be all set soon because of her brother, and I took her to an old hotel by the tracks and we went to bed comfortably. In the bright sunny morning, Terry got up early and went to find her brother. I slept till noon. When I looked out the window, I suddenly saw an SP freight going by with hundreds of hobos reclining on the flat cars and rolling merrily along with packs for pillows and funny papers before their noses, and some munching on good California grapes picked up by the siding. "Damn," I yelled, "hooey, it is the promised land." They were all coming from Frisco. In a week, they'd all be going back in the same grand style. Terry arrived with her brother, his buddy, and her child. Her brother was a wild buck Mexican hot cat with a hunger for booze, a great good kid. His buddy was a big flabby Mexican who spoke English without much accent and was loud and over-anxious to please. I could see he had eyes for Terry. Her little boy was Johnny, 7 years old, dark-eyed and sweet. Well, there we were, and another wild day began. Her brother's name was Ricky. He had a 38 Chevy. We piled into that and took off for parts unknown. "Where are we going?" I asked. The buddy did the explaining. His name was Ponzo, that's what everybody called him. He stank. I found out why. His business was selling manure to farmers. He had a truck. Ricky always had $3 or $4 in his pocket and was happy-go-lucky about things. He always said, "That's right, man, there you go. There you go, there you go." And he went. He drove 70 miles an hour in the old Heap, and we went to Madera beyond Fresno to see some farmers about manure. Ricky had a bottle. "Today we drink, tomorrow we work. There you go, man, take a shot." Terry sat in back with her baby. I looked back at her and saw the flush of homecoming joy on her face. The beautiful green countryside of October in California reeled by madly. I was guts and juice again and ready to go. "Where do we go now, man?" "We go find a farmer with some manure laying around. Tomorrow we drive back in the truck and pick it up. Man, we'll make a lot of money. Don't worry about nothing." "We're all in this together," yelled Ponzo. I saw that was so. Everywhere I went, everybody was in it together. We raced through the crazy streets of Fresno and on up the valley to some farmers and back roads. Ponzo got out of the car and conducted confused conversations with old Mexican farmers. Nothing, of course, came of it. "What we need is a drink," yelled Ricky, and off we went to a crossroads saloon. Americans are always drinking in crossroads saloons on Sunday afternoon. They bring their kids, they gabble and brawl over brews, everything's fine. Come nightfall, the kids start crying and the parents are drunk. They go weaving back to the house. Everywhere in America, I've been in crossroads saloons drinking with whole families. The kids eat popcorn and chips and play in back. This we did. Ricky and I and Ponzo and Terry sat drinking and shouting with the music. Little baby Johnny goofed with other children around the jukebox. The sun began to get red. Nothing had been accomplished. What was there to accomplish? "Mañana," said Ricky. "Mañana, man, we make it. Have another beer, man. There you go, there you go." We staggered out and got in the car. Off we went to a highway bar. Ponzo was a big, loud, vociferous type who knew everybody in San Joaquin Valley. From the highway bar, I went with him alone in the car to find a farmer. Instead, we wound up in Madera, Mextown, digging the girls and trying to pick up a few for him and Ricky. And then as purple dust descended over the great country, I found myself sitting dumbly in the car as he argued with some old Mexican at the kitchen door about the price of a watermelon the old man grew in the backyard. We got the watermelon, we ate it on the spot and threw the rinds on the old man's dirt sidewalk. All kinds of pretty little girls were cutting down the darkening street. I said, "Where in the hell are we?" "Don't worry, man," said Big Ponzo. "Tomorrow we make a lot of money. Tonight we don't worry." We went back and picked up Terry and her brother and the kid and drove to Fresno in the highway lights of night. We were all raving hungry. We bounced over the railroad tracks in Fresno and hit the wild streets of Fresno, Mextown. Strange Chinese hung out of windows, digging the Sunday night streets. Groups of Mex chicks swaggered around in slacks. Mambo blasted from jukeboxes. The lights were festooned around like Halloween. We went into a Mexican restaurant and had tacos and mashed pinto beans rolled in tortillas. It was delicious. I whipped out my last shining $5 bill, which stood between me and the New Jersey shore, and paid for Terry and me. Now I had $4. Terry and I looked at each other. "Where are we going to sleep tonight, baby?" "I don't know." Ricky was drunk. Now all he was saying was, "There you go, man. There you go, man," in a tender and tired voice. It had been a long day. None of us knew what was going on or what the good Lord appointed. Poor little Johnny fell asleep on my arm. We drove back to Sapinal. On the way, we pulled up sharp at a roadhouse on Highway 99. Ricky wanted one last beer. In back of the roadhouse were trailers and tents and a few rickety motel-style rooms. I inquired about the price, and it was $2. I asked Terry how about it, and she said fine because we had the kid on our hands now and had to make him comfortable. So after a few beers in the saloon, where sullen Okies reeled to the music of a cowboy band, Terry and I and Johnny went into a motel room and got ready to hit the sack. Ponzo kept hanging around. He had no place to sleep. Ricky slept at his father's house in the vineyard shack. "Where do you live, Ponzo?" I asked. "Nowhere, man. I'm supposed to live with Big Rosie, but she threw me out last night. I'm going to get my truck and sleep in it tonight." Guitars tinkled. Terry and I gazed at the stars together and kissed. "Mañana," she said. "Everything will be all right tomorrow. Don't you think, Sal, honey man?" "Sure, baby, mañana." It was always mañana. For the next week, that was all I heard. Mañana, a lovely word and one that probably means heaven. Little Johnny jumped in bed, clothes and all, and went to sleep. Sand spilled out of his shoes, Madera sand. Terry and I got up in the middle of the night and brushed the sand off the sheets. In the morning, I got up, washed, and took a walk around the place. We were 5 miles out of Sabinal in the cotton fields and grape vineyards. I asked the big fat woman who owned the camp if any of the tents were vacant. The cheapest one, $1 a day, was vacant. I fished up $1 and moved into it. There were a bed, a stove, and a cracked mirror hanging from a pole. It was delightful. I had to stoop to get in, and when I did, there was my baby and my baby boy. We waited for Ricky and Ponzo to arrive with the truck. They arrived with beer bottles and started to get drunk in the tent. How about the manure? Too late today. Tomorrow, man, we make a lot of money. Today we have a few beers. What do you say, beer? I didn't have to be prodded. There you go, yelled Ricky. I began to see that our plans for making money with the manure truck would never materialize. The truck was parked outside the tent. It smelled like Ponzo. That night, Terry and I went to bed in the sweet night air beneath our dewy tent. I was just getting ready to go to sleep when she said, "You want to love me now?" I said, "What about Johnny?" "He don't mind, he's asleep." But Johnny wasn't asleep, and he said nothing. The boys came back the next day with the manure truck and drove off to find whiskey. They came back and had a big time in the tent. That night, Ponzo said it was too cold and slept on the ground in our tent, wrapped in a big tarpaulin smelling of cow flaps. Terry hated him. She said he hung around with her brother in order to get close to her. Nothing was going to happen except starvation for Terry and me, so in the morning I walked around the countryside asking for cotton picking work. Everybody told me to go to the farm across the highway from the camp. I went, and the farmer was in the kitchen with his women. He came out, listened to my story, and warned me he was paying only $3 per 100 pounds of picked cotton. I pictured myself picking at least 300 pounds a day and took the job. He fished out some long canvas bags from the barn and told me the picking started at dawn. I rushed back to Terry, all glee. On the way, a grape truck went over a bump in the road and threw off great bunches of grapes on the hot tar. I picked them up and took them home. Terry was glad. "Johnny and me'll come with you and help." "Pshaw," I said, "no such thing." You see, it's very hard picking cotton. I show you how." We ate the grapes, and in the evening, Ricky showed up with a loaf of bread and a pound of Hamburg, and we had a picnic. In a larger tent next to ours lived a whole family of Okie cotton pickers. The grandfather sat in a chair all day long. He was too old to work. The son and daughter and their children filed every dawn across the highway to my farmer's field and went to work. At dawn the next day, I went with them. They said the cotton was heavier at dawn because of the dew, and you could make more money than in the afternoon. Nevertheless, they worked all day from dawn to sundown. The grandfather had come from Nebraska during the Great Plague of the 30s, that self-same dust cloud my Montana cowboy had told me about, with the entire family in a jalopy truck. They had been in California ever since. They loved to work. In the 10 years, the old man's son had increased his children to the number of 4, some of whom were old enough now to pick cotton. And in that time, they had progressed from ragged poverty and Simon Legree fields to a kind of smiling respectability in better tents. And that was all. They were extremely proud of their tent. Ever going back to Nebraska? "Pshaw, there's nothing back there. What we want to do is buy a trailer." We bent down and began picking cotton. It was beautiful. Across the field were the tents, and beyond them the sere brown cotton fields that stretched out of sight to the brown Arroyo foothills, and then the snow-capped Sierras in the blue morning air. This was so much better than washing dishes on South Main Street. But I knew nothing about picking cotton. I spent too much time disengaging the white ball from its crackly bed. The others did it in one flick. Moreover, my fingertips began to bleed. I needed gloves or more experience. There was an old Negro couple in the field with us. They picked cotton with the same God-blessed patience their grandfathers had practiced in antebellum Alabama. They moved right along their rows, bent and blue, and their bags increased. My back began to ache, but it was beautiful kneeling and hiding in that earth. If I felt like resting, I did, with my face on the pillow of brown, moist earth. Birds sang an accompaniment. I thought I had found my life's work. Johnny and Terry came waving at me across the field in the hot lull of noon and pitched in with me. Be damned if little Johnny wasn't faster than I was. And of course Terry was twice as fast. They worked ahead of me and left me piles of clean cotton to add to my bag. Terry, workmanlike piles. Johnny, little childly piles. I stuck them in with sorrow. What kind of old man was I that couldn't support his own ass, let alone theirs? They spent all afternoon with me. When the sun got red, we trudged back together. At the end of the field, I unloaded my burden on a scale. It weighed 50 pounds, and I got $1.50. Then I borrowed a bicycle from one of the Okie boys and rode down 99 to a Crossroads grocery store where I bought cans of cooked spaghetti and meatballs, bread, butter, coffee, and cake, and came back with the bag on the handlebars. LA-bound traffic zoomed by. Frisco-bound harassed my tail. I swore and swore. I looked up at the dark sky and prayed to God for a better break in life and a better chance to do something for the little people I love. Nobody was paying any attention to me up there. I should have known better. It was Terry who brought my soul back. On the tent stove, she warmed up the food, and it was one of the greatest meals of my life. I was so hungry and tired. Sighing like an old Negro cotton picker, I reclined on the bed and smoked a cigarette. Dogs barked in the cool night. Ricky and Ponzo had given up calling in the evenings. I was satisfied with that. Terry curled up beside me, Johnny sat on my chest, and they drew pictures of animals in my notebook. The light of our tent burned on the frightful plain. The cowboy music twanged in the roadhouse and carried across the fields, all sadness. It was all right with me. I kissed my baby and we put out the lights. In the morning, the dew made the tent sag. I got up with my towel and toothbrush and went to the general motel toilet to wash. Then I came back, put on my pants, which were all torn from kneeling in the earth and had been sewed by Terry in the evening, put on my ragged straw hat, which had originally served as Johnny's toy hat, and went across the highway with my canvas cotton bag. Every day I earned approximately $1.50. It was just enough to buy groceries in the evening on the bicycle. The days rolled by. I forgot all about the East and all about Dean and Carlo and the bloody road. Johnny and I played all the time. He liked me to throw him up in the air and down in the bed. Terry sat mending clothes. I was a man of the earth, precisely as I dreamed I would be in Patterson. There was talk that Terry's husband was back in Sabinal and out for me. I was ready for him. One night the Okies went mad in the roadhouse and tied a man to a tree and beat him to a pulp with sticks. I was asleep at the time and only heard about it. From then on, I carried a big stick with me in the tent in case they got the idea we Mexicans were fouling up their trailer camp. They thought I was a Mexican, of course, and in a way I am. But now it was October and getting much colder in the nights. The Okie family had a wood stove and planned to stay for the winter. We had nothing, and besides, the rent for the tent was due. Terry and I bitterly decided we'd have to leave. "Go back to your family," I said. "For God's sake, you can't be batting around tents with a baby like Johnny. The poor little tyke is cold." Terry cried because I was criticizing her motherly instincts. I meant no such thing. When Ponzo came in the truck one gray afternoon, we decided to see her family about the situation. But I mustn't be seen and would have to hide in the vineyard. We started for Sabinal. The truck broke down, and simultaneously it started to rain wildly. We sat in the old truck, cursing. Ponzo got out and toiled in the rain. He was a good old guy after all. We promised each other one more big bat. Off we went to a rickety bar in Sabinal, Mextown, and spent an hour sopping up the brew. I was through with my chores in the cotton field. I could feel the pull of my own life calling me back. I shot my aunt a penny postcard across the land and asked for another 50. We drove to Terry's family shack. It was situated on the old road that ran between the vineyards. It was dark when we got there. They left me off a quarter-mile away and drove to the door. Light poured out of the door. Terry's 6 other brothers were playing their guitars and singing. The old man was drinking wine. I heard shouts and arguments above the singing. They called her a whore because she'd left her no-good husband and gone to L.A. and left Johnny with them. The old man was yelling. But the sad, fat, brown mother prevailed, as she always does among the great Fellaheen peoples of the world, and Terry was allowed to come back home. The brothers began to sing gay songs fast. I huddled in the cold, rainy wind and watched everything across the sad vineyards of October in the valley. My mind was filled with that great song, Lover Man, as Billie Holiday sings it. I had my own concert in the bushes. "Someday we'll meet and you'll dry all my tears and whisper sweet little things in my ear. Huggin' and a kissin', oh, what we've been missin'. Lover man, oh, where can you be?" It's not the words so much as the great harmonic tune and the way Billie sings it, like a woman stroking her man's hair in soft lamplight. The winds howled. I got cold. Terry and Ponzo came back, and we rattled off in the old truck to meet Ricky. Ricky was now living with Ponzo's woman, Big Rosie. We tooted the horn for him in rickety alleys. Big Rosie threw him out. Everything was collapsing. That night we slept in the truck. Terry held me tight, of course, and told me not to leave. She said she'd work picking grapes and make enough money for both of us. Meanwhile, I could live in Farmer Heffelfinger's barn down the road from her family. I'd have nothing to do but sit in the grass all day and eat grapes. You like that? In the morning, her cousins came to get us in another truck. I suddenly realized thousands of Mexicans all over the countryside knew about Terry and me, and that it must have been a juicy romantic topic for them. The cousins were very polite and, in fact, charming. I stood on the truck, smiling pleasantries, talking about where we were in the war and what the pitch was. There were 5 cousins in all, and every one of them was nice. They seemed to belong to the side of Terry's family that didn't fuss off like her brother. But I loved that wild Ricky. He swore he was coming to New York to join me. I pictured him in New York, putting off everything till mañana. He was drunk in a field someplace that day. I got off the truck at the crossroads, and the cousins drove Terry home. They gave me the high sign from the front of the house. The father and mother weren't home. They were off picking grapes. So I had the run of the house for the afternoon. It was a 4-room shack. I couldn't imagine how the whole family managed to live in there. Flies flew over the sink. There were no screens, just like in the song, "The window she has broken and the rain she is coming in." Terry was at home now and puttering around pots. Her 2 sisters giggled at me. The little children screamed in the road. When the sun came out red through the clouds of my last valley afternoon, Terry led me to Farmer Heffelfinger's barn. Farmer Heffelfinger had a prosperous farm up the road. We put crates together. She brought blankets from the house, and I was all set except for a great hairy tarantula that lurked at the pinpoint top of the barn roof. Terry said it wouldn't harm me if I didn't bother it. I lay on my back and stared at it. I went out to the cemetery and climbed a tree. In the tree I sang Blue Skies. Terry and Johnny sat in the grass. We had grapes. In California, you chew the juice out of grapes and spit the skin away, a real luxury. Nightfall came. Terry went home for supper and came to the barn at 9 o'clock with delicious tortillas and mashed beans. I lit a wood fire on the cement floor of the barn to make light. We made love on the crates. Terry got up and cut right back to the shack. Her father was yelling at her. I could hear him from the barn. She'd left me a cape to keep warm. I threw it over my shoulder and skulked through the moonlight vineyard to see what was going on. I crept to the end of a row and knelt in the warm dirt. Her 5 brothers were singing melodious songs in Spanish. The stars bent over the little roof. Smoke poked from the stovepipe chimney. I smelled mashed beans and chili. The old man growled. The brothers kept right on yodeling. The mother was silent. Johnny and the kids were giggling in the bedroom. A California home. I hid in the grapevines, digging it all. I felt like $1 million. I was adventuring in the crazy American night. Terry came out, slamming the door behind her. I accosted her on the dark road. "What's the matter?" "Oh, we fight all the time. He wants me to go to work tomorrow. He says he don't want me fooling around." "Sally, I want to go to New York with you." "But how?" "I don't know, honey. I'll miss you. I love you." "But I have to leave." "Yes, yes. We lay down one more time, then you leave." We went back to the barn. I made love to her under the tarantula. What was the tarantula doing? We slept a while on the crates as the fire died. She went back at midnight. Her father was drunk. I could hear him roaring. Then there was silence as he fell asleep. The stars folded over the sleeping countryside. In the morning, Farmer Heffelfinger stuck his head through the horse gate and said, "How you doing, young fella?" "Fine. I hope it's all right my staying here." "Sure thing. You going with that little Mexican floozy?" "She's a very nice girl." "Very pretty, too. I think the bull jumped the fence. She's got blue eyes." We talked about his farm. Terry brought my breakfast. I had my canvas bag all packed and ready to go to New York as soon as I picked up my money in Sabinal. I knew it was waiting there for me by now. I told Terry I was leaving. She'd been thinking about it all night and was resigned to it. Emotionlessly, she kissed me in the vineyard and walked off down the row. We turned at a dozen paces, for love is a duel, and looked at each other for the last time. "See you in New York, Terry," I said. She was supposed to drive to New York in a month with her brother. But we both knew she wouldn't make it. At 100 feet, I turned to look at her. She just walked on back to the shack, carrying my breakfast plate in one hand. I bowed my head and watched her. Well, lack-a-daddy, I was on the road again. I walked down the highway to Sabinal, eating black walnuts from the walnut tree. I went on the SP tracks and balanced along the rail. I passed a water tower and a factory. This was the end of something. I went to the telegraph office of the railroad for my money order from New York. It was closed. I swore and sat on the steps to wait. The ticket master got back and invited me in. The money was in. My aunt had saved my lazy butt again. "Who's going to win the World Series next year?" said the gaunt old ticket master. I suddenly realized it was fall and that I was going back to New York. I walked along the tracks in the long, sad October light of the valley, hoping for an SP freight to come along so I could join the grape-eating hobos and read the funnies with them. It didn't come. I got out on the highway and hitched a ride at once. It was the fastest, whoopingest ride of my life. The driver was a fiddler for a California cowboy band. He had a brand new car and drove 80 miles an hour. "I don't drink when I drive," he said, and handed me a pint. I took a drink and offered him one. "What the hell," he said, and drank. We made Sabinal to LA in the amazing time of 4 hours flat, about 250 miles. He dropped me off right in front of Columbia Pictures in Hollywood. I was just in time to run in and pick up my rejected original. Then I bought my bus ticket to Pittsburgh. I didn't have enough money to go all the way to New York. I figured to worry about that when I got to Pittsburgh. With the bus leaving at 10, I had 4 hours to dig Hollywood alone. First, I bought a loaf of bread and salami and made myself 10 sandwiches to cross the country on. I had $1 left. I sat on the low cement wall in back of a Hollywood parking lot and made the sandwiches. As I labored at this absurd task, great Klieg lights of a Hollywood premiere stabbed in the sky, that humming West Coast sky. All around me were the noises of the crazy Gold Coast city. And this was my Hollywood career. This was my last night in Hollywood, and I was spreading mustard on my lap in back of a parking lot John. Chapter 14. At dawn, my bus was zooming across the Arizona desert. Indio, Blythe, Salome, where she danced. The great dry stretches leading to Mexican mountains in the south. Then we swung north to the Arizona mountains, Flagstaff, cliff towns. I had a book with me I stole from a Hollywood stall, Le Grand Meulne by Alain Fournier, but I preferred reading the American landscape as we went along. Every bump, rise, and stretch in it mystified my longing. In inky night, we crossed New Mexico. At gray dawn, it was Dalhart, Texas. In the bleak Sunday afternoon, we rode through one Oklahoma flat town after another. At nightfall, it was Kansas. The bus roared on. I was going home in October. Everybody goes home in October. We arrived in St. Louis at noon. I took a walk down by the Mississippi River and watched the logs that came floating from Montana in the north. Grand Odyssean logs of our continental dream. Old steamboats with their scroll work more scrolled and withered by weathers sat in the mud inhabited by rats. Great clouds of afternoon overtopped the Mississippi Valley. The bus roared through Indiana cornfields that night. The moon illuminated the ghostly gathered husks. It was almost Halloween. I made the acquaintance of a girl, and we necked all the way to Indianapolis. She was nearsighted. When we got off to eat, I had to lead her by the hand to the lunch counter. She bought my meals. My sandwiches were all gone. In exchange, I told her long stories. She was coming from Washington State, where she had spent the summer picking apples. Her home was on an upstate New York farm. She invited me to come there. We made a date to meet at a New York hotel anyway. She got off at Columbus, Ohio, and I slept all the way to Pittsburgh. I was wearier than I'd been for years and years. I had 365 miles yet to hitchhike to New York and a dime in my pocket. I walked 5 miles to get out of Pittsburgh, and 2 rides, an apple truck and a big trailer truck, took me to Harrisburg in the soft Indian summer rainy night. I cut right along. I wanted to get home. It was the night of the ghost of the Susquehanna. The ghost was a shriveled little old man with a paper satchel who claimed he was heading for Canada. He walked very fast, commanding me to follow, and said there was a bridge up ahead we could cross. He was about 60 years old. He talked incessantly of the meals he had, how much butter they gave him for pancakes, how many extra slices of bread, how the old men had called him from a porch of a charity home in Maryland and invited him to stay for the weekend, how he took a nice warm bath before he left, how he found a brand new hat by the side of the road in Virginia, and that was it on his head, how he hit every Red Cross in town and showed them his World War I credentials, how the Harrisburg Red Cross was not worthy of the name, how he managed in this hard world. But as far as I could see, he was just a semi-respectable walking hobo of some kind who covered the entire eastern wilderness on foot, hitting Red Cross offices and sometimes bumming on Main Street corners for a dime. We were bums together. We walked 7 miles along the mournful Susquehanna. It was a terrifying river. It has bushy cliffs on both sides that lean like hairy ghosts over the unknown waters. Inky night covers all. Sometimes, from the rail yards across the river, rises a great red locomotive flare that illuminates the horrid cliffs. The little man said he had a fine belt in his satchel, and we stopped for him to fish it out. I got me a fine belt here somewheres. Got it in Frederick, Maryland. Damn. Now, did I leave that thing on the counter at Fredericksburg? You mean Frederick? No. Fredericksburg, Virginia. He was always talking about Frederick, Maryland and Fredericksburg, Virginia. He walked right in the road in the teeth of advancing traffic and almost got hit several times. I plodded along in the ditch. Any minute I expected the poor little madman to go flying in the night dead. We never found that bridge. I left him at a railroad underpass, and because I was so sweaty from the hike, I changed shirts and put on 2 sweaters. A roadhouse illuminated my sad endeavors. A whole family came walking down the dark road and wondered what I was doing. Strangest thing of all, a tenor man was blowing very fine blues in this Pennsylvania hick house. I listened and moaned. It began to rain hard. A man gave me a ride back to Harrisburg and told me I was on the wrong road. I suddenly saw the little hobo standing under a sad street lamp with his thumb stuck out. Poor forlorn man, poor lost sometime boy, now broken ghost of the penniless wilds. I told my driver the story, and he stopped to tell the old man. Look here, fella, you're on your way west, not east. Huh? Said the little ghost. Can't tell me I don't know my way around here. Been walking this country for years. I'm headed for Canada. But this ain't the road to Canada. This is the road to Pittsburgh and Chicago. The little man got disgusted with us and walked off. The last thing I saw of him was his bobbing little white bag dissolving in the darkness of the mournful Alleghenies. I thought all the wilderness of America was in the west till the ghost of the Susquehanna showed me different. No, there's a wilderness in the east. It's the same wilderness Ben Franklin plotted in the ox cart days when he was postmaster, the same as it was when George Washington was a wild buck Indian fighter, when Daniel Boone told stories by Pennsylvania lamps and promised to find the Gap, when Bradford built his road and men whooped her up in log cabins. There were not great Arizona spaces for the little man, just the bushy wilderness of eastern Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia, the back roads, the black tar roads that curve among the mournful rivers like Susquehanna, Monongahela, Old Potomac, and Monocacy. That night in Harrisburg, I had to sleep in the railroad station on a bench. At dawn, the station masters threw me out. Isn't it true that you start your life a sweet child, believing in everything under your father's roof? Then comes the day of the Laodiceans, when you know you are wretched and miserable and poor and blind and naked, and with the visage of a gruesome grieving ghost, you go shuddering through nightmare life. I stumbled haggardly out of the station. I had no more control. All I could see of the morning was a whiteness like the whiteness of the tomb. I was starving to death. All I had left in the form of calories were the last of the cough drops I'd bought in Shelton, Nebraska months ago. These I sucked for their sugar. I didn't know how to panhandle. I stumbled out of town with barely enough strength to reach the city limits. I knew I'd be arrested if I spent another night in Harrisburg. Cursed city. The ride I proceeded to get was with a skinny, haggard man who believed in controlled starvation for the sake of health. When I told him I was starving to death as we rolled east, he said, "Fine, fine, there's nothing better for you. I myself haven't eaten for 3 days. I'm going to live to be 150 years old." He was a bag of bones, a floppy doll, a broken stick, a maniac. I might have gotten a ride with an affluent fat man who'd say, "Let's stop at this restaurant and have some pork chops and beans." No, I had to get a ride that morning with a maniac who believed in controlled starvation for the sake of health. After 100 miles, he grew lenient and took out bread and butter sandwiches from the back of the car. They were hidden among his salesman samples. He was selling plumbing fixtures around Pennsylvania. I devoured the bread and butter. Suddenly, I began to laugh. I was all alone in the car, waiting for him as he made business calls in Allentown, and I laughed and laughed. Gad, I was sick and tired of life. But the madman drove me home to New York. Suddenly, I found myself on Times Square. I had traveled 8,000 miles around the American continent, and I was back on Times Square. And right in the middle of a rush hour, too, seeing with my innocent road eyes the absolute madness and fantastic hurrah of New York with its millions and millions hustling forever for a buck among themselves. The mad dream. Grabbing, taking, giving, sighing, dying, just so they could be buried in those awful cemetery cities beyond Long Island City. The high towers of the land, the other end of the land, the place where paper America is born. I stood in a subway doorway, trying to get enough nerve to pick up a beautiful long butt, and every time I stooped, great crowds rushed by and obliterated it from my sight, and finally it was crushed. I had no money to go home in the bus. Patterson is quite a few miles from Times Square. Can you picture me walking those last miles through the Lincoln Tunnel, or over the Washington Bridge and into New Jersey? It was dusk. Where was Hassel? I dug the square for Hassel. He wasn't there. He was in Rikers Island behind bars. Where Dean? Where everybody? Where life? I had my home to go to, my place to lay my head down and figure the losses and figure the game that I knew was in there somewhere too. I had to panhandle 2 bits for the bus. I finally hit a Greek minister who was standing around the corner. He gave me the quarter with a nervous look away. I rushed immediately to the bus. When I got home, I ate everything in the icebox. My aunt got up and looked at me. "Poor little Salvatore," she said in Italian. "You're thin, you're thin. Where have you been all this time?" I had on 2 shirts and 2 sweaters. My canvas bag had torn cotton field pants and the tattered remnants of my Warachi shoes in it. My aunt and I decided to buy a new electric refrigerator with the money I'd sent her from California. It was to be the first one in the family. She went to bed, and late at night I couldn't sleep and just smoked in bed. My half-finished manuscript was on the desk. It was October, home and work again. The first cold winds rattled the window pane, and I had made it just in time. Dean had come to my house, slept several nights there waiting for me, spent afternoons talking to my aunt as she worked on a great rag rug, woven of all the clothes in my family for years, which was now finished and spread on my bedroom floor, as complex and as rich as the passage of time itself. And then he had left 2 days before I arrived, crossing my path probably somewhere in Pennsylvania or Ohio to go to San Francisco. He had his own life there. Camille had just gotten an apartment. It had never occurred to me to look her up while I was in Mill City. Now it was too late, and I had also missed Dean. Part 2, Chapter 1. It was over a year before I saw Dean again. I stayed home all that time, finished my book, and began going to school on the GI Bill of Rights. At Christmas 1948, my aunt and I went to visit my brother in Virginia, laden with presents. I'd been writing to Dean, and he said he was coming east again. I told him if so, he would find me in Testament, Virginia between Christmas and New Year's. One day, when all our Southern relatives were sitting around the parlor in Testament, gaunt men and women with the old Southern soil in their eyes, talking in low, whining voices about the weather, the crops, and the general weary recapitulation of who had a baby, who got a new house, and so on, a mud-spattered 49 Hudson drew up in front of the house on the dirt road. I had no idea who it was. A weary young fella, muscular and ragged in a T-shirt, unshaven, red-eyed, came to the porch and rang the bell. I opened the door and suddenly realized it was Dean. He had come all the way from San Francisco to my brother Rocco's door in Virginia, and in an amazingly short time, because I'd just written my last letter telling where I was. In the car, I could see 2 figures sleeping. I'll be goddamned. Dean, who's in the car? Hello, man, it's Mary Lou and Ed Dunkel. We gotta have a place to wash up immediately. We're dog-tired. But how did you get here so fast? Oh, man, that Hudson goes. Where'd you get it? I bought it with my savings. I've been working on the railroad making $400 a month. There was utter confusion in the following hour. My Southern relatives had no idea what was going on or who or what Dean, Mary Lou, and Ed Dunkel were. They dumbly stared. My aunt and my brother Rocky went in the kitchen to consult. There were in all 11 people in the little Southern house. Not only that, but my brother had just decided to move from that house and half his furniture was gone. He and his wife and baby were moving closer to the town of Testament. They had bought a new parlor set, and their old one was going to my aunt's house in Patterson, though we hadn't yet decided how. When Dean heard this, he at once offered his services with the Hudson. He and I would carry the furniture to Patterson in 2 fast trips and bring my aunt back at the end of the second trip. This was going to save us a lot of money and trouble. It was agreed upon. My sister-in-law made a spread, and the 3 battered travelers sat down to eat. Mary Lou had not slept since Denver. I thought she looked older and more beautiful now. I learned that Dean had lived happily with Camille in San Francisco ever since that fall of 1947. He got a job on the railroad and made a lot of money. He became the father of a cute little girl, Amy Moriarty. Then suddenly he blew his top while walking down the street one day. He saw a 49 Hudson for sale and rushed to the bank for his entire roll. He bought the car on the spot. Ed Dunkel was with him. Now they were broke. Dean calmed Camille's fears and told her he'd be back in a month. I'm going to New York and bring Sal back. She wasn't too pleased at this prospect. But what is the purpose of all this? Why are you doing this to me? It's nothing, darling. Sal has pleaded and begged with me to come and get him. It is absolutely necessary for me to, but we won't go into all these explanations, and I'll tell you why. No, listen, I'll tell you why. And he told her why, and of course it made no sense. Big tall Ed Dunkel also worked on the railroad. He and Dean had just been laid off during a seniority lapse because of a drastic reduction of crews. Ed had met a girl called Galatea who was living in San Francisco on her savings. These two mindless cads decided to bring the girl along to the east and have her foot the bill. Ed cajoled and pleaded. She wouldn't go unless he married her. In a whirlwind few days, Ed Dunkel married Galatea, with Dean rushing around to get the necessary papers, and a few days before Christmas they rolled out of San Francisco at 70 miles per, headed for L.A. and the snowless Southern Road. In L.A., they picked up a sailor in a travel bureau and took him along for $15 worth of gas. He was bound for Indiana. They also picked up a woman with her idiot daughter for $4 gas fare to Arizona. Dean sat the idiot girl with him up front and dug her, as he said, all the way, man. Such a gone, sweet little soul. Oh, we talked of fires, and the desert turned into a paradise, and her parrot that swore in Spanish. Dropping off these passengers, they proceeded to Tucson. All along the way, Galatea Dunkel, Ed's new wife, kept complaining that she was tired and wanted to sleep in a motel. If this kept up, they'd spend all her money long before Virginia. 2 nights she forced to stop and blew tens on motels. By the time they got to Tucson, she was broke. Dean and Ed gave her the slip in a hotel lobby and resumed the voyage alone, with the sailor and without a qualm. Ed Dunkel was a tall, calm, unthinking fellow who was completely ready to do anything Dean asked him. And at this time, Dean was too busy for scruples. He was roaring through Las Cruces, New Mexico, when he suddenly had an explosive yen to see his sweet first wife, Mary Lou, again. She was up in Denver. He swung the car north against the feeble protests of the sailor and zoomed into Denver in the evening. He ran and found Mary Lou in a hotel. They had 10 hours of wild lovemaking. Everything was decided again. They were going to stick. Mary Lou was the only girl Dean ever really loved. He was sick with regret when he saw her face again, and as of yore he pleaded and begged at her knees for the joy of her being. She understood Dean. She stroked his hair. She knew he was mad. To soothe the sailor, Dean fixed him up with a girl in a hotel room over the bar where the old pool hall gang always drank. But the sailor refused the girl and, in fact, walked off in the night, and they never saw him again. He evidently took a bus to Indiana. Dean, Mary Lou, and Ed Dunkel roared east along Colfax and out to the Kansas plains. Great snowstorms overtook them. In Missouri at night, Dean had to drive with his scarf-wrapped head stuck out the window with snow glasses that made him look like a monk peering into the manuscripts of the snow, because the windshield was covered with an inch of ice. He drove by the birth county of his forebears without a thought. In the morning, the car skidded on an icy hill and flapped into a ditch. A farmer offered to help them out. They got hung up when they picked up a hitchhiker who promised them $1 if they'd let him ride to Memphis. In Memphis, he went into his house, puttered around looking for the dollar, got drunk, and said he couldn't find it. They resumed across Tennessee. The bearings were beat from the accident. Dean had been driving 90. Now he had to stick to a steady 70 or the whole motor would go whirring down the mountainside. They crossed the Great Smoky Mountains in midwinter. When they arrived at my brother's door, they had not eaten for 30 hours, except for candy and cheese crackers. They ate voraciously as Dean, sandwich in hand, stood bowed and jumping before the big phonograph, listening to a wild bop record I had just bought called The Hunt, with Dexter Gordon and Wardell Gray blowing their tops before a screaming audience that gave the record fantastic frenzied volume. The Southern folk looked at one another and shook their heads in awe. "What kind of friends does Sal have anyway?" they said to my brother. He was stumped for an answer. Southerners don't like madness the least bit, not Dean's kind. He paid absolutely no attention to them. The madness of Dean had bloomed into a weird flower. I didn't realize this till he and I and Mary Lou and Dunkel left the house for a brief spin the Hudson, when for the first time we were alone and could talk about anything we wanted. Dean grabbed the wheel, shifted a second, mused a minute, rolled, suddenly seemed to decide something, and shot the car full jet down the road in a fury of decision. "All right now, children," he said, rubbing his nose and bending down to feel the emergency and pulling cigarettes out of the compartment and swaying back and forth as he did these things and drove. The time has come for us to decide what we're going to do for the next week. Crucial, crucial. Ahem. He dodged a mule wagon. In it sat an old Negro plodding along. Yes, yelled Dean. Yes, dig him. Now consider his soul. Stop a while and consider. And he slowed down the car for all of us to turn and look at the old jazz bow moaning along. Oh, yes, dig him sweet. Now there's thoughts in that mind that I would give my last arm to know, to climb in there and find out just what he's poor-ass pondering about this year's turnip greens and ham. Sal, you don't know it, but I once lived with a farmer in Arkansas for a whole year when I was 11. I had awful chores. I had to skin a dead horse once. Haven't been to Arkansas since Christmas 1943, 5 years ago, when Ben Gavin and I were chased by a man with a gun who owned the car we were trying to steal. I say all this to show you that of the South I can speak. I have known. I mean, man, I dig the South. I know it in and out. I've dug your letters to me about it. Oh, yes, he said, trailing off and stopping altogether, and suddenly jumping the car back to 70 and hunching over the wheel. He stared doggedly ahead. Mary Lou was smiling serenely. This was the new and complete Dean, grown to maturity. I said to myself, my God, he's changed. Fury spat out of his eyes when he told of things he hated. Great glows of joy replaced this when he suddenly got happy. Every muscle twitched to live and go. Oh, man, the things I could tell you, he said, poking me. Oh, man, we must absolutely find the time. What has happened to Carlo? We all get to see Carlo Darlings first thing tomorrow. Now, Mary Lou, we're getting some bread and meat to make a lunch for New York. How much money do you have, Sal? We'll put everything in the back seat, Mrs. P's furniture, and all of us will sit up front cuddly and close and tell stories as we zoom to New York. Mary Lou, honey thighs, you sit next to me, Sal next, then Ed at the window. Big Ed to cut off the drafts, whereby he comes into using the robe this time. And then we'll all go off to sweet life, 'cause now is the time and we all know time. He rubbed his jaw furiously. He swung the car and passed 3 trucks. He roared into downtown Testament, looking in every direction and seeing everything in an arc of 180 degrees around his eyeballs without moving his head. Bang! He found a parking space in no time, and we were parked. He leaped out of the car. Furiously, he hustled into the railroad station. We followed sheepishly. He bought cigarettes. He had become absolutely mad in his movements. He seemed to be doing everything at the same time. It was a shaking of the head up and down, sideways, jerky, vigorous hands, quick walking, sitting, crossing the legs, uncrossing, getting up, rubbing the hands, rubbing his fly, hitching his pants, looking up and saying, "Am," and sudden slitting of the eyes to see everywhere. And all the time he was grabbing me by the ribs and talking. It was very cold in Testament. They'd had an unseasonable snow. He stood in the long, bleak main street that runs along the railroad, clad in nothing but a T-shirt and low-hanging pants with the belt unbuckled, as though he was about to take them off. He came sticking his head in to talk to Mary Lou. He backed away, fluttering his hands before her. "Oh, yes, I know you, darling." His laugh was maniacal. It started low and ended high, exactly like the laugh of a radio maniac, only faster and more like a titter. Then he kept reverting to businesslike tones. There was no purpose in our coming downtown, but he found purposes. He made us all hustle, Mary Lou for the lunch groceries, me for a paper to dig the weather report, Ed for cigars. Dean loved to smoke cigars. He smoked one over the paper and talked. Our holy American slop-jaws in Washington are planning further inconveniences. Ahem! Oh, hup, hup! And he leaped off and rushed to see a colored girl that just then passed outside the station. "Dig her," he said, standing with a limp finger pointed, fingering himself with a goofy smile. "And that gone little black lovely." We got in the car and flew back to my brother's house. I had been spending a quiet Christmas in the country, as I realized when we got back into the house and I saw the Christmas tree, the presents, and smelled the roasting turkey and listened to the talk of the relatives. But now the bug was on me again, and the bug's name was Dean Moriarty, and I was off on another spurt around the road. Chapter 2. We packed my brother's furniture in back of the car and took off at dark, promising to be back in 30 hours. 30 hours for 1,000 miles north and south. But that's the way Dean wanted it. It was a tough trip, and none of us noticed it. The heater was not working, and consequently the windshield developed fog and ice. Dean kept reaching out while driving 70 to wipe it with a rag and make a hole to see the road. Ah, holy hole! In the spacious Hudson, we had plenty of room for all 4 of us to sit up front. A blanket covered our laps. The radio was not working. It was a brand new car bought 5 days ago, and already it was broken. There was only one installment paid on it, too. Off we went north to Washington on 301, a straight two-lane highway without much traffic. And Dean talked. No one else talked. He gestured furiously. He leaned as far as me sometimes to make a point. Sometimes he had no hands on the wheel, and yet the car went as straight as an arrow, not for once deviating from the white line in the middle of the road that unwound, kissing our left front tire. It was a completely meaningless set of circumstances that made Dean come, and similarly I went off with him for no reason. In New York, I'd been attending school and romancing around with a girl called Lucille, a beautiful Italian honey-haired darling that I actually wanted to marry. All these years I was looking for a woman I wanted to marry. I couldn't meet a girl without saying to myself, what kind of wife would she make? I told Dean and Mary Lou about Lucille. Mary Lou wanted to know all about Lucille. She wanted to meet her. We zoomed through Richmond, Washington, Baltimore, and up to Philadelphia on a winding country road and talked. I want to marry a girl, I told them, so I can rest my soul with her till we both get old. This can't go on all the time, all this franticness and jumping around. We've got to go someplace, find something. Ah, now, man, said Dean, I've been digging you for years about the home and marriage and all those fine, wonderful things about your soul. It was a sad night. It was also a merry night. In Philadelphia, we went into a lunch cart and ate hamburgers with our last food dollar. The counterman, it was 3 a.m., heard us talk about money and offered to give us the hamburgers free, plus more coffee if we all pitched in and washed dishes in the back because his regular man hadn't shown up. We jumped to it. Ed Dunkel said he was an old pearl diver from way back and pitched his long arms into the dishes. Dean stood googing around with a towel, so did Mary Lou. Finally, they started necking among the pots and pans. They withdrew to a dark corner in the pantry. The counterman was satisfied as long as Ed and I did the dishes. We finished them in 15 minutes. When daybreak came, we were zooming through New Jersey with the great cloud of metropolitan New York rising before us in the snowy distance. Dean had a sweater wrapped around his ears to keep warm. He said we were a band of Arabs coming in to blow up New York. We swished through the Lincoln Tunnel and cut over to Times Square. Mary Lou wanted to see it. Oh, damn, I wish I could find Hassel. Everybody look sharp, see if they can find him. We all scoured the sidewalks. Good old Gone Hassel. Oh, you should have seen him in Texas. So now Dean had come about 4,000 miles from Frisco via Arizona and up to Denver inside 4 days, with innumerable adventures sandwiched in, and it was only the beginning. Chapter 3. We went to my house in Patterson and slept. I was the first to wake up late in the afternoon. Dean and Mary Lou were sleeping on my bed, Ed and I on my aunt's bed. Dean's battered, unhinged trunk lay sprawled on the floor with socks sticking out. A phone call came for me in the drugstore downstairs. I ran down. It was from New Orleans. It was old Bull Lee who'd moved to New Orleans. Old Bull Lee in his high, whining voice was making a complaint. It seemed a girl called Galatea Dunkel had just arrived at his house for a guy, Ed Dunkel. Bull had no idea who these people were. Galatea Dunkel was a tenacious loser. I told Bull to reassure her that Dunkel was with Dean and me and that most likely we'd be picking her up in New Orleans on the way to the coast. Then the girl herself talked on the phone. She wanted to know how Ed was. She was all concerned about his happiness. How did you get from Tucson to New Orleans? I asked. She said she wired home for money and took a bus. She was determined to catch up with Ed because she loved him. I went upstairs and told Big Ed. He sat in the chair with a worried look, an angel of a man, actually. All right now, said Dean, suddenly waking up and leaping out of bed. What we must do is eat at once. Mary Lou, rustle around the kitchen, see what there is. Sal, you and I go downstairs and call Carlo. Ed, you see what you can do straightening out the house. I followed Dean, bustling downstairs. The guy who ran the drugstore said, you just got another call, this one from San Francisco, for a guy called Dean Moriarty. I said there wasn't anybody by that name. It was Sweetest Camille calling Dean. The drugstore man, Sam, a tall, calm friend of mine, looked at me and scratched his head. Geez, what are you running, an international whorehouse? Dean tittered maniacally. I dig you, man. He leaped into the phone booth and called San Francisco Collect. Then we called Carlo at his home in Long Island and told him to come over. Carlo arrived 2 hours later. Meanwhile, Dean and I got ready for our return trip alone to Virginia to pick up the rest of the furniture and bring my aunt back. Carlo Marx came, poetry under his arm, and sat in an easy chair, watching us with beady eyes. For the first half hour, he refused to say anything. At any rate, he refused to commit himself. He had quieted down since the Denver doldrum days. The Dakar doldrums had done it. In Dakar, wearing a beard, he had wandered the back streets with little children who led him to a witch doctor who told him his fortune. He had snapshots of crazy streets with grass huts, the hip back end of Dakar. He said he almost jumped off the ship like Hart Crane on the way back. Dean sat on the floor with a music box and listened with tremendous amazement at the little song it played. A fine romance. Little tinkling, whirling doodle bells. Ah, listen, we'll all bend down together and look into the center of the music box till we learn about the secrets. Tinkly doodle bell weave. Ed Dunkel was also sitting on the floor. He had my drumsticks. He suddenly began beating a tiny beat to go with the music box that we barely could hear. Everybody held his breath to listen. Tick-tack, tick-tick-tack-tack. Dean cupped a hand over his ear. His mouth hung open. He said, "Ah, wee." Carlo watched this silly madness with slitted eyes. Finally, he slapped his knee and said, "I have an announcement to make." "Yes, yes?" "What is the meaning of this voyage to New York? What kind of sordid business are you on now? I mean, man, whither goest thou? Whither goest thou, America, in thy shiny car in the night?" "Whither goest thou?" echoed Dean with his mouth open. We sat and didn't know what to say. There was nothing to talk about anymore. The only thing to do was go. Dean leaped up and said we were ready to go back to Virginia. He took a shower. I cooked up a big platter of rice with all that was left in the house. Mary Lou sewed his socks, and we were ready to go. Dean and Carlo and I zoomed into New York. We promised to see Carlo in 30 hours, in time for New Year's Eve. It was night. We left him at Times Square and went back through the expensive tunnel and into New Jersey and on the road. Taking turns at the wheel, Dean and I made Virginia in 10 hours. "Now, this is the first time we've been alone and in a position to talk for years," said Dean, and he talked all night. As in a dream, we were zooming back through sleeping Washington and back in the Virginia wilds, crossing the Appomattox River at daybreak, pulling up at my brother's door at 8 a.m. And all this time, Dean was tremendously excited about everything he saw, everything he talked about, every detail of every moment that passed. He was out of his mind with real belief. And of course, no one can tell us that there's no God. We've passed through all forms. You remember, Sal, when I first came to New York and I wanted Chad King to teach me about Nietzsche? You see how long ago? Everything is fine. God exists. We know time. Everything since the Greeks has been predicated wrong. You can't make it with geometry and geometrical systems of thinking. It's all this. He wrapped his finger in his fist. The car hugged the line straight and true. And not only that, but we both understand that I couldn't have time to explain why I know and you know God exists. At one point, I moaned about life's troubles, how poor my family was, how much I wanted to help Lucille, who was also poor and had a daughter. Troubles, you see, is the generalization word for what God exists in. The thing is not to get hung up. "My head rings," he cried, clasping his head. He rushed out of the car like Groucho Marx to get cigarettes, that furious ground-hugging walk with the coattails flying, except that he had no coattails. Since then, Versailles, a lot of things. Oh, the things I've thought and thought. I used to be in reform school all the time. I was a young punk asserting myself. Stealing cars, a psychological expression of my position, hinty to show. All my jail problems are pretty straight now. As far as I know, I shall never be in jail again. The rest is not my fault. We passed a little kid who was throwing stones at the cars on the road. "Think of it," said Dean. "One day he'll put a stone through a man's windshield and the man will crash and die, all on account of that little kid. You see what I mean? God exists without qualms. As we roll along this way, I am positive beyond doubt that everything will be taken care of for us, that even you, as you drive, fearful of the wheel— I hated to drive and drove carefully— the thing will go along of itself and you won't go off the road and I can sleep. Furthermore, we know America. We're at home. I can go anywhere in America and get what I want because it's the same in every corner. I know the people. I know what they do. We give and take and go in the incredible complicated sweetness zigzagging every side." There was nothing clear about the things he said, but what he meant to say was somehow made pure and clear. He used the word pure a great deal. I'd never dreamed Dean would become a mystic. These were the first days of his mysticism, which would lead to the strange, ragged W.C. Fields saintliness of his later days. Even my aunt listened to him with a curious half ear as we roared back north to New York that same night with the furniture in the back. Now that my aunt was in the car, Dean settled down to talking about his work life in San Francisco. We went over every single detail of what a brakeman has to do, demonstrating every time we passed yards, and at one point he even jumped out of the car to show me how a brakeman gives a high ball at a meet at a siding. My aunt retired to the back seat and went to sleep. In Washington, at 4 a.m., Dean again called Camille collect in Frisco. Shortly after this, as we pulled out of Washington, a cruising car overtook us with siren going, and we had a speeding ticket in spite of the fact that we were going about 30. It was the California license plate that did it. "You guys think you can rush through here as fast as you want just because you come from California?" said the cop. I went with Dean to the sergeant's desk, and we tried to explain to the police that we had no money. They said Dean would have to spend the night in jail if we didn't round up the money. Of course, my aunt had it, $15. She had 20 in all, and it was going to be just fine. And in fact, while we were arguing with the cops, one of them went out to peek at my aunt, who sat wrapped in the back of the car. She saw him. "Don't worry, I'm not a gun moll. If you want to come and search the car, go right ahead. I'm going home with my nephew, and this furniture isn't stolen, it's my niece's. She just had a baby, and she's moving to her new house." This flabbergasted Sherlock, and he went back in the station house. My aunt had to pay the fine for Dean, or we'd be stuck in Washington. I had no license. He promised to pay it back, and he actually did exactly a year and a half later, and to my aunt's pleased surprise. My aunt, a respectable woman hung up in this sad world, and well, she knew the world. She told us about the cop. "He was hiding behind a tree trying to see what I looked like. I told him to search the car if he wanted. I've nothing to be ashamed of." She knew Dean had something to be ashamed of, and me too, by virtue of my being with Dean, and Dean and I accepted this sadly. My aunt once said that the world would never find peace until men fell at their women's feet and asked for forgiveness. But Dean knew this. He'd mentioned it many times. I've pleaded and pleaded with Mary Lou for a peaceful, sweet understanding of pure love between us forever, with all hassles thrown out. She understands. Her mind is bent on something else. She's after me. She won't understand how much I love her. She's knitting my doom. "The truth of the matter is we don't understand our women. We blame on them, and it's all our fault," I said. "But it isn't as simple as that," warned Dean. "Peace will come suddenly. We won't understand when it does. See, man?" Doggedly, bleakly, he pushed the car through New Jersey. At dawn, I drove into Patterson as he slept in the back. We arrived at the house at 8 in the morning to find Mary Lou and Ed Dunkel sitting around smoking butts from the ashtrays. They hadn't eaten since Dean and I left. My aunt bought groceries and cooked up a tremendous breakfast. Chapter 4. Now it was time for the Western threesome to find new living quarters in Manhattan proper. Carlo had a pad on York Avenue. They were moving in that evening. We slept all day, Dean and I, and woke up as a great snowstorm ushered in New Year's Eve, 1948. Ed Dunkel was sitting in my easy chair telling about the previous New Year's. "I was in Chicago. I was broke. I was sitting at the window of my hotel room on North Clark Street, and the most delicious smell rose to my nostrils from the bakery downstairs. I didn't have a dime, but I went down and talked to the girl. She gave me bread and coffee cakes free. I went back to my room and ate them. I stayed in my room all night. In Farmington, Utah once, where I went to work with Ed Wall, you know Ed Wall, the rancher's son in Denver, I was on my bed, and all of a sudden I saw my dead mother standing in the corner with light all around her. I said, 'Mother.' She disappeared. I have visions all the time," said Ed Dunkel, nodding his head. "What are you going to do about Galatea?" "Oh, we'll see, when we get to New Orleans. Don't you think so, huh?" He was starting to turn to me as well for advice. One Dean wasn't enough for him, but he was already in love with Galatea, pondering it. "What are you going to do with yourself, Ed?" I asked. "I don't know," he said. "I just go along. I dig life." He repeated it, following Dean's line. He had no direction. He sat reminiscing about that night in Chicago and the hot coffee cakes in the lonely room. The snow whirled outside. A big party was on hand in New York. We were all going. Dean packed his broken trunk, put it in the car, and we all took off for the big night. My aunt was happy with the thought that my brother would be visiting her the following week. She sat with her paper and waited for the midnight New Year's Eve broadcast from Times Square. We roared into New York, swerving on ice. I was never scared when Dean drove. He could handle the car under any circumstances. The radio had been fixed, and now he had Wild Bop to urge us along the night. I didn't know where all this was leading. I didn't care. Just about that time, a strange thing began to haunt me. It was this. I had forgotten something. There was a decision that I was about to make before Dean showed up, and now it was driven clear out of my mind, but still hung on the tip of my mind's tongue. I kept snapping my fingers, trying to remember it. I even mentioned it, and I couldn't even tell if it was a real decision or just a thought I had forgotten. It haunted and flabbergasted me, made me sad. It had to do somewhat with the shrouded traveler. Carlo Marx and I once sat down together, knee to knee, in 2 chairs facing, and I told him a dream I had about a strange Arabian figure that was pursuing me across the desert, that I tried to avoid, that finally overtook me just before I reached the protective city. "Who is this?" said Carlo. We pondered it. I proposed it was myself, wearing a shroud. That wasn't it. Something, someone, some spirit was pursuing all of us across the desert of life and was bound to catch us before we reached heaven. Naturally, now that I look back on it, this is only death. Death will overtake us before heaven. The one thing that we yearn for in our living days that makes us sigh and groan and undergo sweet nauseas of all kinds is the remembrance of some lost bliss that was probably experienced in the womb and can only be reproduced, though we hate to admit it, in death. But who wants to die? In the rush of events, I kept thinking about this in the back of my mind. I told it to Dean, and he instantly recognized it as the mere simple longing for pure death. And because we're all of us never in life again, he rightly would have nothing to do with it, and I agreed with him then. We went looking for my New York gang of friends. The crazy flowers bloom there, too. We went to Tom Saybrook's first. Tom is a sad, handsome fellow, sweet, generous, and amenable. Only once in a while he suddenly has fits of depression and rushes off without saying a word to anyone. This night he was overjoyed. "Sal, where did you find these absolutely wonderful people? I've never seen anyone like them." "I found them in the West." Dean was having his kicks. He put on a jazz record, grabbed Mary Lou, held her tight, and bounced against her with the beat of the music. She bounced right back. It was a real love dance. Ian MacArthur came in with a huge gang. The New Year's weekend began and lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Great gangs got in the Hudson and swerved in the snowy New York streets from party to party. I brought Lucille and her sister to the biggest party. When Lucille saw me with Dean and Mary Lou, her face darkened. She sensed the madness they put in me. "I don't like you when you're with them." "Oh, it's all right. It's just kicks. We only live once. We're having a good time." "No, it's sad and I don't like it." Then Mary Lou began making love to me. She said Dean was going to stay with Camille and she wanted me to go with her. "Come back to San Francisco with us. We'll live together. I'll be a good girl for you." But I knew Dean loved Mary Lou, and I also knew Mary Lou was doing this to make Lucille jealous, and I wanted nothing of it. Still in all, I licked my lips for the luscious blonde. When Lucille saw Mary Lou pushing me into the corners and giving me the word and forcing kisses on me, she accepted Dean's invitation to go out in the car, but they just talked and drank some of the southern moonshine I left in the compartment. Everything was being mixed up and all was falling. I knew my affair with Lucille wouldn't last much longer. She wanted me to be her way. She was married to a longshoreman who treated her badly. I was willing to marry her and take her baby daughter and all if she divorced the husband. But there wasn't even enough money to get a divorce, and the whole thing was hopeless, besides which Lucille would never understand me because I like too many things and get all confused and hung up running from one falling star to another till I drop. This is the night, what it does to you. I had nothing to offer anybody except my own confusion. The parties were enormous. There were at least 100 people at a basement apartment in the West 90s. People overflowed into the cellar compartments near the furnace. Something was going on in every corner, on every bed and couch. Not an orgy, but just a New Year's party with frantic screaming and wild radio music. There was even a Chinese girl. Dean ran like Groucho Marx from group to group, digging everybody. Periodically, we rushed out to the car to pick up more people. Damien came. Damien is the hero of my New York gang, as Dean is the chief hero of the Western. They immediately took a dislike to each other. Damien's girl suddenly socked Damien on the jaw with a roundhouse right. He stood reeling. She carried him home. Some of our mad newspaper friends came in from the office with bottles. There was a tremendous and wonderful snowstorm going on outside. Ed Dunkel met Lucille's sister and disappeared with her. I forgot to say that Ed Dunkel is a very smooth man with the women. He's 6'4", mild, affable, agreeable, bland, and delightful. He helps women on with their coats. That's the way to do things. At 5 o'clock in the morning, we were all rushing through the backyard of a tenement and climbing in through a window of an apartment where a huge party was going on. At dawn, we were back at Tom Saybrook's. People were drawing pictures and drinking stale beer. I slept on a couch with a girl called Mona in my arms. Great groups filed in from the old Columbia campus bar. Everything in life, all the faces of life, were piling into the same dank room. At Ian MacArthur's, the party went on. Ian MacArthur is a wonderful sweet fellow who wears glasses and peers out of them with delight. He began to learn yes to everything, just like Dean at this time, and hasn't stopped since. To the wild sounds of Dexter Gordon and Wardell Gray blowing the hunt, Dean and I played catch with Mary Lou over the couch. She was no small doll either. Dean went around with no undershirt, just his pants, barefoot, till it was time to hit the car and fetch more people. Everything happened. We found the wild, ecstatic Rollo Greb and spent the night at his house on Long Island. Rollo lives in a nice house with his aunt. When she dies, the house is all his. Meanwhile, she refuses to comply with any of his wishes and hates his friends. He brought this ragged gang of Dean, Mary Lou, Ed, and me and began a roaring party. The woman prowled upstairs. She threatened to call the police. "Oh, shut up, you old bag," yelled Greb. I wondered how he could live with her like this. He had more books than I've ever seen in all my life. 2 libraries, 2 rooms loaded from floor to ceiling around all 4 walls, and such books as the apocryphal something or other in 10 volumes. He played Verdi operas and pantomimed them in his pajamas with a great rip down the back. He didn't give a damn about anything. He is a great scholar who goes reeling down the New York waterfront with original 17th century musical manuscripts under his arm, shouting. He crawls like a big spider through the streets. His excitement blew out of his eyes in stabs of fiendish light. He rolled his neck in spastic ecstasy. He lisped, he writhed, he flopped, he moaned, he howled, he fell back in despair. He could hardly get a word out, he was so excited with life. Dean stood before him with head bowed, repeating over and over again, "Yes, yes, yes." He took me into a corner. "That Rollo Greb is the greatest, most wonderful of all. That's what I was trying to tell you. That's what I want to be. I want to be like him. He's never hung up. He goes every direction. He lets it all out. He knows time. He has nothing to do but rock back and forth. Man, he's the end. You see, if you go like him all the time, you'll finally get it." "Get what?" It. I'll tell you. Now, no time. We have no time now." Dean rushed back to watch Rollo Greb some more. George Shearing, the great jazz pianist, Dean said, was exactly like Rollo Greb. Dean and I went to see Shearing at Birdland in the midst of the long, mad weekend. The place was deserted. We were the first customers, 10 o'clock. Shearing came out blind, led by the hand to his keyboard. He was a distinguished-looking Englishman with a stiff white collar, slightly beefy, blond, with a delicate English summer's night air about him that came out in the first rippling, sweet number he played as the bass player leaned to him reverently and thrummed the beat. The drummer, Denzel Best, sat motionless except for his wrists snapping the brushes. And Shearing began to rock. A smile broke over his ecstatic face. He began to rock in the piano seat back and forth, slowly at first. Then the beat went up, and he began rocking fast. His left foot jumped up with every beat. His neck began to rock crookedly. He brought his face down to the keys. He pushed his hair back. His combed hair dissolved. He began to sweat. The music picked up. The bass player hunched over and socked it in faster and faster. It seemed faster and faster, that's all. Shearing began to play his chords. They rolled out of the piano in great, rich showers. You'd think the man wouldn't have time to line them up. They rolled and rolled like the sea. Folks yelled for him to go. Dean was sweating. The sweat poured down his collar. There he is. That's him. Old God Shearing. Yes, yes, yes. And Shearing was conscious of the madman behind him. He could hear every one of Dean's gasps and imprecations. He could sense it, though he couldn't see. "That's right," Dean said. "Yes." Shearing smiled. He rocked. Shearing rose from the piano, dripping with sweat. These were his great 1949 days, before he became cool and commercial. When he was gone, Dean pointed to the empty piano seat. "God's empty chair," he said. On the piano, a horn sat. Its golden shadow made a strange reflection along the desert caravan painted on the wall behind the drums. God was gone. It was the silence of his departure. It was a rainy night. It was the myth of the rainy night. Dean was pop-eyed with awe. This madness would lead nowhere. I didn't know what was happening to me, and I suddenly realized it was only the tea that we were smoking. Dean had bought some in New York. It made me think that everything was about to arrive, the moment when you know all and everything is decided forever. Chapter 5. I left everybody and went home to rest. My aunt said I was wasting my time hanging around with Dean and his gang. I knew that was wrong, too. Life is life and kind is kind. What I wanted was to take one more magnificent trip to the West Coast and get back in time for the spring semester in school. And what a trip it turned out to be. I only went along for the ride and to see what else Dean was going to do, and finally also, knowing Dean would go back to Camille in Frisco, I wanted to have an affair with Mary Lou. We got ready to cross the groaning continent again. I drew my GI check and gave Dean $18 to mail to his wife. She was waiting for him to come home, and she was broke. What was on Mary Lou's mind, I don't know. Ed Dunkel, as ever, just followed. There were long, funny days spent in Carlo's apartment before we left. He went around in his bathrobe and made semi-ironical speeches. Now, I'm not trying to take your hinkty sweets from you, but it seems to me the time has come to decide what you are and what you're going to do. Carlo was working as typist in an office. I want to know what all this sitting around the house all day is intended to mean, what all this talk is, and what you propose to do. Dean, why did you leave Camille and pick up Mary Lou? No answer. Giggles. Mary Lou, why are you traveling around the country like this, and what are your womanly intentions concerning the shroud? Same answer. Ed Dunkel, why did you abandon your new wife in Tucson, and what are you doing here sitting on your big fat ass? Where's your home? What's your job? Ed Dunkel bowed his head in genuine befuddlement. Sal, how comes it you've fallen on such sloppy days, and what have you done with Lucille? He adjusted his bathrobe and sat facing us all. The days of wrath are yet to come. The balloon won't sustain you much longer. And not only that, but it's an abstract balloon. You'll all go flying to the West Coast and come staggering back in search of your stone. In these days, Carlo had developed a tone of voice which he hoped sounded like what he called the voice of rock. The whole idea was to stun people into the realization of the rock. You pin a dragon to your hats, he warned us. You're up in the attic with the bats. His mad eyes glittered at us. Since the Dakar doldrums, he had gone through a terrible period which he called the Holy Doldrums, or Harlem Doldrums, when he lived in Harlem in midsummer and at night woke up in his lonely room and heard the great machine descending from the sky. And when he walked on 125th Street underwater with all the other fish. It was a riot of radiant ideas that had come to enlighten his brain. He made Mary Lou sit on his lap and commanded her to subside. He told Dean, why don't you just sit down and relax? Why do you jump around so much? Dean ran around, putting sugar in his coffee and saying, yes, yes, yes. At night, Ed Dunkel slept on the floor on cushions. Dean and Mary Lou pushed Carlo out of bed, and Carlo sat up in the kitchen over his kidney stew, mumbling the predictions of the rock. I came in dazed and watched everything. Ed Dunkel said to me, last night I walked clear down to Times Square, and just as I arrived, I suddenly realized I was a ghost. It was my ghost walking on the sidewalk. He said these things to me without comment, nodding his head emphatically. 10 hours later, in the midst of someone else's conversation, Ed said, yup, it was my ghost walking on the sidewalk. Suddenly, Dean leaned to me earnestly and said, Sal, I have something to ask of you, very important to me. I wonder how you'll take it. We're buddies, aren't we? Sure we are, Dean. He almost blushed. Finally, he came out with it. He wanted me to work Mary Lou. I didn't ask him why, because I knew he wanted to see what Mary Lou was like with another man. We were sitting in Ritzy's bar when he proposed the idea. We'd spent an hour walking Times Square looking for hassle. Ritzy's bar is the hoodlum bar of the streets around Times Square. It changes names every year. You walk in there and you don't see a single girl, even in the booths, just a great mob of young men dressed in all varieties of hoodlum cloth, from red shirts to zoot suits. It is also the hustlers' bar, the boys who make a living among the sad old homos of the 8th Avenue night. Dean walked in there with his eyes slitted to see every single face. There were wild Negro queers, sullen guys with guns, shiv-packing seamen, thin, non-committal junkies, and an occasional well-dressed middle-aged detective posing as a bookie and hanging around half for interest and half for duty. It was the typical place for Dean to put down his request. All kinds of evil plans are hatched in Ritzy's bar. You can sense it in the air. And all kinds of mad sexual routines are initiated to go with them. The safecracker proposes not only a certain loft on 14th Street to the hoodlum, but that they sleep together. Kinsey spent a lot of time in Ritzy's bar interviewing some of the boys. I was there the night his assistant came in 1945. Hassel and Carlo were interviewed. Dean and I drove back to the pad and found Mary Lou in bed. Dunkel was roaming his ghost around New York. Dean told her what we had decided. She said she was pleased. I wasn't so sure myself. I had to prove that I'd go through with it. The bed had been the deathbed of the big man and sagged in the middle. Mary Lou lay there with Dean and myself on each side of her, poised on the up-jutting mattress ends, not knowing what to say. I said, "Ah, hell, I can't do this." "Go on, man, you promised," said Dean. "What about Mary Lou?" I said. "Come on, Mary Lou, what do you think?" "Go ahead," she said. She embraced me, and I tried to forget old Dean was there. Every time I realized he was there in the dark, listening for every sound, I couldn't do anything but laugh. It was horrible. "We must all relax," said Dean. "I'm afraid I can't make it. Why don't you go in the kitchen a minute?" Dean did so. Mary Lou was so lovely, but I whispered, "Wait until we be lovers in San Francisco. My heart isn't in it." I was right, she could tell. It was three children of the earth trying to decide something in the night and having all the weight of past centuries ballooning in the dark before them. There was a strange quiet in the apartment. I went and tapped Dean and told him to go to Mary Lou, and I retired to the couch. I could hear Dean, blissful and blabbering and frantically rocking. Only a guy who's spent 5 years in jail can go to such maniacal, helpless extremes. Beseeching at the portals of the soft source, mad with a completely physical realization of the origins of life bliss, blindly seeking to return the way he came. This is the result of years looking at sexy pictures behind bars, looking at the legs and breasts of women in popular magazines, evaluating the hardness of the steel halls and the softness of the woman who is not there. Prison is where you promise yourself the right to live. Dean had never seen his mother's face. Every new girl, every new wife, every new child was an addition to his bleak impoverishment. Where was his father? Old bum Dean Moriarty, the tinsmith, riding freights, working as a scullion in railroad cook shacks, stumbling, down crashing in Wino Alley nights, expiring on coal piles, dropping his yellowed teeth one by one in the gutters of the West. Dean had every right to die the sweet deaths of complete love of his Mary Lou. I didn't want to interfere. I just wanted to follow. Carlo came back at dawn and put on his bathrobe. He wasn't sleeping anymore these days. "Ech!" he screamed. He was going out of his mind from the confusion of jam on the floor, pants, dresses thrown around, cigarette butts, dirty dishes, open books. It was a great forum we were having. Every day the world groaned to turn, and we were making our appalling studies of the night. Mary Lou was black and blue from a fight with Dean about something. His face was scratched. It was time to go. We drove to my house, a whole gang of 10, to get my bag and call old Bull Lee in New Orleans from the phone in the bar where Dean and I had our first talk years ago when he came to my door to learn to write. We heard Bull's whining voice 1,800 miles away. "Say, what do you boys expect me to do with this Galatea Dunkel? She's been here 2 weeks now, hiding in her room and refusing to talk to either Jane or me. Have you got this character Ed Dunkel with you? For Christ's sakes, bring him down and get rid of her. She's sleeping in our best bedroom, and she's run clear out of money. This ain't a hotel." He assured Bull with whoops and cries over the phone. There was Dean, Mary Lou, Carlo, Dunkel, me, Ian MacArthur, his wife, Tom Saybrook, God knows who else, all yelling and drinking beer over the phone at befuddled Bull, who above all things hated confusion. "Well," he said, "maybe you'll make better sense when he gets down here, if he gets down here." I said goodbye to my aunt and promised to be back in 2 weeks, and took off for California again. Chapter 6. It was drizzling and mysterious at the beginning of our journey. I could see that it was all going to be one big saga of the mist. "Hoo-wee!" yelled Dean. "Here we go!" And he hunched over the wheel and gunned her. He was back in his element. Everybody could see that. We were all delighted. We all realized we were leaving confusion and nonsense behind and performing our one and noble function of the time: move. And we moved. We flashed past the mysterious white signs in the night somewhere in New Jersey that say south with an arrow and west with an arrow, and took the south one, New Orleans. It burned in our brains. From the dirty snows of frosty Fagtown, New York, as Dean called it, all the way to the greeneries and river smells of old New Orleans at the washed-out bottom of America, then west. Ed was in the back seat. Mary Lou and Dean and I sat in front and had the warmest talk about the goodness and joy of life. Dean suddenly became tender. Now, damn it, look here, all of you. We all must admit that everything is fine and there's no need in the world to worry. And in fact, we should realize what it would mean to us to understand that we're not really worried about anything. Am I right? We all agreed. Here we go, we're all together. What do we do in New York? Let's forgive. We all had our spats back there. That's behind us, merely by miles and inclinations. Now we're headed down to New Orleans to dig old Bull Lee, and ain't that going to be kicks? And listen, we'll get to this old tenor man blow his top. He shot up the radio volume till the car shuddered. And listen to him tell the story and put down true relaxation and knowledge. We all jumped to the music and agreed. The purity of the road. The white line in the middle of the highway unrolled and hugged our left front tire as if glued to our groove. Dean hunched his muscular neck, t-shirted in the winter night, and blasted the car along. He insisted I drive through Baltimore for traffic practice. That was all right, except he and Mary Lou insisted on steering while they kissed and fooled around. It was crazy. The radio was on full blast. Dean beat drums on the dashboard till a great sag developed in it. I did too. The poor Hudson, the slow boat to China, was receiving her beating. "Oh man, what kicks!" yelled Dean. "Now, Mary Lou, listen really, honey. You know that I'm hot rock capable of everything at the same time and I have unlimited energy. Now, in San Francisco, we must go on living together. I know just the place for you. At the end of the regular chain gang run, I'll be home just a cut hair less than every 2 days and for 12 hours at a stretch. And man, you know what we can do in 12 hours, darling. Meanwhile, I'll go right on living at Camille's like nothing. See, she won't know. We can work it. We've done it before." It was all right with Mary Lou. She was really out for Camille's scalp. The understanding had been that Mary Lou would switch to me in Frisco, but now I began to see they were going to stick, and I was going to be left alone on my butt at the other end of the continent. But why think about that when all the golden lands ahead of you and all kinds of unforeseen events wait lurking to surprise you and make you glad you're alive to see? We arrived in Washington at dawn. It was the day of Harry Truman's inauguration for his second term. Great displays of war might were lined along Pennsylvania Avenue as we rolled by in our battered boat. There were B-29s, PT boats, artillery, all kinds of war material that looked murderous in the snowy grass. The last thing was a regular small ordinary lifeboat that looked pitiful and foolish. Dean slowed down to look at it. He kept shaking his head in awe. "What are these people up to? Harry's sleeping somewhere in this town. Good old Harry, man from Missouri as I am. That must be his own boat." Dean went to sleep in the back and Dunkel drove. We gave him specific instructions to take it easy. No sooner were we snoring than he gunned the car up to 80, bad bearings and all. And not only that, but he made a triple pass at a spot where a cop was arguing with a motorist. He was in the 4th lane of a 4-lane highway going the wrong way. Naturally, the cop took after us with his siren whining. We were stopped. He told us to follow him to the station house. There was a mean cop in there who took an immediate dislike to Dean. He could smell jail all over him. He sent his cohort outdoors to question Mary Lou and me privately. They wanted to know how old Mary Lou was. They were trying to whip up a Mann Act idea, but she had her marriage certificate. Then they took me aside alone and wanted to know who was sleeping with Mary Lou. "Her husband," I said quite simply. They were curious. Something was fishy. They tried some amateur Sherlocking by asking the same questions twice, expecting us to make a slip. I said, "Those two fellas are going back to work on the railroad in California. This is the short one's wife, and I'm a friend on the 2-week vacation from college." The cop smiled and said, "Yeah? Is this really your own wallet?" Finally, the mean one inside fined Dean $25. We told them we only had 40 to go all the way to the coast. They said that made no difference to them. When Dean protested, the mean cop threatened to take him back to Pennsylvania and slap a special charge on him. "What charge?" "Never mind what charge. Don't worry about that, wise guy." We had to give them the 25. But first Ed Dunkel, that culprit, offered to go to jail. Dean considered it. The cop was infuriated. He said, "If you let your partner go to jail, I'm taking you back to Pennsylvania right now. You hear that?" All we wanted to do was go. "Another speeding ticket in Virginia and you lose your car," said the mean cop as a parting volley. Dean was red in the face. We drove off silently. It was just like an invitation to steal to take our trip money away from us. They knew we were broke and had no relatives on the road or to wire to for money. The American police are involved in psychological warfare against those Americans who don't frighten them with imposing papers and threats. It's a Victorian police force. It peers out of musty windows and wants to inquire about everything, and can make crimes if the crimes don't exist to its satisfaction. 9 lines of crime, 1 of boredom, said Louis Ferdinand Céline. Dean was so mad he wanted to come back to Virginia and shoot the cop as soon as he had a gun. Pennsylvania, he scoffed. I wish I knew what that charge was. Vague, probably. Take all my money and charge me vague. Those guys have it so damn easy. They'll out and shoot you if you complain, too. There was nothing to do but get happy with ourselves again and forget about it. When we got through Richmond, we began forgetting about it, and soon everything was okay. Now we had $15 to go all the way. We'd have to pick up hitchhikers and bum quarters off them for gas. In the Virginia wilderness, suddenly we saw a man walking on the road. Dean zoomed to a stop. I looked back and said he was only a bum and probably didn't have a cent. We'll just pick him up for kicks, Dean laughed. The man was a ragged, bespectacled mad type, walking along reading a paperback muddy book he'd found in a culvert by the road. He got in the car and went right on reading. He was incredibly filthy and covered with scabs. He said his name was Hyman Solomon, and that he walked all over the USA, knocking and sometimes kicking at Jewish doors and demanding money. Give me money to eat, I'm a Jew. He said it worked very well and that it was coming to him. We asked him what he was reading. He didn't know. He didn't bother to look at the title page. He was only looking at the words as though he had found the real Torah where it belonged, in the wilderness. See, cackled Dean, poking my ribs. I told you it was kicks. Everybody's kicks, man. We carried Solomon all the way to Testament. My brother by now was in his new house on the other side of town. Here we were, back on the long, bleak street with the railroad track running down the middle, and the sad, sullen Southerners loping in front of hardware stores and 5 and 10s. Solomon said, I see you people need a little money to continue your journey. You wait for me and I'll go hustle up a few dollars at a Jewish home and I'll go along with you as far as Alabama. Dean was all beside himself with happiness. He and I rushed off to buy bread and cheese spread for a lunch in the car. Mary Lou and Ed waited in the car. We spent 2 hours in Testament waiting for Hyman Solomon to show up. He was hustling for his bread somewhere in town, but we couldn't see him. The sun began to grow red and late. Solomon never showed up, so we roared out of Testament. Now you see, Sal, God does exist because we keep getting hung up with this town, no matter what we try to do, and you'll notice the strange biblical name of it, and that strange biblical character who made us stop here once more, and all things tied together all over like rain, connecting everybody the world over by chain touch. Dean rattled on like this. He was overjoyed and exuberant. He and I suddenly saw the whole country like an oyster for us to open, and the pearl was there. The pearl was there. Off we roared south. We picked up another hitchhiker. This was a sad young kid who said he had an aunt who owned a grocery store in Dunn, North Carolina, right outside Fayetteville. When we get down there, you can bum a buck off her? Right. Fine, let's go. We were in Dunn in an hour at dusk. We drove to where the kid said his aunt had the grocery store. It was a sad little street that dead-ended at a factory wall. There was a grocery store, but there was no aunt. We wondered what the kid was talking about. We asked him how far he was going. He didn't know. It was a big hoax. Once upon a time, in some lost back alley adventure, he had seen the grocery store in Dunn, and it was the first story that popped into his disordered, feverish mind. We bought him a hot dog, but Dean said we couldn't take him along because we needed room to sleep and room for hitchhikers who could buy a little gas. This was sad but true. We left him in Dunn at nightfall. I drove through South Carolina and beyond Macon, Georgia, as Dean, Mary Lou, and Ed slept. All alone in the night, I had my own thoughts and held the car to the white line in the holy road. What was I doing? Where was I going? I'd soon find out. I got dog-tired beyond Macon and woke up Dean to resume. We got out of the car for air, and suddenly both of us were stoned with joy to realize that in the darkness all around us was fragrant green grass and the smell of fresh manure and warm waters. We're in the South. We've left the winter. Faint daybreak illuminated green chutes by the side of the road. I took a deep breath. A locomotive howled across the darkness, Mobile-bound. So were we. I took off my shirt and exulted. 10 miles down the road, Dean drove into a filling station with the motor off, noticed that the attendant was fast asleep at the desk, jumped out, quietly filled the gas tank, saw to it the bell didn't ring, and rolled off like an Arab with a $5 tank full of gas for our pilgrimage. I slept and woke up to the crazy, exultant sounds of music and Dean and Mary Lou talking and the great green land rolling by. Where are we? Just past the tip of Florida, man. Flomaton, it's called. Florida? We were rolling down to the coastal plain and Mobile. Up ahead were great soaring clouds of the Gulf of Mexico. It was only 32 hours since we'd said goodbye to everybody in the dirty snows of the north. We stopped at a gas station, and there Dean and Mary Lou played piggyback around the tanks, and Dunkel went inside and stole 3 packs of cigarettes without trying. We were fresh out. Rolling into Mobile over the long tidal highway, we all took our winter clothes off and enjoyed the southern temperature. This was when Dean started telling his life story, and when, beyond Mobile, he came upon an obstruction of wrangling cars at a crossroads, and instead of slipping around them, just balled right through the driveway of a gas station and went right on without relaxing his steady Continental 70. We left gaping faces behind us. He went right on with his tale. "I'll tell you it's true. I started at 9 with a girl called Millie Mayfair in back of Rod's garage on Grant Street, same street Carlo lived on in Denver. That's when my father was still working at the smithies a bit. I remember my aunt yelling out the window, 'What are you doing down there in back of the garage?' Oh, honey, Mary Lou, if I'd only known you then. Wow, how sweet you must have been at 9. He tittered maniacally. He stuck his finger in her mouth and licked it. He took her hand and rubbed it over himself. She just sat there, smiling serenely. Big, long Ed Dunkel sat looking out the window, talking to himself. Yes, sir, I thought I was a ghost that night. He was also wondering what Galatea Dunkel would say to him in New Orleans. Dean went on. One time I rode a freight from New Mexico clear to L.A. I was 11 years old, lost my father at a sighting. We were all in a hobo jungle. I was with a man called Big Red. My father was out drunk in a boxcar. It started to roll. Big Red and I missed it. I didn't see my father for months. I rode a long freight all the way to California, really flying, first-class freight, a desert zipper. All the way I rode over the couplings. You can imagine how dangerous. I was only a kid, I didn't know. Clutching a loaf of bread under one arm and the other hooked around the brake bar. This is no story, this is true. When I got to L.A., I was so starved for milk and cream, I got a job in a dairy, and the first thing I did, I drank 2 quarts of heavy cream and puked. Poor Dean, said Mary Lou, and she kissed him. He stared ahead proudly. He loved her. We were suddenly driving along the blue waters of the Gulf, and at the same time, a momentous mad thing began on the radio. It was the Chicken Jazz and Gumbo disc jockey show from New Orleans. All mad jazz records, colored records, with the disc jockey saying, "Don't worry about nothing." We saw New Orleans in the night ahead of us with joy. Dean rubbed his hands over the wheel. Now we're going to get our kicks. At dusk, we were coming into the humming streets of New Orleans. "Oh, smell the people," yelled Dean with his face out the window, sniffing. "Ah, God, life." He swung around a trolley. "Yes." He darted the car and looked in every direction for girls. "Look at her." The air was so sweet in New Orleans, it seemed to come in soft bandanas. And you could smell the river and really smell the people, and mud and molasses and every kind of tropical exhalation with your nose suddenly removed from the dry ices of a northern winter. We bounced in our seats. "And dig her," yelled Dean, pointing at another woman. "Oh, I love, love, love women. I think women are wonderful. I love women." He spat out the window, he groaned, he clutched his head. Great beads of sweat fell from his forehead from pure excitement and exhaustion. We bounced the car up on the Algiers ferry and found ourselves crossing the Mississippi River by boat. "Now you must all get out and dig the river and the people and smell the world," said Dean, bustling with his sunglasses and cigarettes and leaping out of the car like a jack-in-the-box. We followed. On rails, we leaned and looked at the great brown father of waters rolling down from mid-America like the torrent of broken souls, bearing Montana logs and Dakota muds and Iowa vales and things that had drowned in Three Forks, where the secret began in ice. Smoky New Orleans receded on one side. Old, sleepy Algiers with its warped wood sides bumped us on the other. Negroes were working in the hot afternoon, stoking the ferry furnaces that burned red and made our tires smell. Dean dug them, hopping up and down in the heat. He rushed around the deck and upstairs with his baggy pants hanging halfway down his belly. Suddenly I saw him eagering on the flying bridge. I expected him to take off on wings. I heard his mad laugh all over the boat. Hee 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 hee. Mary Lou was with him. He covered everything in a jiffy, came back with the full story, jumped in the car just as everybody was tooting to go, and we slipped off, passing 2 or 3 cars in a narrow space, and found ourselves darting through Algiers. Where? Dean was yelling. We decided first to clean up at a gas station and inquire for Bull's whereabouts. Little children were playing in the drowsy river sunset. Girls were going by with bandanas and cotton blouses and bare legs. Dean ran up the street to see everything. He looked around, he nodded, he rubbed his belly. Big Ed sat back in the car with his hat over his eyes, smiling at Dean. I sat on the fender. Mary Lou was in the women's john. From bushy shores where infinitesimal men fished with sticks, and from delta sleeps that stretched up along the reddening land, the big humpbacked river with its main stream leaping came coiling around Algiers like a snake, with a nameless rumble. Drowsy peninsular Algiers with all her bees and shanties was like to be washed away someday. The sun slanted, bugs flip-flopped, the awful waters groaned. We went to old Bull Lee's house outside town near the river levee. It was on a road that ran across a swampy field. The house was a dilapidated old heap with sagging porches running around and weeping willows in the yard. The grass was a yard high, old fences leaned, old barns collapsed. There was no one in sight. We pulled right into the yard and saw washtubs on the back porch. I got out and went to the screen door. Jane Lee was standing in it with her eyes cupped toward the sun. "Jane," I said, "it's me, it's us." She knew that. "Yes, I know. Bull isn't here now. Isn't that a fire or something over there?" We both looked toward the sun. "You mean the sun?" "Of course I don't mean the sun. I heard sirens that way. Don't you know a peculiar glow?" It was toward New Orleans. The clouds were strange. "I don't see anything," I said. Jane snuffed down her nose. "Same old paradise." That was the way we greeted each other after 4 years. Jane used to live with my wife and me in New York. "And is Galatea Dunkel here?" I asked. Jane was still looking for her fire. In those days, she ate 3 tubes of benzodrine paper a day. Her face, once plump and Germanic and pretty, had become stony and red and gaunt. She had caught polio in New Orleans and limped a little. Sheepishly, Dean and the gang came out of the car and more or less made themselves at home. Galatea Dunkel came out of her stately retirement in the back of the house to meet her tormentor. Galatea was a serious girl. She was pale and looked like tears all over. Big Ed passed his hand through his hair and said hello. She looked at him steadily. "Where have you been? Why did you do this to me?" And she gave Dean a dirty look. She knew the score. Dean paid absolutely no attention. What he wanted now was food. He asked Jane if there was anything. The confusion began right there. Poor Bull came home in his Texas Chevy and found his house invaded by maniacs, but he greeted me with a nice warmth I hadn't seen in him for a long time. He had bought this house in New Orleans with some money he had made growing black-eyed peas in Texas with an old college schoolmate, whose father, a mad paretic, had died and left a fortune. Bull himself only got $50 a week from his own family, which wasn't too bad, except that he spent almost that much per week on his drug habit. And his wife was also expensive, gobbling up about $10 worth of Benny tubes a week. Their food bill was the lowest in the country. They hardly ever ate, nor did the children. They didn't seem to care. They had 2 wonderful children, Dodie, 8 years old, and little Ray, 1 year. Ray ran around stark naked in the yard, a little blonde child of the rainbow. Bull called him the little beast after W.C. Fields. Bull came driving into the yard and unrolled himself from the car bone by bone and came over wearily, wearing glasses, felt hat, shabby suit, long, lean, strange, and laconic, saying, "Why, Sal, you finally got here. Let's go in the house and have a drink." It would take all night to tell about old Bull Lee. Let's just say now he was a teacher, and it may be said that he had every right to teach because he spent all his time learning. And the things he learned were what he considered to be and called the facts of life, which he learned not only out of necessity, but because he wanted to. He dragged his long, thin body around the entire United States and most of Europe and North Africa in his time, only to see what was going on. He married a white Russian countess in Yugoslavia to get her away from the Nazis in the 30s. There are pictures of him with the international cocaine set of the 30s, gangs with wild hair leaning on one another. There are other pictures of him in a Panama hat surveying the streets of Algiers. He never saw the white Russian countess again. He was an exterminator in Chicago, a bartender in New York, a summons server in Newark. In Paris, he sat at cafe tables watching the sullen French faces go by. In Athens, he looked up from his ouzo at what he called the ugliest people in the world. In Istanbul, he threaded his way through crowds of opium addicts and drug sellers, looking for the facts. In English hotels, he read Spengler and the Marquis de Sade. In Chicago, he planned to hold up a Turkish bath, hesitated just for 2 minutes too long for a drink, and wound up with $2 and had to make a run for it. He did all these things merely for the experience. Now the final study was the drug habit. He was now in New Orleans, slipping along the streets with shady characters and haunting connection bars. There is a strange story about his college days that illustrates something else about him. He had friends for cocktails in his well-appointed rooms one afternoon, when suddenly his pet ferret rushed out and bit an elegant teacup queer on the ankle, and everybody hightailed it out the door, screaming. Old Bull leaped up and grabbed his shotgun and said, "He smells that old rat again," and shot a hole in the wall big enough for 50 rats. On the wall hung a picture of an ugly old Cape Cod house. His friend said, "Why do you have that ugly thing hanging there?" And Bull said, "I like it because it's ugly." All his life was in that line. Once I knocked on his door in the 60th Street slums of New York, and he opened it wearing a derby hat, a vest with nothing underneath, and long striped sharpster pants. In his hands he had a cook pot, bird seed in the pot, and was trying to mash the seed to roll in cigarettes. He also experimented in boiling codeine cough syrup down to a black mash. That didn't work too well. He spent long hours with Shakespeare, the immortal bard, he called him, on his lap. In New Orleans, he had begun to spend long hours with the Mayan codices in his lap, and although he went on talking, the book lay open all the time. I once said, "What's going to happen to us when we die?" And he said, "When you die, you're just dead, that's all." He had a set of chains in his room that he said he used with his psychoanalyst. They were experimenting with narcoanalysis and found that Old Bull had 7 separate personalities, each growing worse and worse on the way down, till finally he was a raving idiot and had to be restrained with chains. The top personality was an English lord, the bottom the idiot. Halfway he was an old Negro who stood in line, waiting with everyone else, and said, "Some's bastards, some's ain't. That's the skull." Bull had a sentimental streak about the old days in America, especially 1910, when you could get morphine in a drugstore without prescription, and Chinese smoked opium in their evening windows, and the country was wild and brawling and free, with abundance and any kind of freedom for everyone. His chief hate was Washington bureaucracy, second to that, liberals, then cops. He spent all his time talking and teaching others. Jane sat at his feet, so did I, so did Dean, and so had Carlo Marx. We'd all learned from him. He was a gray, nondescript-looking fellow you wouldn't notice in the street unless you looked closer and saw his mad, bony skull with its strange youthfulness. A Kansas minister with exotic, phenomenal fires and mysteries. He had studied medicine in Vienna, had studied anthropology, read everything, and now he was settling to his life's work, which was the study of things themselves in the streets of life and the night. He sat in his chair. Jane brought drinks, martinis. The shades by his chair were always drawn, day and night. It was his corner of the house. On his lap were the Mayan codices and an air gun which he occasionally raised to pop Benzedrine tubes across the room. I kept rushing around, putting up new ones. We all took shots, and meanwhile we talked. Bull was curious to know the reason for this trip. He peered at us and snuffed down his nose, thump, like a sound in a dry tank. "Now, Dean, I want you to sit quiet a minute and tell me what you're doing crossing the country like this." Dean could only blush and say, "Ah, well, you know how it is." "Sal, what are you going to the coast for?" "Only for a few days. I'm coming back to school." "What's the score with this Ed Dunkel? What kind of character is he?" At that moment, Ed was making up to Galatea in the bedroom. It didn't take him long. We didn't know what to tell Bull about Ed Dunkel. Seeing that we didn't know anything about ourselves, he whipped out 3 sticks of tea and said to go ahead, supper'd be ready soon. "Ain't nothing better in the world to give you an appetite. I once ate a horrible lunch cart hamburger on tea, and it seemed like the most delicious thing in the world. I just got back from Houston last week. Went to see Dale about our black-eyed peas. I was sleeping in a motel one morning when all of a sudden I was blasted out of bed. This damn fool had just shot his wife in the room next to mine. Everybody stood around confused, and the guy just got in his car and drove off, left the shotgun on the floor for the sheriff. They finally caught him in Halma, drunk as a lord. Man ain't safe around this country anymore without a gun." He pulled back his coat and showed us his revolver. Then he opened the drawer and showed us the rest of his arsenal. In New York, he once had a submachine gun under his bed. "I got something better than that now. A German Scheintooth gas gun. Look at this beauty. Only got 1 shell. I could knock out 100 men with this gun and have plenty of time to make a getaway. Only thing wrong, I only got 1 shell. I hope I'm not around when you try it," said Jane from the kitchen. "How do you know it's a gas shell?" Bull snuffed. He never paid any attention to her sallies, but he heard them. His relation with his wife was one of the strangest. They talked till late at night. Bull liked to hold the floor. He went right on in his dreary, monotonous voice. She tried to break in. She never could. At dawn, he got tired, and then Jane talked, and he listened, snuffing and going down his nose. She loved that man madly, but in a delirious way of some kind. There was never any mooching and mincing around, just talk and a very deep companionship that none of us would ever be able to fathom. Something curiously unsympathetic and cold between them was really a form of humor by which they communicated their own set of subtle vibrations. Love is all. Jane was never more than 10 feet away from Bull and never missed a word he said, and he spoke in a very low voice, too. Dean and I were yelling about a big night in New Orleans and wanted Bull to show us around. He threw a damper on this. New Orleans is a very dull town. It's against the law to go to the colored section. The bars are insufferably dreary. I said, there must be some ideal bars in town. The ideal bar doesn't exist in America. An ideal bar is something that's gone beyond our ken. In 1910, a bar was a place where men went to meet during or after work, and all there was a long counter, brass rails, spittoons, player piano for music, a few mirrors, and barrels of whiskey at 10 cents a shot, together with barrels of beer at 5 cents a mug. Now all you get is chromium, drunken women, fags, hostile bartenders, anxious owners who hover around the door, worried about their leather seats and the law. Just a lot of screaming at the wrong time and deadly silence when a stranger walks in. We argued about bars. All right, he said, I'll take you to New Orleans tonight and show you what I mean. And he deliberately took us to the dullest bars. We left Jane with the children. Supper was over. She was reading the want ads of the New Orleans Times-Picayune. I asked her if she was looking for a job. She only said it was the most interesting part of the paper. Bull rode into town with us and went right on talking. Take it easy, Dean. We'll get there, I hope. Oh, there's the ferry. You don't have to drive us clear into the river. He held on. Dean had gotten worse, he confided in me. He seems to me to be headed for his ideal fate, which is compulsive psychosis dashed with a jigger of psychopathic irresponsibility and violence. He looked at Dean out of the corner of his eye. If you go to California, why don't you stay in New Orleans with me? We'll play the horses over to Gretna and relax in my yard. I've got a nice set of knives and I'm building a target. Some pretty juicy dolls downtown, too, if that's in your line these days. He snuffed. We were on the ferry, and Dean had leaped out to lean over the rail. I followed, but Bull sat on in the car, snuffing. There was a mystic wraith of fog over the brown waters that night, together with dark driftwoods, and across the way New Orleans glowed orange bright with a few dark ships at her hem, mostly fog-bound Sereno ships with Spanish balconies and ornamental poops, till you got up close and saw that they were just old freighters from Sweden and Panama. The ferry fires glowed in the night. The same Negroes plied the shovel and sang. Old Big Slim Hazard had once worked on the Algiers ferry as a deckhand. This made me think of Mississippi Gene, too. And as the river poured down from mid-America by starlight, I knew like mad that everyone I had ever known and would ever know was one. Strange to say, too, that night we crossed the ferry with Bull Lee, a girl committed suicide off the deck. Either just before or just after us. We saw it in the paper the next day. We hit all the dull bars in the French Quarter with old Bull and went back home at midnight. That night, Mary Lou took everything in the books. She took tea, goofballs, Benny, liquor, and even asked old Bull for a shot of M, which of course he didn't give her. He did give her a martini. She was so saturated with elements of all kinds that she came to a standstill and stood goofy on the porch with me. It was a wonderful porch Bull had. It ran clear around the house. By moonlight with the willows, it looked like an old southern mansion that had seen better days. In the house, Jane sat reading the want ads in the living room. Bull was in the bathroom taking his fix, clutching his old black necktie in his teeth for a tourniquet, and jabbing with the needle into his woesome arm with 1,000 holes. Ed Dunkel was sprawled out with Galatea in the massive master bed that old Bull and Jane never used. Dean was rolling tea, and Mary Lou and I imitated southern aristocracy. Why, Miss Lou, you look lovely and most fetching tonight. Why, thank you, Crawford. I sure do appreciate the nice things you do say. Doors kept opening around the crooked porch, and members of our sad drama in the American night kept popping out to find out where everybody was. Finally, I took a walk alone to the levee. I wanted to sit on the muddy bank and dig the Mississippi River. Instead of that, I had to look at it with my nose against a wire fence. When you start separating the people from their rivers, what have you got? Bureaucracy, says old Bull. He sits with Kafka on his lap. The lamp burns above him. He snuffs. His old house creaks. and the Montana log rolls by on the big black river of the night. Ain't nothing but bureaucracy, and unions, especially unions. But dark laughter would come again. Chapter 7. It was there in the morning when I got up bright and early and found old Bull and Dean in the backyard. Dean was wearing his gas station coveralls and helping Bull. Bull had found a great big piece of thick rotten wood and was desperately yanking with a hammer hook at little nails embedded in it. We stared at the nails. There were millions of them. They were like worms. When I get all these nails out of this, I'm going to build me a shelf that'll last 1,000 years, said Bull, every bone shuddering with boyish excitement. Why, Sal, do you realize the shelves they build these days crack under the weight of knickknacks after 6 months or generally collapse? Same with houses, same with clothes. These bastards have invented plastics by which they could make houses that last forever. And tires. Americans are killing themselves by the millions every year with defective rubber tires that get hot on the road and blow up. They could make tires that never blow up. Same with tooth powder. There's a certain gum they've invented, and they won't show it to anybody, that if you chew it as a kid, you'll never get a cavity for the rest of your born days. Same with clothes. They can make clothes that last forever. They prefer making cheap goods. So everybody will have to go on working and punching time clocks and organizing themselves in sullen unions and floundering around while the big grab goes on in Washington and Moscow. He raised his big piece of rotten wood. Don't you think this will make a splendid shelf? It was early in the morning. His energy was at its peak. The poor fellow took so much junk into his system he could only weather the great proportion of his day in that chair with the lamp burning at noon. But in the morning he was magnificent. We began throwing knives at the target. He said he'd seen an Arab in Tunis who could stick a man's eye from 40 feet. This got him going on his aunt who went to the Casbah in the 30s. She was with a party of tourists led by a guide. She had a diamond ring on her little finger. She leaned on a wall to rest a minute, and an Arab rushed up and appropriated her ring finger before she could let out a cry. My dear. She suddenly realized she had no little finger. When he laughed, he compressed his lips together and made it come out from his belly, from far away, and doubled up to lean on his knees. He laughed a long time. "Hey, Jane," he yelled gleefully. "I was just telling Dean and Sal about my aunt in the Casbah." "I heard you," she said across the lovely warm Gulf morning from the kitchen door. Great beautiful clouds floated overhead, valley clouds that made you feel the vastness of old tumble-down holy America from mouth to mouth and tip to tip. All pep and juices was Bull. "Say, did I ever tell you about Dale's father? He was the funniest old man you ever saw in your life. He had paresis, which eats away the forepart of your brain, and you get so you're not responsible for anything that comes into your mind. He had a house in Texas and had carpenters working 24 hours a day putting on new wings. He'd leap up in the middle of the night and say, 'I don't want that goddamn wing, put it over there.' The carpenters had to take everything down and start all over again. Come dawn, you'd see them hammering away at the new wing. Then the old man would get bored with that and say, 'God damn it, I want to go to Maine.' And he'd get into his car and drive off 100 miles an hour. Great showers of chicken feathers followed his track for hundreds of miles. He'd stop his car in the middle of a Texas town just to get out and buy some whiskey. Traffic would honk all around him, and he'd come rushing out of the store yelling, 'Fit your goddamn noise, you bunch of bastards.' He lisped. When you have paresis, you lisps. One night he came to my house in Cincinnati and tooted the horn and said, 'Come on out and let's go to Texas to see Dale.' He was going back from Maine. He claimed he bought a house. Oh, we wrote a story about him at college, where you see this horrible shipwreck and people in the water clutching at the sides of the lifeboat, and the old man is there with a machete hacking at their fingers. 'Get away, you bunch of bastards. That's my goddamn boat.' Oh, he was horrible. I could tell you stories about him all day. Say, ain't this a nice day?" And it sure was. The softest breezes blew in from the levee. It was worth the whole trip. We went into the house after Bull to measure the wall for a shelf. He showed us the dining room table he built. It was made of wood 6 inches thick. "This is a table that'll last 1,000 years, said Bull, leaning his long, thin face at us maniacally. He banged on it. In the evenings, he sat at this table, picking at his food and throwing the bones to the cats. He had 7 cats. I love cats. I especially like the ones that squeal when I hold them over the bathtub. He insisted on demonstrating. Someone was in the bathroom. Well, he said, we can't do that now. Say, I've been having a fight with the neighbors next door. He told us about the neighbors. They were a vast crew with sassy children who threw stones over the rickety fence at Dodie and Ray and sometimes at Old Bull. He told them to cut it out. The old man rushed out and yelled something in Portuguese. Bull went in the house and came back with his shotgun, upon which he leaned demurely, the incredible simper on his face beneath the long hat brim, his whole body writhing coyly and snakily as he waited, a grotesque, lank, lonely clown beneath the clouds. The sight of him, the Portuguese must have thought something out of an old evil dream. We scoured the yard for things to do. There was a tremendous fence Bull had been working on to separate him from the obnoxious neighbors. It would never be finished. The task was too much. He rocked it back and forth to show how solid it was. Suddenly he grew tired and quiet and went in the house and disappeared in the bathroom for his pre-lunch fix. He came out glassy-eyed and calm and sat down under his burning lamp. The sunlight poked feebly behind the drawn shade. Say, why don't you fellas try my orgone accumulator? Put some juice in your bones. I always rush up and take off 90 miles an hour for the nearest whorehouse. Whore. This was his laugh when he wasn't really laughing. The orgone accumulator is an ordinary box big enough for a man to sit inside on a chair. A layer of wood, a layer of metal, and another layer of wood gather in orgones from the atmosphere and hold them captive long enough for the human body to absorb more than a usual share. According to Reich, orgones are vibratory atmospheric atoms of the life principle. People get cancer because they run out of orgones. Old Bull thought his orgone accumulator would be improved if the wood he used was as organic as possible, so he tied bushy bayou leaves and twigs to his mystical outhouse. It stood there in the hot flat yard, an exfoliate machine clustered and bedecked with maniacal contrivances. Old Bull slipped off his clothes and went in to sit and moon over his navel. Say, Sal, after lunch, let's you and me go play the horses over to the bookie joint in Gretna. He was magnificent. He took a little nap after lunch in his chair, the air gun on his lap and little Ray curled around his neck sleeping. It was a pretty sight, father and son. A father who would certainly never bore his son when it came to finding things to do and talk about. He woke up with a start and stared at me. It took him a minute to recognize who I was. What are you going to the coast for, Sal? He asked, and went back to sleep in a moment. In the afternoon, we went to Gretna, just Bull and me. We drove in his old Chevy. Dean's Hudson was low and sleek. Bull's Chevy was high and rattly. It was just like 1910. The bookie joint was located near the waterfront in a big chromium leather bar that opened up in the back to a tremendous hall where entries and numbers were posted on the wall. Louisiana characters lounged around with racing forms. Bull and I had a beer, and casually Bull went over to the slot machine and threw a $50 piece in. The counters clicked, jackpot, 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 and the last jackpot hung for just a moment and slipped back to Cherry. He'd lost $100 or more just by a hair. Damn, yelled Bull. They got these things adjusted. You could see it right then. I had the jackpot and the mechanism clicked it back. Well, what you gonna do? We examined the racing form. I hadn't played the horses in years and was bemused with all the new names. There was one horse called Big Pop that sent me into a temporary trance thinking of my father, who used to play the horses with me. I was just about to mention it to old Bull when he said, well, I think I'll try this Ebony Corsair here. Then I finally said it. Big Pop reminds me of my father. He mused for just a second, his clear blue eyes fixed on mine hypnotically so that I couldn't tell what he was thinking or where he was. Then he went over and bet on Ebony Corsair. Big Pop won and paid 50 to 1. Damn, said Bull. I should have known better. I've had experience with this before. Oh, when will we ever learn? What do you mean? Big Pop is what I mean. You had a vision, boy, a vision. Only damn fools pay no attention to visions. How do you know your father, who was an old horse player, just didn't momentarily communicate to you that Big Pop was going to win the race? The name brought the feeling up in you. He took advantage of the name to communicate. That's what I was thinking about when you mentioned it. My cousin in Missouri once bet on a horse that had a name that reminded him of his mother and had won and paid a big prize. The same thing happened this afternoon. He shook his head. Ah, let's go. This is the last time I'll ever play the horses with you around. All these visions drive me to distraction. In the car, as we drove back to his old house, he said, "Mankind will someday realize that we are actually in contact with the dead and with the other world, whatever it is. Right now, we could predict, if we only exerted enough mental will, what is going to happen within the next 100 years and be able to take steps to avoid all kinds of catastrophes. When a man dies, he undergoes a mutation in his brain that we know nothing about now, but which will be very clear someday if scientists get on the ball. The bastards right now are only interested in seeing if they can blow up the world." We told Jane about it. She sniffed. "It sounds silly to me." She plied the broom around the kitchen. Bull went in the bathroom for his afternoon fix. Out on the road, Dean and Ed Dunkel were playing basketball with Doty's ball and a bucket nailed on a lamppost. I joined in. Then we turned to feats of athletic prowess. Dean completely amazed me. He had Ed and me hold a bar of iron up to our waists, and just standing there, he popped right over it, holding his heels. "Go ahead, raise it." We kept raising it till it was chest high. Still, he jumped over it with ease. Then he tried the running broad jump and did at least 20 feet and more. Then I raced him down the road. I can do the 100 in 10.5. He passed me like the wind. As we ran, I had a mad vision of Dean running through all of life, just like that, his bony face out thrust to life, his arms pumping, his brow sweating, his legs twinkling like Groucho Marx, yelling, "Yes, man, you sure can go." But nobody could go as fast as he could, and that's the truth. Then Bull came out with a couple of knives and started showing us how to disarm a would-be shiver in a dark alley. I, for my part, showed him a very good trick, which is falling on the ground in front of your adversary and gripping him with your ankles and flipping him over on his hands and grabbing his wrists in full Nelson. He said it was pretty good. He demonstrated some jujitsu. Little Doty called her mother to the porch and said, "Look at the silly men." She was such a cute, sassy little thing that Dean couldn't take his eyes off her. Wow, wait till she grows up. Can you see her cutting down Canal Street with her cute eyes? Oh, he hissed through his teeth. We spent a mad day in downtown New Orleans walking around with the Dunkels. Dean was out of his mind that day. When he saw the T&NO freight trains in the yard, he wanted to show me everything at once. "You'll be brakeman 'fore I'm through with you." He and I and Ed Dunkel ran across the tracks and hopped a freight at 3 individual points. Mary Lou and Galatea were waiting in the car. We rode the train a half-mile into the piers, waving at switchmen and flagmen. They showed me the proper way to get off a moving car. The back foot first and let the train go away from you and come around and place the other foot down. They showed me the refrigerator cars, the ice compartments, good for a ride on any winter night in a string of empties. "Remember what I told you about New Mexico to L.A.?" cried Dean. "This was the way I hung on." We got back to the girls an hour late, and of course they were mad. Ed and Galatea had decided to get a room in New Orleans and stay there and work. This was okay with Bull, who was getting sick and tired of the whole mob. The invitation originally was for me to come alone. In the front room, where Dean and Mary Lou slept, there were jam and coffee stains and empty Benny tubes all over the floor. What's more, it was Bull's workroom, and he couldn't get on with his shelves. Poor Jane was driven to distraction by the continual jumping and running around on the part of Dean. We were waiting for my next GI check to come through. My aunt was forwarding it. Then we were off, the 3 of us, Dean, Mary Lou, me. When the check came, I realized I hated to leave Bull's wonderful house so suddenly, but Dean was all energies and ready to do. In a sad red dusk, we were finally seated in the car, and Jane, Doty, little boy Ray, Bull, Ed, and Galatea stood around in the high grass, smiling. It was goodbye. At the last moment, Dean and Bull had a misunderstanding over money. Dean had wanted to borrow. Bull said it was out of the question. The feeling reached back to Texas days. Con man Dean was antagonizing people away from him by degrees. He giggled maniacally and didn't care. He rubbed his fly, stuck his finger in Mary Lou's dress, slurped up her knee, frothed at the mouth, and said, "Darling, you know and I know that everything is straight between us at last beyond the furthest abstract definition in metaphysical terms or any terms you want to specify or sweetly impose or hearken back." And so on, and zoom went the car, and we were off again for California. Chapter 8. What is that feeling when you're driving away from people and they recede on the plain till you see their specks dispersing? It's the too huge world vaulting us, and it's goodbye, but we lean forward to the next crazy venture beneath the skies. We wheeled through the sultry old light of Algiers, back on the ferry, back toward the mud-splashed, crabbed old ships across the river, back on canal and out. on a 2-lane highway to Baton Rouge in purple darkness, swung west there, crossed the Mississippi at a place called Port Allen. Port Allen, where the river's all rain and roses and a misty pinpoint darkness, and where we swung around a circular drive in yellow fog light and suddenly saw the great black body below a bridge and crossed eternity again. What is the Mississippi River? A washed clod in the rainy night, a soft plopping from drooping Missouri banks, a dissolving, a riding of the tide down the eternal waterbed, a contribution to brown foams, a voyaging past endless vales and trees and levees, down along, by Memphis, Greenville, Eudora, Vicksburg, Natchez, Port Allen, and Port Orleans, and Port of the Deltas, by Potash, Venice, and Night's Great Gulf, and out. With the radio onto a mystery program, and as I looked out the window and saw a sign that said, "Use Cooper's paint," and I said, "Okay, I will," we rolled across the hoodwinked night of the Louisiana plains. Lawtell, Eunice, Kinder, and DeQuincy, western rickety towns becoming more bayou-like as we reached the Sabine. In old Opelousas, I went into a grocery store to buy bread and cheese while Dean saw the gas and oil. It was just a shack. I could hear the family eating supper in the back. I waited a minute. They went on talking. I took bread and cheese and slipped out the door. We had barely enough money to make Frisco. Meanwhile, Dean took a carton of cigarettes from the gas station and we were stocked for the voyage. Gas, oil, cigarettes, and food. Crooks don't know. He pointed the car straight down the road. Somewhere near Starks we saw a great red glow in the sky ahead. We wondered what it was. In a moment we were passing it. It was a fire beyond the trees. There were many cars parked on the highway. It must have been some kind of fish fry, and on the other hand it might have been anything. The country turned strange and dark near Deweyville. Suddenly we were in the swamps. Man, do you imagine what it would be like if we found a jazz joint in these swamps, with great big black fellas moaning guitar blues and drinking snake juice and making signs at us? Yes. There were mysteries around here. The car was going over a dirt road elevated off the swamps that dropped on both sides and drooped with vines. We passed an apparition. It was a Negro man in a white shirt, walking along with his arms upspread to the inky firmament. He must have been praying or calling down a curse. We zoomed right by. I looked out the back window to see his white eyes. "Whew," said Dean, "look out. We better not stop in this here country." At one point we got stuck at a crossroads and stopped the car anyway. Dean turned off the headlights. We were surrounded by a great forest of viney trees in which we could almost hear the slither of a million copperheads. The only thing we could see was the red ampere button on the Hudson dashboard. Mary Lou squealed with fright. We began laughing maniac laughs to scare her. We were scared too. We wanted to get out of this mansion of the snake, this mire-full drooping dark, and zoom on back to familiar American ground and cow towns. There was a smell of oil and dead water in the air. This was a manuscript of the night we couldn't read. An owl hooted. We took a chance on one of the dirt roads, and pretty soon we were crossing the evil old Sabine River that is responsible for all these swamps. With amazement, we saw great structures of light ahead of us. "Texas! It's Texas! Beaumont Oil Town!" Huge oil tanks and refineries loomed like cities in the oily, fragrant air. "I'm glad we got out of there," said Mary Lou. "Let's play some more mystery programs now." We zoomed through Beaumont, over the Trinity River at Liberty, and straight for Houston. Now Dean got talking about his Houston days in 1947. "Hassel! That man Hassel! I look for him everywhere I go and I never find him. He used to get us so hung up in Texas here, we'd drive in with Bull for groceries and Hassel disappear. We'd have to go looking for him in every shooting gallery in town." We were entering Houston. We had to look for him in this Spade part of town most of the time. Man, he'd be blasting with every mad cat he could find. One night we lost him and took a hotel room. We were supposed to bring ice back to Jane because her food was rotten. It took us 2 days to find Hassel. I got hung up myself. I gunned shopping women in the afternoon, right here downtown supermarkets. We flashed by in the empty night and found a real gone dumb girl who was out of her mind and just wandering, trying to steal an orange. She was from Wyoming. Her beautiful body was matched only by her idiot mind. I found her babbling and took her back to the room. Bull was drunk trying to get this young Mexican kid drunk. Carlo was writing poetry on heroin. Hassel didn't show up till midnight at the Jeep. We found him sleeping in the back seat. The ice was all melted. Hassel said he took about 5 sleeping pills. Man, if my memory could only serve me right the way my mind works, I could tell you every detail of the things we did. Ah, but we know time. Everything takes care of itself. I could close my eyes and this old car would take care of itself. In the empty Houston streets at 4 o'clock in the morning, a motorcycle kid suddenly roared through, all bespangled and bedecked with glittering buttons, visors, slick black jacket, a Texas poet of the night, girl gripped on his back like a papoose, hair flying, onward going, singing Houston, Austin, Fort Worth, Dallas, and sometimes Kansas City, and sometimes Old Antone, aha! They pinpointed out of sight. Wow, dig that gone gal on his belt. Let's all blow. Dean tried to catch up with them. Now, wouldn't it be fine if we could all get together and have a real going goof bang together with everybody sweet and fine and agreeable, no hassles, no infant rise of protest or body woes, misconceptualized or something? Ah, but we know time. He bent to it and pushed the car. Beyond Houston, his energies, great as they were, gave out, and I drove. Rain began to fall just as I took the wheel. Now we were on the great Texas plain, and as Dean said, you drive and drive and you're still in Texas tomorrow night. The rain lashed down. I drove through a rickety little cow town with a muddy main street and found myself in a dead end. Hey man, what do I do? They were both asleep. I turned and crawled back through town. There wasn't a soul in sight and not a single light. Suddenly a horseman in a raincoat appeared in my headlamps. It was the sheriff. He had a 10-gallon hat drooping in the torrent. Which way to Austin? He told me politely, and I started off. Outside town, I suddenly saw 2 headlamps flaring directly at me in the lashing rain. Whoops, I thought I was on the wrong side of the road. I eased right and found myself rolling in the mud. I rolled back to the road. Still the headlamps came straight for me. At the last moment I realized the other driver was on the wrong side of the road and didn't know it. I swerved at 30 into the mud. It was flat, no ditch, thank God. The offending car backed up in the downpour. 4 sullen field workers snuck from their chores to brawl in drinking fields, all white shirts and dirty brown arms, sat looking at me dumbly in the night. The driver was as drunk as the lot. He said, "Which way to Houston?" I pointed my thumb back. I was thunderstruck in the middle of the thought that they had done this on purpose, just to ask directions, as a panhandler advances on you straight up the sidewalk to bar your way. They gazed ruefully at the floor of their car where empty bottles rolled and clanked away. I started the car. It was stuck in the mud a foot deep. I sighed in the rainy Texas wilderness. "Dean," I said, "wake up." "What?" "We're stuck in the mud." "What happened?" I told him. He swore up and down. We put on old shoes and sweaters and barged out of the car into the driving rain. I put my back on the rear fender and lifted and heaved. Dean stuck chains under the swishing wheels. In a minute we were covered with mud. We woke up Mary Lou to these horrors and made her gun the car while we pushed. The tormented Hudson heaved and heaved. Suddenly it jolted out and went skidding across the road. Mary Lou pulled it up just in time and we got in. That was that. The work had taken 30 minutes and we were soaked and miserable. I fell asleep, all caked with mud, and in the morning when I woke up the mud was solidified and outside there was snow. We were near Fredericksburg in the high plains. It was one of the worst winters in Texas and Western history, when cattle perished like flies in great blizzards and snow fell on San Francisco and L.A. We were all miserable. We wished we were back in New Orleans with Ed Dunkel. Mary Lou was driving, Dean was sleeping. She drove with one hand on the wheel and the other reaching back to me in the back seat. She cooed promises about San Francisco. I slavered miserably over it. At 10, I took the wheel. Dean was out for hours, and drove several hundred dreary miles across the bushy snows and ragged sage hills. Cowboys went by in baseball caps and earmuffs looking for cows. Comfortable little homes with chimneys smoking appeared along the road at intervals. I wished we could go in for buttermilk and beans in front of the fireplace. At Sonora, I again helped myself to free bread and cheese while the proprietor chatted with a big rancher on the other side of the store. Dean huzzahed when he heard it. He was hungry. We couldn't spend a cent on food. "Yes, yes," said Dean, watching the ranchers loping up and down Sonora Main Street. "Every one of them is a bloody millionaire. 1,000 head of cattle, work hands, buildings, money in the bank. If I lived around here, I'd be an idiot in the sagebrush. I'd be a jackrabbit. I'd lick up the branches. I'd look for pretty cowgirls. Hee hee hee. Damn, bam." He socked himself. "Yes, right. Oh, me." We didn't know what he was talking about anymore. He took the wheel and flew the rest of the way across the state of Texas, about 500 miles, clear to El Paso, arriving at dusk and not stopping except once when he took all his clothes off near Ozona and ran yipping and leaping naked in the sage. Cars zoomed by and didn't see him. He scurried back to the car and drove on. Now, Sal, now, Mary Lou, I want both of you to do as I'm doing. Disemburden yourselves of all that clothes. Now, what's the sense of clothes? Now, that's what I'm saying. And son, your pretty bellies with me. Come on. We were driving west into the sun. It fell in through the windshield. Open your belly as we drive into it. Mary Lou complied. Unfuddy-duddied, so did I. We sat in the front seat, all three. Mary Lou took out cold cream and applied it to us for kicks. Every now and then a big truck zoomed by. The driver in high cab caught a glimpse of a golden beauty sitting naked with two naked men. You could see them swerve a moment as they vanished in our rearview mirror. Great sage plains, snowless now, rolled on. Soon we were in the orange-rocked Pecos Canyon country. Blue distances opened up in the sky. We got out of the car to examine an old Indian ruin. Dean did so stark naked. Mary Lou and I put on our overcoats. We wandered among the old stones, hooting and howling. Certain tourists caught sight of Dean naked in the plain, but they could not believe their eyes and wobbled on. Dean and Mary Lou parked the car near Van Horn and made love while I went to sleep. I woke up just as we were rolling down the tremendous Rio Grande Valley through Clint and Isleta to El Paso. Mary Lou jumped to the back seat, I jumped to the front seat, and we rolled along. To our left across the vast Rio Grande spaces were the Moorish red mounts of the Mexican border, the land of the Tarahumare. Soft dusk played on the peaks. Straight ahead lay the distant lights of El Paso and Juarez, sown in a tremendous valley so big that you could see several railroads puffing at the same time in every direction, as though it was the valley of the world. We descended into it. "Clint, Texas," said Dean. He had the radio onto the Clint station. Every 15 minutes they played a record. The rest of the time it was commercials about a high school correspondence course. "This program is beamed all over the West," cried Dean excitedly. "Man, I used to listen to it day and night in reform school and prison. All of us used to write in. You get a high school diploma by mail, facsimile thereof if you pass the test. All the young wranglers in the West, I don't care who, at one time or another write in for this. It's all they hear. You tune the radio in Sterling, Colorado, Lusk, Wyoming, I don't care where, you get Clint, Texas, Clint, Texas. And the music is always cowboy, hillbilly, and Mexican. Absolutely the worst program in the entire history of the country, and nobody can do anything about it. They have a tremendous beam. They've got the whole land hog-tied." We saw the high antenna beyond the shacks of Clint. "Oh, man, the things I could tell you," cried Dean, almost weeping. Eyes bent on Frisco and the coast, we came into El Paso as it got dark, broke. We absolutely had to get some money for gas or we'd never make it. We tried everything. We buzzed the travel bureau, but no one was going west that night. The travel bureau is where you go for share-the-gas rides, legal in the West. Shifty characters wait with battered suitcases. We went to the Greyhound bus station to try to persuade somebody to give us the money instead of taking a bus for the coast. We were too bashful to approach anyone. We wandered around sadly. It was cold outside. A college boy was sweating at the sight of luscious Mary Lou and trying to look unconcerned. Dean and I consulted but decided we weren't pimps. Suddenly a crazy, dumb young kid fresh out of reform school attached himself to us, and he and Dean rushed out for a beer. "Come on, man, let's go mash somebody on the head and get his money." "I dig you, man," yelled Dean. They dashed off. For a moment I was worried, but Dean only wanted to dig the streets of El Paso with the kid and get his kicks. Mary Lou and I waited in the car. She put her arms around me. I said, "Damn it, Lou, wait till we get to Frisco." "I don't care. Dean's going to leave me anyway." "When are you going back to Denver?" "I don't know. I don't care what I'm doing. Can I go back east with you?" "We'll have to get some money in Frisco." "I know where you can get a job in a lunch cart behind the counter, and I'll be a waitress. I know a hotel where we can stay on credit. We'll stick together." "Gee, I'm sad." "What are you sad about, kid?" "I'm sad about everything." "Oh, damn, I wish Dean wasn't so crazy now." Dean came twinkling back, giggling, and jumped in the car. "What a crazy cat." Thousands of guys like that. They're all the same. Their minds in uniform clockwork. Oh, the infinite ramifications. No time, no time. And he shot up the car, hunched over the wheel, and roared out of El Paso. "We'll just have to pick up hitchhikers. I'm positive we'll find some. Hup, hup, here we go. Look out, he yelled at a motorist and swung around him and dodged a truck and bounced over the city limits. Across the river were the jewel lights of Juarez and the sad dry land and the jewel stars of Chihuahua. Mary Lou was watching Dean as she had watched him clear across the country and back out of the corner of her eye, with a sullen, sad air, as though she wanted to cut off his head and hide it in her closet, an envious and rueful love of him so amazingly himself, all raging and sniffy and crazy Wade, a smile of tender dotage, but also sinister envy that frightened me about her. A love she knew would never bear fruit because when she looked at his hang-jawed, bony face with its male self-containment and absent-mindedness, she knew he was too mad. Dean was convinced Mary Lou was a whore. He confided in me that she was a pathological liar. But when she watched him like this, it was love, too. And when Dean noticed he always turned with his big, false, flirtatious smile, with the eyelashes fluttering and the teeth pearly white, while a moment ago he was only dreaming in his eternity. Then Mary Lou and I both laughed, and Dean gave no sign of discomfiture, just a goofy, glad grin that said to us, "Ain't we getting our kicks anyway?" And that was it. Outside El Paso in the darkness, we saw a small, huddled figure with thumbs stuck out. It was our promised hitchhiker. We pulled up and back to his side. "How much money you got, kid?" The kid had no money. He was about 17, pale, strange, with one undeveloped, crippled hand and no suitcase. "Ain't he sweet?" said Dean, turning to me with a serious awe. "Come on in, fella, we'll take you out." The kid saw his advantage. He said he had an aunt in Tulare, California, who owned a grocery store, and as soon as we got there, he'd have some money for us. Dean rolled on the floor laughing. It was so much like the kid in North Carolina. "Yes, yes," he yelled. "We've all got aunts. Well, let's go. Let's see the aunts and the uncles and the grocery stores all the way along that road." And we had a new passenger, and a fine little guy he turned out to be, too. He didn't say a word. He listened to us. After a minute of Dean's talk, he was probably convinced he had joined a car of madmen. He said he was hitchhiking from Alabama to Oregon, where his home was. We asked him what he was doing in Alabama. "I went to visit my uncle. He said he'd have a job for me in a lumber mill. The job fell through, so I'm coming back home." "Going home," said Dean. "Going home. Yes, I know. We'll take you home, far as Frisco anyhow." But we didn't have any money. Then it occurred to me I could borrow $5 from my old friend Hal Hingham in Tucson, Arizona. Immediately, Dean said it was all settled and we were going to Tucson. And we did. We passed Las Cruces, New Mexico in the night and arrived in Arizona at dawn. I woke up from a deep sleep to find everybody sleeping like lambs and the car parked God knows where because I couldn't see out the steamy windows. I got out of the car. We were in the mountains. There was a heaven of sunrise, cool purple airs, red mountainsides, emerald pastures and valleys, dew, and transmuting clouds of gold. On the ground, gopher holes, cactus, mesquite. It was time for me to drive on. I pushed Dean and the kid over and went down the mountain with the clutch in and the motor off to save gas. In this manner, I rolled into Benson, Arizona. It occurred to me that I had a pocket watch Rocco had just given me for a birthday present, a $4 watch. At the gas station, I asked the man if he knew a pawn shop in Benson. It was right next door to the station. I knocked, someone got up out of bed, and in a minute I had $1 for the watch. It went into the tank. Now we had enough gas for Tucson. But suddenly a big pistol-packing trooper appeared just as I was ready to pull out and asked to see my driver's license. "The fella in the back seat has the license," I said. Dean and Mary Lou were sleeping together under the blanket. The cop told Dean to come out. Suddenly he whipped out his gun and yelled, "Keep your hands up." "Officer," I heard Dean say in the most unctuous and ridiculous tones. "Officer, I was only buttoning my fly." Even the cop almost smiled. Dean came out, muddy, ragged, T-shirted, rubbing his belly, cursing, looking everywhere for his license and his car papers. The cop rummaged through our back trunk. All the papers were straight. "Only checking up," he said with a broad smile. "You can go on now. Benson ain't a bad town, actually. You might enjoy it if you had breakfast here." Yes, 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 said Dean, paying absolutely no attention to him, and drove off. We all sighed with relief. The police are suspicious when gangs of youngsters come by in new cars without a cent in their pockets and have to pawn watches. "Oh, they're always interfering," said Dean, "but he was a much better cop than that rat in Virginia. They try to make headline arrests. They think every car going by is some big Chicago gang. They ain't got nothing else to do." We drove on to Tucson. Tucson is situated in beautiful Mesquite riverbed country, overlooked by the snowy Catalina Range. The city was one big construction job. The people transient, wild, ambitious, busy, gay, wash lines, trailers, bustling downtown streets with banners, altogether very Californian. Fort Lowell Road, out where Hingham lived, wound along lovely riverbed trees in the flat desert. We saw Hingham himself brooding in the yard. He was a writer. He had come to Arizona to work on his book in peace. He was a tall, gangly, shy satirist who mumbled to you with his head turned away and always said funny things. His wife and baby were with him in the adobe house, a small one that his Indian stepfather had built. His mother lived across the yard in her own house. She was an excited American woman who loved pottery, beads, and books. Hingham had heard of Dean through letters from New York. We came down on him like a cloud, every one of us hungry, even Alfred, the crippled hitchhiker. Hingham was wearing an old sweater and smoking a pipe in the keen desert air. His mother came out and invited us into her kitchen to eat. We cooked noodles in a great pot. Then we all drove to a Crossroads liquor store where Hingham cashed a check for $5 and handed me the money. There was a brief goodbye. "It certainly was pleasant," said Hingham, looking away. Beyond some trees, across the sand, a great neon sign of a roadhouse glowed red. Hingham always went there for a beer when he was tired of writing. He was very lonely. He wanted to get back to New York. It was sad to see his tall figure receding in the dark as we drove away, just like the other figures in New York and New Orleans. They stand uncertainly underneath immense skies, and everything about them is drowned. Where go? What do? What for? Sleep. But this foolish gang was bending onward. Chapter 9. Outside Tucson, we saw another hitchhiker in the dark road. This was an Okie from Bakersfield, California, who put down his story. "Hot damn. I left Bakersfield with the Travel Bureau car and left my guitar in the trunk of another one, and they never showed up. Guitar and cowboy duds. You see, I'm a musician. I was headed for Arizona to play with Johnny McCaw's Sagebrush Boys. Well, hell, here I am in Arizona broke and my guitar's been stole. You boys drive me back to Bakersfield and I'll get the money from my brother. How much do you want?" We wanted just enough gas to make Frisco from Bakersfield, about $3. Now we were 5 in the car. "Evening, ma'am," he said, tipping his hat to Mary Lou, and we were off. In the middle of the night, we overtopped the lights of Palm Springs from a mountain road. At dawn, in snowy passes, we labored toward the town of Mojave, which was the entryway to the great Tehachapi Pass. The Okie woke up and told funny stories. Sweet little Alfred sat smiling. Okie told us he knew a man who forgave his wife for shooting him and got her out of prison, only to be shot a second time. We were passing the women's prison when he told it. Up ahead, we saw Tehachapi Pass starting up. Dean took the wheel and carried us clear to the top of the world. We passed a great shroudy cement factory in the canyon. Then we started down. Dean cut off the gas, threw in the clutch, and negotiated every hairpin turn and passed cars and did everything in the books without the benefit of accelerator. I held on tight. Sometimes the road went up again briefly. He merely passed cars without a sound on pure momentum. He knew every rhythm and every kick of a first-class pass. When it was time to U-turn left around a low stone wall that overlooked the bottom of the world, he just leaned far over to his left, hands on the wheel, stiff-armed, and carried it that way. And when the turn snaked to the right again, this time with the cliff on our left, he leaned far to the right, making Mary Lou and me lean with him. In this way we floated and flapped down to the San Joaquin Valley. It lay spread a mile below, virtually the floor of California, green and wondrous from our aerial shelf. We made 30 miles without using gas. Suddenly we were all excited. Dean wanted to tell me everything he knew about Bakersfield as we reached the city limits. He showed me rooming houses where he stayed, railroad hotels, pool halls, diners, sidings where he jumped off the engine for grapes, Chinese restaurants where he ate, park benches where he met girls, and certain places where he'd done nothing but sit and wait around. Dean's California, wild, sweaty, important, the land of lonely and exiled and eccentric lovers come to foregather like birds, and the land where everybody somehow looked like broken-down, handsome, decadent movie actors. "Man, I spent hours on that very chair in front of that drugstore." He remembered all, every pinochle game, every woman, every sad night. And suddenly we were passing the place in the rail yards where Terry and I had sat under the moon drinking wine on those bum crates in October 1947, and I tried to tell him, but he was too excited. "This is where Dunkel and I spent a whole morning drinking beer, trying to make a real gone little waitress from Watsonville. No, Tracy. Yes, Tracy. and her name was Esmeralda. Oh man, something like that. Mary Lou was planning what to do the moment she arrived in Frisco. Alfred said his aunt would give him plenty of money up in Tulare. The Okie directed us to his brother in the flats outside town. We pulled up at noon in front of a little rose-covered shack, and the Okie went in and talked with some women. We waited 15 minutes. "I'm beginning to think this guy has no more money than I have," said Dean. "We'll get more hung up. There's probably nobody in the family that'll give him a cent after that fool escapade." The Okie came out sheepishly and directed us to town. "Hot damn, I wished I could find my brother." He made inquiries. He probably felt he was our prisoner. Finally, we went to a big bread bakery, and the Okie came out with his brother, who was wearing coveralls and was apparently the truck mechanic inside. He talked with his brother a few minutes. We waited in the car. Okie was telling all his relatives his adventures and about the loss of his guitar. But he got the money and he gave it to us, and we were all set for Frisco. We thanked him and took off. Next stop was Tulare. Up the valley we roared. I lay in the back seat, exhausted, giving up completely, and sometime in the afternoon, while I dozed, the muddy Hudson zoomed by the tents outside Sabinal, where I had lived and loved and worked in the spectral past. Dean was bent rigidly over the wheel, pounding the rods. I was sleeping when we finally arrived in Tulare. I woke up to hear the insane details. "Sal, wake up! Alfred found his aunt's grocery store, but you know what happened? His aunt shot her husband and went to jail. The store's closed down. We didn't get a cent. Think of it. The things that happened. The Okie told us the same likewise story. The troubles on all sides, the complications of events. We damn." Alfred was biting his fingernails. We were turning off the Oregon Road at Madera, and there we made our farewell with little Alfred. We wished him luck and Godspeed to Oregon. He said it was the best ride he ever had. It seemed like a matter of minutes when we began rolling in the foothills before Oakland, and suddenly reached a height and saw stretched out ahead of us the fabulous white city of San Francisco on her 11 mystic hills, with the blue Pacific and its advancing wall of potato patch fog beyond, and smoke and goldenness in the late afternoon of time. "There she blows," yelled Dean. "Wow, made it, just enough gas. Give me water, no more land. We can't go any further, 'cause there ain't no more land. Now, Mary Lou, darling, you and Sal go immediately to a hotel and wait for me to contact you in the morning as soon as I have definite arrangements made with Camille, and call up Frenchman about my railroad watch. And you and Sal buy the first thing hit town a paper for the want ads and work plans." And he drove into the Oakland Bay Bridge, and it carried us in. The downtown office buildings were just sparkling on their lights. It made you think of Sam Spade. When we staggered out of the car on O'Farrell Street and sniffed and stretched, it was like getting on shore after a long voyage at sea. The slopey street reeled under our feet. Secret chop sueys from Frisco Chinatown floated in the air. We took all our things out of the car and piled them on the sidewalk. Suddenly, Dean was saying goodbye. He was bursting to see Camille and find out what had happened. Mary Lou and I stood dumbly in the street and watched him drive away. "You see what a bastard he is?" said Mary Lou. "Dean will leave you out in the cold any time it's in his interest." "I know," I said, and I looked back east and sighed. We had no money. Dean hadn't mentioned money. Where are we going to stay? We wandered around, carrying our bundles of rags in the narrow, romantic streets. Everybody looked like a broken-down movie extra, a withered starlet. Disenchanted stuntmen, midget auto racers, poignant California characters with their end-of-the-continent sadness, handsome, decadent, Casanova-ish men, puffy-eyed motel blondes, hustlers, pimps, whores, masseurs, bellhops, a lemon lot. And how's a man going to make a living with a gang like that? Chapter 10. Nevertheless, Mary Lou had been around these people, not far from the Tenderloin, and a gray-faced hotel clerk let us have a room on credit. That was the first step. Then we had to eat, and didn't do so till midnight, when we found a nightclub singer in her hotel room who turned an iron upside down on a coat hanger in the wastebasket and warmed up a can of pork and beans. I looked out the window at the winking neons and said to myself, where is Dean, and why isn't he concerned about our welfare? I lost faith in him that year. I stayed in San Francisco a week and had the beatest time of my life. Mary Lou and I walked around for miles looking for food money. We even visited some drunken seamen in a flophouse on Mission Street that she knew. They offered us whiskey. In the hotel, we lived together 2 days. I realized that now Dean was out of the picture, Mary Lou had no real interest in me. She was trying to reach Dean through me, his buddy. We had arguments in the room. We also spent entire nights in bed, and I told her my dreams. I told her about the big snake of the world that was coiled in the earth like a worm in an apple, and would someday nudge up a hill to be thereafter known as Snake Hill and fold out upon the plain, 100 miles long and devouring as it went along. I told her this snake was Satan. "What's going to happen?" she squealed. Meanwhile, she held me tight. "A saint called Dr. Sachs will destroy it with secret herbs, which he is at this very moment cooking up in his underground shack somewhere in America. It may also be disclosed that the snake is just a husk of doves. When the snake dies, great clouds of seminal gray doves will flutter out and bring tidings of peace around the world." I was out of my mind with hunger and bitterness. One night, Mary Lou disappeared with a nightclub owner. I was waiting for her by appointment in a doorway across the street at Larkin and Geary, hungry, when she suddenly stepped out of the foyer of the fancy apartment house with her girlfriend, the nightclub owner, and a greasy old man with a roll. Originally, she'd just gone in to see her girlfriend. I saw what a whore she was. She was afraid to give me the sign, though she saw me in that doorway. She walked on little feet and got in the Cadillac, and off they went. Now I had nobody, nothing. I walked around, picking butts from the street. I passed a fish and chips joint on Market Street, and suddenly the woman in there gave me a terrified look as I passed. She was the proprietress. She apparently thought I was coming in there with a gun to hold up the joint. I walked on a few feet. It suddenly occurred to me that this was my mother of about 200 years ago in England, and that I was her footpad son, returning from jail to haunt her honest labors in the hashery. I stopped, frozen with ecstasy on the sidewalk. I looked down Market Street. I didn't know whether it was that or Canal Street in New Orleans. It led to water, ambiguous, universal water, just as 42nd Street, New York leads to water, and you never know where you are. I thought of Ed Dunkel's ghost on Times Square. I was delirious. I wanted to go back and leer at my strange Dickensian mother in the hash joint. I tingled all over from head to foot. It seemed I had a whole host of memories leading back to 1750 in England, and that I was in San Francisco now only in another life and in another body. "No," that woman seemed to say with that terrified glance. "Don't come back and plague your honest, hard-working mother. You are no longer like a son to me, and like your father, my first husband. Ere this kindly Greek took pity on me." The proprietor was a Greek with hairy arms. "You are no good, inclined to drunkenness and routs and final disgraceful robbery of the fruits of my humble labors in the hashery. Oh, son, did you not ever go on your knees and pray for deliverance for all your sins and scoundrels' acts? Lost boy, depart, do not haunt my soul. I have done well forgetting you. Reopen no old wounds, be as if you had never returned and looked into me, to see my laboring humilities, my few scrubbed pennies, hungry to grab, quick to deprive, sullen, unloved, mean-minded son of my flesh. Son, son." It made me think of the big pop vision in Gretna with Old Bull. And for just a moment I had reached the point of ecstasy that I always wanted to reach, which was the complete step across chronological time into timeless shadows, and wonderment in the bleakness of the mortal realm, and the sensation of death kicking at my heels to move on, with a phantom dogging its own heels, and myself hurrying to a plank where all the angels dove off and flew into the holy void of uncreated emptiness, the potent and inconceivable radiancies shining in bright mind essence. Innumerable lotus lands falling open in the magic moth swarm of heaven. I could hear an indescribable seething roar which wasn't in my ear but everywhere and had nothing to do with sounds. I realized that I had died and been reborn numberless times, but just didn't remember especially because the transitions from life to death and back to life are so ghostly easy, a magical action for naught, like falling asleep and waking up again a million times, the utter casualness and deep ignorance of it. I realized it was only because of the stability of the intrinsic mind that these ripples of birth and death took place, like the action of wind on a sheet of pure, serene mirror-like water. I felt sweet, swinging bliss, like a big shot of heroin in the mainline vein, like a gulp of wine late in the afternoon, and it makes you shudder. My feet tingled. I thought I was going to die the very next moment, but I didn't die, and walked 4 miles and picked up 10 long butts and took them back to Mary Lou's hotel room and poured their tobacco in my old pipe and lit up. I was too young to know what had happened. In the window I smelled all the food of San Francisco. There were seafood places out there where the buns were hot and the baskets were good enough to eat too, where the menus themselves were soft with foody esculents, as though dipped in hot broths, and roasted dry and good enough to eat too. Just show me the bluefish spangle on a seafood menu and I'd eat it. Let me smell the drawn butter and lobster claws. There were places where they specialized in thick red roast beef au jus, or roast chicken basted in wine. There were places where hamburgs sizzled on grills and the coffee was only a nickel. And oh, that pan-fried chow mein flavored air that blew into my room from Chinatown, vying with the spaghetti sauces of North Beach, the soft-shell crab of Fisherman's Wharf, nay, the ribs of Fillmore turning on spits. Throw in the Market Street chili beans red hot, and French fried potatoes of the Embarcadero Wino night, and steamed clams from Sausalito across the bay, and that's my dream of San Francisco. Add fog, hunger-making raw fog, and the throb of neons in the soft night, the clack of high-heeled beauties, white doves in a Chinese grocery window. Chapter 11. That was the way Dean found me when he finally decided I was worth saving. He took me home to Camille's house. "Where's Mary Lou, man?" The whore ran off. Camille was a relief after Mary Lou. A well-bred, polite young woman, and she was aware of the fact that the $18 Dean had sent her was mine. But oh, where went thou, sweet Mary Lou? I relaxed a few days in Camille's house. From her living room window in the wooden tenement on Liberty Street, you could see all of San Francisco burning green and red in the rainy night. Dean did the most ridiculous thing of his career the few days I was there. He got a job demonstrating a new kind of pressure cooker in the kitchens of homes. The salesman gave him piles of samples and pamphlets. The first day, Dean was a hurricane of energy. I drove all over town with him as he made appointments. The idea was to get invited socially to a dinner party and then leap up and start demonstrating the pressure cooker. "Man," cried Dean excitedly, "this is even crazier than the time I worked for Sina. Sina sold encyclopedias in Oakland. Nobody could turn him down. He made long speeches, he jumped up and down, he laughed, he cried. One time we broke into an Okie house where everybody was getting ready to go to a funeral. Sina got down on his knees and prayed for the deliverance of the deceased soul. All the Okies started crying. He sold a complete set of encyclopedias. He was the maddest guy in the world. I wonder where he is. We used to get next to pretty young daughters and feel them up in the kitchen. This afternoon I had the gonest housewife in her little kitchen, arm around her, demonstrating. Wow. "Keep it up, Dean," I said. "Maybe someday you'll be mayor of San Francisco." He had the whole cookpot spiel worked out. He practiced on Camille and me in the evenings. One morning he stood naked, looking at all San Francisco out the window as the sun came up. He looked like someday he'd be the pagan mayor of San Francisco, but his energies ran out. One rainy afternoon, the salesman came around to find out what Dean was doing. Dean was sprawled on the couch. "Have you been trying to sell these?" "No," said Dean. "I have another job coming up." "Well, what are you going to do about all these samples?" "I don't know." In a dead silence, the salesman gathered up his sad pots and left. I was sick and tired of everything, and so was Dean. But one night we suddenly went mad together again. We went to see Slim Gaylord in a little Frisco nightclub. Slim Gaylord is a tall, thin Negro with big, sad eyes who's always saying, "Right, O'Rooney," and "How about a little bourbon, O'Rooney?" In Frisco, great eager crowds of young semi-intellectuals sat at his feet and listened to him on the piano, guitar, and bongo drums. When he gets warmed up, he takes off his shirt and undershirt and really goes. He does and says anything that comes into his head. He'll sing "Cement Mixer, Putty, Putty," and suddenly slow down the beat and brood over his bongos with fingertips barely tapping the skin as everybody leans forward breathlessly to hear. You think he'll do this for a minute or so, but he goes right on for as long as an hour, making an imperceptible little noise with the tips of his fingernails, smaller and smaller all the time till you can't hear it anymore and sounds of traffic come in the open door. Then he slowly gets up and takes the mic and says very slowly, "Great O'Rooney, fine O'Vouty, hello O'Rooney, bourbon O'Rooney, all O'Rooney. How are the boys in the front row making out with their girls, O'Rooney? O'Rooney, Vouty, O'Rooney, Rooney." He keeps this up for 15 minutes, his voice getting softer and softer till you can't hear. His great sad eyes scan the audience. Dean stands in the back saying, "God, yes," and clasping his hands in prayer and sweating. Sal, Slim knows time. He knows time. Slim sits down at the piano and hits 2 notes, 2 C's, then 2 more, then 1, then 2, and suddenly the big burly bass player wakes up from a reverie and realizes Slim is playing C-Jam blues, and he slugs in his big forefinger on the string, and the big booming beat begins, and everybody starts rocking, and Slim looks just as sad as ever, and they blow jazz for half an hour, and then Slim goes mad and grabs the bongos and plays tremendous rapid Cubana beats and yells crazy things in Spanish, in Arabic, in Peruvian dialect, in Egyptian, in every language he knows, and he knows innumerable languages. Finally, the set is over. Each set takes 2 hours. Slim Gaillard goes and stands against a post, looking sadly over everybody's head as people come to talk to him. A bourbon is slipped into his hand. Bourbon, O'Rooney. Thank you, Ovati. Nobody knows where Slim Gaillard is. Dean once had a dream that he was having a baby and his belly was all bloated up blue as he lay on the grass of a California hospital. Under a tree, with a group of colored men, sat Slim Gaillard. Dean turned despairing eyes of a mother to him. Slim said, "There you go, Rooney." Now Dean approached him. He approached his God. He thought Slim was God. He shuffled and bowed in front of him and asked him to join us. "Right, Rooney," says Slim. "He'll join anybody, but he won't guarantee to be there with you in spirit." Dean got a table, bought drinks, and sat stiffly in front of Slim. Slim dreamed over his head. Every time Slim said, "Oh, Rooney," Dean said, "Yes." I sat there with these 2 madmen. Nothing happened. To Slim Gaillard, the whole world was just one big O'Rooney. That same night, I dug Lampshade on Fillmore and Geary. Lampshade is a big colored guy who comes into musical Frisco saloons with coat, hat, and scarf, and jumps on the bandstand and starts singing. The veins pop in his forehead. He heaves back and blows a big foghorn blues out of every muscle in his soul. He yells at people while he's singing, "Don't die to go to heaven, start in on Dr. Pepper and end up on whiskey." His voice booms over everything. He grimaces, he writhes, he does everything. He came over to our table and leaned over to us and said, "Yes." And then he staggered out to the street to hit another saloon. Then there's Connie Jordan, a madman who sings and flips his arms and ends up splashing sweat on everybody and kicking over the mic and screaming like a woman. And you see him late at night, exhausted, listening to wild jazz sessions at Jamson's Nook with big round eyes and limp shoulders, a big gooky stare into space, and a drink in front of him. I never saw such crazy musicians. Everybody in Frisco blew. It was the end of the continent. They didn't give a damn. Dean and I goofed around San Francisco in this manner until I got my next GI check and got ready to go back home. What I accomplished by coming to Frisco, I don't know. Camille wanted me to leave. Dean didn't care one way or the other. I bought a loaf of bread and meats and made myself 10 sandwiches to cross the country with again. They were all going to go rotten on me by the time I got to Dakota. The last night, Dean went mad and found Mary Lou somewhere downtown, and we got in the car and drove all over Richmond across the bay, hitting Negro jazz shacks in the oil flats. Mary Lou went to sit down, and a colored guy pulled the chair out from under her. The gals approached her in the John with propositions. I was approached too. Dean was sweating around. It was the end. I wanted to get out. At dawn, I got my New York bus and said goodbye to Dean and Mary Lou. They wanted some of my sandwiches. I told them no. It was a sullen moment. We were all thinking we'd never see one another again, and we didn't care. Part 3, Chapter 1. In the spring of 1949, I had a few dollars saved from my GI education checks, and I went to Denver, thinking of settling down there. I saw myself in Middle America, a patriarch. I was lonesome. Nobody was there. No Babe Rollins, Ray Rollins, Tim Gray, Betty Gray, Roland Major, Dean Moriarty, Carlo Marx, Ed Dunkel, Roy Johnson, Tommy Snark. Nobody. I wandered around Curtis Street and Larimer Street, worked a while in the wholesale fruit market where I almost got hired in 1947, the hardest job of my life. At one point, the Japanese kids and I had to move a whole boxcar 100 feet down the rail by hand with a jack gadget that made it move a quarter inch with each yank. I lugged watermelon crates over the ice floor of reefers into the blazing sun, sneezing. In God's name and under the stars, what for? At dusk, I walked. I felt like a speck on the surface of the sad red earth. I passed the Windsor Hotel, where Dean Moriarty had lived with his father in the Depression 30s, and as of yore I looked everywhere for the sad and fabled tinsmith of my mind. Either you find someone who looks like your father in places like Montana, or you look for a friend's father where he is no more. At lilac evening, I walked with every muscle aching among the lights of 27th and Welton in the Denver colored section, wishing I were a Negro, feeling that the best the white world had offered was not enough ecstasy for me, not enough life, joy, kicks, darkness, music, not enough night. I stopped at a little shack where a man sold hot red chili in paper containers. I bought some and ate it, strolling in the dark, mysterious streets. I wished I were a Denver Mexican, or even a poor, overworked Jap, anything but what I was so drearily, a white man disillusioned. All my life I'd had white ambitions. That was why I'd abandoned a good woman like Terry in the San Joaquin Valley. I passed the dark porches of Mexican and Negro homes. Soft voices were there, occasionally the dusky me of some mysterious, sensual gal, and dark faces of the men behind rose arbors. Little children sat like sages in ancient rocking chairs. A gang of colored women came by, and one of the young ones detached herself from mother-like elders and came to me fast. "Hello, Joe," and suddenly saw it wasn't Joe, and ran back blushing. I wished I were Joe. I was only myself, Sal Paradise, sad, strolling in this violet dark, this unbearably sweet night, wishing I could exchange worlds with the happy, true-hearted, ecstatic Negroes of America. The raggedy neighborhoods reminded me of Dean and Mary Lou, who knew these streets so well from childhood. How I wished I could find them. Down at 23rd in Welton, a softball game was going on under floodlights which also illuminated the gas tank. A great eager crowd roared at every play. The strange young heroes of all kinds, white, colored, Mexican, pure Indian, were on the field performing with heartbreaking seriousness. Just sandlot kids in uniform. Never in my life as an athlete had I ever permitted myself to perform like this in front of families and girlfriends and kids of the neighborhood, at night, under lights. Always it had been college, big time, sober-faced. No boyish human joy like this. Now it was too late. Near me sat an old Negro who apparently watched the games every night. Next to him was an old white bum. Then a Mexican family, then some girls, some boys. All humanity, the lot. Oh, the sadness of the lights that night. The young pitcher looked just like Dean. A pretty blonde in the seats looked just like Mary Lou. It was the Denver night. All I did was die. Down in Denver, all I did was die. Across the street, Negro families sat on their front steps, talking and looking up at the starry night through the trees and just relaxing in the softness and sometimes watching the game. Many cars passed in the street meanwhile and stopped at the corner when the light turned red. There was excitement, and the air was filled with the vibration of really joyous life that knows nothing of disappointment and white sorrows and all that. The old Negro man had a can of beer in his coat pocket, which he proceeded to open, and the old white man enviously eyed the can and groped in his pocket to see if he could buy a can too. How I died. I walked away from there. I went to see a rich girl I knew. In the morning she pulled a $100 bill out of her silk stocking and said, "You've been talking of a trip to Frisco. That being the case, take this and go and have your fun." So all my problems were solved, and I got a travel bureau car for $11 gas fare to Frisco and zoomed over the land. Two fellows were driving this car. They said they were pimps. Two other fellows were passengers with me. We sat tight and bent our minds to the goal. We went over Berthoud Pass, down to the Great Plateau, Tabernash, Troublesome, Kremling, down Rabbit Ears Pass to Steamboat Springs, and out. 50 miles of dusty detour, then Craig and the Great American Desert. As we crossed the Colorado-Utah border, I saw God in the sky in the form of huge gold sunburning clouds above the desert that seemed to point a finger at me and say, "Pass here and go on. You're on the road to heaven." Ah, well, alack-a-day, I was more interested in some old rotted covered wagons and pool tables sitting in the Nevada desert near a Coca-Cola stand, where there were huts with the weather-beaten signs still flapping in the haunted, shrouded desert wind, saying, "Rattlesnake Bill lived here," or "Broken Mouth Annie holed up here for years." Yes, zoom. In Salt Lake City, the pimps checked on their girls and we drove on. Before I knew it, once again I was seeing the fabled city of San Francisco stretched on the bay in the middle of the night. I ran immediately to Dean. He had a little house now. I was burning to know what was on his mind and what would happen now, for there was nothing behind me anymore. All my bridges were gone and I didn't give a damn about anything at all. I knocked on his door at 2 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 2. He came to the door stark naked, and it might have been the president knocking for all he cared. He received the world in the raw. "Sal," he said with genuine awe. I didn't think you'd actually do it. You finally come to me. Yup, I said everything fell apart in me. How are things with you? Not so good, not so good, but we got a million things to talk about. Sal, the time has finally come for us to talk and get with it. I agreed it was about time and went in. My arrival was something like the coming of the strange, most evil angel in the home of the Snow White Fleece, as Dean and I began talking excitedly in the kitchen downstairs, which brought forth sobs from upstairs. Everything I said to Dean was answered with a wild, whispering, shuddering yes. Camille knew what was going to happen. Apparently, Dean had been quiet for a few months. Now the angel had arrived and he was going mad again. What's the matter with her? I whispered. He said, she's getting worse and worse, man. She cries and makes tantrums, won't let me go out to see Slim Gaylord, gets mad every time I'm late. Then when I stay home, she won't talk to me and says I'm an utter beast. He ran upstairs to soothe her. I heard Camille yell, "You're a liar, you're a liar, you're a liar." I took the opportunity to examine the very wonderful house they had. It was a 2-story, crooked, rickety wooden cottage in the middle of tenements, right on top of Russian Hill with a view of the bay. It had 4 rooms, 3 upstairs, and one immense sort of basement kitchen downstairs. The kitchen door opened onto a grassy court where wash lines were. In the back of the kitchen was a storage room where Dean's old shoes were still caked an inch thick with Texas mud from the night the Hudson got stuck in the Brazos River. Of course, the Hudson was gone. Dean hadn't been able to make further payments on it. He had no car at all now. Their second baby was accidentally coming. It was horrible to hear Camille sobbing so. We couldn't stand it and went out to buy beer and brought it back to the kitchen. Camille finally went to sleep or spent the night staring blankly at the dark. I had no idea what was really wrong, except perhaps Dean had driven her mad after all. After my last leaving of Frisco, he'd gone crazy over Mary Lou again and spent months haunting her apartment on Divisadero, where every night she had a different sailor in and he peeked down through her mail slot and could see her bed. There he saw Mary Lou sprawled in the mornings with a boy. He trailed her around town. He wanted absolute proof that she was a whore. He loved her. He sweated over her. He finally got a hold of some bad green, as it's called in the trade, green uncured marijuana, quite by mistake, and smoked too much of it. The first day, he said, I lay rigid as a board in bed and couldn't move or say a word. I just looked straight up with my eyes wide open. I could hear buzzing in my head and saw all kinds of wonderful technicolor visions and felt wonderful. The second day, everything came to me. Everything I'd ever done or known or read or heard of or conjectured came back to me and rearranged itself in my mind in a brand new logical way. And because I could think of nothing else in the interior concerns of holding and catering to the amazement and gratitude I felt, I kept saying yes, 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 yes. Not loud, just yes, real quiet. And these green tea visions lasted until the third day. I had understood everything by then. My whole life was decided. I knew I loved Mary Lou. I knew I had to find my father wherever he is and save him. I knew you were my buddy, etc. I knew how great Carlo is. I knew 1,000 things about everybody everywhere. Then the third day I began having a terrible series of waking nightmares, and they were so absolutely horrible and grisly and green that I just lay there doubled up with my hands around my knees saying, oh, 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 ah, oh. The neighbors heard me and sent for a doctor. Camille was away with the baby visiting her folks. The whole neighborhood was concerned. They came in and found me lying on the bed with my arms stretched out forever. Sal, I ran to Mary Lou with some of that tea, and do you know that the same thing happened to that dumb little box? The same visions, the same logic, the same final decision about everything, the view of all truths in one painful lump leading to nightmares and pain? Ack. Then I knew I loved her so much I wanted to kill her. I ran home and beat my head on the wall. I ran to Ed Dunkel. He's back in Frisco with Galatea. I asked him about a guy we knew has a gun. I went to the guy. I got the gun. I ran to Mary Lou. I looked down the mail slot. She was sleeping with a guy. Had to retreat and hesitate. Came back in an hour. I barged in. She was alone. And I gave her the gun and told her to kill me. She held the gun in her hand the longest time. I asked her for a sweet dead pact. She didn't want. I said one of us had to die. She said no. I beat my head on the wall. Man, I was out of my mind. She'll tell you she talked me out of it. Then what happened? That was months ago, after you left. She finally married a used car dealer, and dumb bastard has promised to kill me if he finds me. If necessary, I shall have to defend myself and kill him, and I'll go to San Quentin, 'cause Sal, one more rap of any kind and I go to San Quentin for life. That's the end of me. Bad hand and all. He showed me his hand. I hadn't noticed in the excitement that he had suffered a terrible accident to his hand. I hit Mary Lou on the brow on February 26th at 6 o'clock in the evening. In fact, 6:10, because I remember I had to make my hot shot freight in an hour and 20 minutes. The last time we met and the last time we decided everything, and now listen to this. My thumb only deflected off her brow, and she didn't even have a bruise and in fact laughed. But my thumb broke above the wrist, and a horrible doctor made a setting of the bones that was difficult and took 3 separate castings, 23 combined hours of sitting on hard benches, waiting, etc., and the final cast had a traction pin stuck through the tip of my thumb. So in April, when they took off the cast, the pin infected my bone, and I developed osteomyelitis, which has become chronic, and after an operation which failed and a month in the cast, the result was the amputation of a wee bare piece off the tip-ass end. He unwrapped the bandages and showed me. The flesh, about half an inch, was missing under the nail. It got from worse to worse. I had to support Camille and Amy and had to work as fast as I could at Firestone as mold man, curing recap tires and later hauling big 150-pound tires from the floor to the top of the cars. Could only use my good hand and kept banging the bad. Broke it again, had it reset again, and it's getting all infected and swelled again. So now I take care of baby while Camille works. You see? Heebie-jeebies, I'm classification 3A. Jazz-hounded Moriarty has a sore butt. His wife gives him daily injections of penicillin for his thumb, which produces hives, for he's allergic. He must take 60,000 units of Fleming's juice within a month. He must take 1 tablet every 4 hours for this month to combat allergy produced from his juice. He must take codeine aspirin to relieve the pain in his thumb. He must have surgery on his leg for an inflamed cyst. He must rise next Monday at 6 a.m. to get his teeth cleaned. He must see a foot doctor twice a week for treatment. He must take cough syrup each night. He must blow and snort constantly to clear his nose, which has collapsed just under the bridge where an operation some years ago weakened it. He lost his thumb on his throwing arm. Greatest 70-yard passer in the history of New Mexico State Reformatory. And yet, I've never felt better and finer and happier with the world than to see little lovely children playing in the sun. And I'm so glad to see you, my fine, gone, wonderful Sal, and I know everything will be all right. You'll see her tomorrow, my terrific, darling, beautiful daughter can now stand alone for 30 seconds at a time. She weighs 22 pounds, is 29 inches long. I've just figured out she is 31.25% English, 27.5% Irish, 25% German, 8.75% Dutch, 7.5% Scotch, 100% wonderful. He fondly congratulated me for the book I had finished, which was now accepted by the publishers. We know life, Sal. We're growing older, each of us, little by little, and are coming to know things. What you tell me about your life, I understand well. I've always dug your feelings, and now, in fact, you're ready to hook up with a real great girl if you can only find her and cultivate her and make her mind your soul, as I have tried so hard with these damned women of mine. Shit, he yelled. And in the morning, Camille threw both of us out, baggage and all. It began when we called Roy Johnson, old Denver Roy, and had him come over for beer while Dean minded the baby and did the dishes and the wash in the backyard, but did a sloppy job of it in his excitement. Johnson agreed to drive us to Mill City to look for Remy Boncoeur. Camille came in from work at the doctor's office and gave us all the sad look of a harassed woman's life. I tried to show this haunted woman that I had no mean intentions concerning her home life by saying hello to her and talking as warmly as I could, but she knew it was a con, and maybe one I'd learned from Dean, and only gave a brief smile. In the morning, there was a terrible scene. She lay on the bed sobbing, and in the midst of this, I suddenly had the need to go to the bathroom, and the only way I could get there was through her room. Dean, I cried, where's the nearest bar? Bar? He said, surprised. He was washing his hands in the kitchen sink downstairs. He thought I wanted to get drunk. I told him my dilemma, and he said, go right ahead, she does that all the time. No, I couldn't do that. I rushed out to look for a bar. I walked uphill and downhill in the vicinity of 4 blocks on Russian Hill, and found nothing but laundromats, cleaners, soda fountains, beauty parlors. I came back to the crooked little house. They were yelling at each other as I slipped through with a feeble smile and locked myself in the bathroom. A few moments later, Camille was throwing Dean's things on the living room floor and telling him to pack. To my amazement, I saw a full-length oil painting of Galatea Dunkel over the sofa. I suddenly realized that all these women were spending months of loneliness and womanliness together, chatting about the madness of the men. I heard Dean's maniacal giggle across the house, together with the wails of his baby. The next thing I knew, he was gliding around the house like Groucho Marx, with his broken thumb wrapped in a huge white bandage, sticking up like a beacon that stands motionless above the frenzy of the waves. Once again, I saw his pitiful, huge, battered trunk, with socks and dirty underwear sticking out, He bent over it, throwing in everything he could find. Then he got his suitcase, the beatest suitcase in the USA. It was made of paper with designs on it to make it look like leather, and hinges of some kind pasted on. A great rip ran down the top. Dean lashed on a rope. Then he grabbed his sea bag and threw things into that. I got my bag, stuffed it, and as Camille lay in bed saying, "Liar, liar, liar," we leaped out of the house and struggled down the street to the nearest cable car, a mass of men in suitcases with that enormous bandaged thumb sticking up in the air. That thumb became the symbol of Dean's final development. He no longer cared about anything as before, but now he also cared about everything in principle. That is to say, it was all the same to him, and he belonged to the world, and there was nothing he could do about it. He stopped me in the middle of the street. "Now, man, I know you're probably real bugged. You just got to town, and we get thrown out the first day, and you're wondering what I've done to deserve this, and so on, together with all horrible appurtenances. But look at me. Please, Sal, look at me." I looked at him. He was wearing a T-shirt, torn pants hanging down his belly, tattered shoes. He had not shaved. His hair was wild and bushy, his eyes bloodshot, and that tremendous bandaged thumb stood supported in midair at heart level. He had to hold it up that way, and on his face was the goofiest grin I ever saw. He stumbled around in a circle and looked everywhere. "What do my eyeballs see? Ah, the blue sky. Longfellow." He swayed and blinked. He rubbed his eyes. "Together with windows. Have you ever dug windows? Now let's talk about windows. I have seen some really crazy windows that made faces at me, and some of them had shades drawn, and so they winked." Out of his sea bag, he fished a copy of Eugene Sue's Mysteries of Paris, and adjusting the front of his T-shirt, began reading on the street corner with a pedantic air. "Now really, Sal, let's dig everything as we go along." He forgot about that in an instant and looked around blankly. I was glad I had come. He needed me now. "Why did Camille throw you out? What are you going to do?" "Huh?" he said. Huh? We racked our brains for where to go and what to do. I realized it was up to me. Poor Dean. The devil himself had never fallen further. In idiocy, with infected thumb, surrounded by the battered suitcases of his motherless, feverish life across America and back numberless times, an undone bird. "Let's walk to New York," he said, "and as we do so, let's take stock of everything along the way. Yes." I took out my money and counted it. I showed it to him. "I have here," I said, "the sum of $83 and change, and if you come with me, let's go to New York, and after that, let's go to Italy." "Italy?" he said. His eyes lit up. "Italy, yes. How shall we get there, dear Sal?" I pondered this. "I'll make some money. I'll get $1,000 from the publishers. We'll go dig all the crazy women in Rome, Paris, all those places. We'll sit at sidewalk cafes. We'll live in whorehouses. Why not go to Italy?" "Why, yes," said Dean, and then realized I was serious and looked at me out of the corner of his eye for the first time, for I'd never committed myself before with regard to his burdensome existence, and that look was the look of a man weighing his chances at the last moment before the bet. There were triumph and insolence in his eyes, a devilish look, and he never took his eyes off mine for a long time. I looked back at him and blushed. I said, "What's the matter?" I felt wretched when I asked it. He made no answer, but continued looking at me with the same wary, insolent side-eye. I tried to remember everything he'd done in his life, and if there wasn't something back there to make him suspicious of something now. Resolutely and firmly, I repeated what I said. "Come to New York with me. I've got the money." I looked at him. My eyes were watering with embarrassment and tears. Still, he stared at me. Now his eyes were blank and looking through me. It was probably the pivotal point of our friendship when he realized I had actually spent some hours thinking about him and his troubles, and he was trying to place that in his tremendously involved and tormented mental categories. Something clicked in both of us. In me, it was suddenly concern for a man who was years younger than I, 5 years, and whose fate was wound with mine across the passage of the recent years. In him, it was a matter that I can ascertain only from what he did afterward. He became extremely joyful and said everything was settled. "What was that look?" I asked. He was pained to hear me say that. He frowned. It was rarely that Dean frowned. We both felt perplexed and uncertain of something. We were standing on top of a hill on a beautiful sunny day in San Francisco. Our shadows fell across the sidewalk. Out of the tenement next to Camille's house filed 11 Greek men and women who instantly lined themselves up on the sunny pavement, while another backed up across the narrow street and smiled at them over a camera. We gaped at these ancient people who were having a wedding party for one of their daughters, probably the 1000th in an unbroken dark generation of smiling in the sun. They were well dressed and they were strange. Dean and I might have been in Cyprus for all of that. Gulls flew overhead in the sparkling air. "Well," said Dean in a very shy and sweet voice, "shall we go?" "Yes," I said, "let's go to Italy." And so we picked up our bags, he the trunk with his one good arm and I the rest, and staggered to the cable car stop. In a moment rolled down the hill with our legs dangling to the sidewalk from the jiggling shelf, two broken-down heroes of the Western night. Chapter 3. First thing, we went to a bar down on Market Street and decided everything, that we would stick together and be buddies till we died. Dean was very quiet and preoccupied, looking at the old bums in the saloon that reminded him of his father. "I think he's in Denver. This time we must absolutely find him. He may be in county jail. He may be around Larimer Street again, but he's to be found. Agreed?" Yes, it was agreed. We were going to do everything we'd never done and had been too silly to do in the past. Then we promised ourselves 2 days of kicks in San Francisco before starting off, and of course the agreement was to go by travel bureau and share the gas cars and save as much money as possible. Dean claimed he no longer needed Mary Lou, though he still loved her. We both agreed he would make out in New York. Dean put on his pinstripe suit with a sports shirt. We stashed our gear in a Greyhound bus locker for 10 cents, and we took off to meet Roy Johnson, who was going to be our chauffeur for 2-day Frisco kicks. Roy agreed over the phone to do so. He arrived at the corner of Market and 3rd shortly thereafter and picked us up. Roy was now living in Frisco, working as a clerk and married to a pretty little blonde called Dorothy. Dean confided that her nose was too long. This was his big point of contention about her for some strange reason, but her nose wasn't too long at all. Roy Johnson is a thin, dark, handsome kid with a pin-sharp face and combed hair that he keeps shoving back from the sides of his head. He had an extremely earnest approach and a big smile. Evidently his wife Dorothy had wrangled with him over the chauffeuring idea, and determined to make a stand as the man of the house, they lived in a little room, he nevertheless stuck by his promise to us, but with consequences. His mental dilemma resolved itself in a bitter silence. He drove Dean and me all over Frisco at all hours of day and night and never said a word. All he did was go through red lights and make sharp turns on 2 wheels, and this was telling us the shifts to which we'd put him. He was midway between the challenge of his new wife and the challenge of his old Denver pool hall gang leader. Dean was pleased and of course unperturbed by the driving. We paid absolutely no attention to Roy and sat in the back and yacked. The next thing was to go to Mill City to see if we could find Remy Boncoeur. I noticed with some wonder that the old ship Admiral Freebie was no longer in the bay. And then, of course, Remy was no longer in the second-to-last compartment of the shack in the canyon. A beautiful colored girl opened the door instead. Dean and I talked to her a great deal. Roy Johnson waited in the car reading Eugene Sue's Mysteries of Paris. I took one last look at Mill City and knew there was no sense trying to dig up the involved past. Instead, we decided to go see Galatea Dunkel about sleeping accommodations. Ed had left her again, was in Denver, and damned if she still didn't plot to get him back. We found her sitting cross-legged on the oriental-type rug of her 4-room tenement flat on Upper Mission with a deck of fortune cards. Good girl. I saw sad signs that Ed Dunkel had lived here a while and then left out of stupors and disinclinations only. "He'll come back," said Galatea. "That guy can't take care of himself without me." She gave a furious look at Dean and Roy Johnson. It was Tommy Snark who did it this time. All the time before he came, Ed was perfectly happy and worked, and we went out and had wonderful times. Dean, you know that. Then they'd sit in the bathroom for hours, Ed in the bathtub and Snarky on the seat, and talk and talk and talk. Such silly things. Dean laughed. For years he had been chief prophet of that gang, and now they were learning his technique. Tommy Snark had grown a beard, and his big sorrowful blue eyes had come looking for Ed Dunkel in Frisco. What happened? Actually, and no lie, Tommy had his small finger amputated in a Denver mishap and collected a good sum of money. For no reason under the sun, they decided to give Galatea the slip and go to Portland, Maine, where apparently Snark had an aunt. So they were now either in Denver, going through, or already in Portland. "When Tom's money runs out, Ed'll be back," said Galatea, looking at her cards. "Damn fool. He doesn't know anything and never did. All he has to do is know that I love him." Galatea looked like the daughter of the Greeks with the sunny camera as she sat there on the rug, her long hair streaming to the floor, plying the fortune-telling cards. I got to like her. We even decided to go out that night and hear jazz, and Dean would take a 6-foot blonde who lived down the street, Marie. That night, Galatea, Dean, and I went to get Marie. This girl had a basement apartment, a little daughter, and an old car that barely ran, in which Dean and I had to push down the street as the girls jammed at the starter. We went to Galatea's, and there everybody sat around. Marie, her daughter, Galatea, Roy Johnson, Dorothy, his wife, all sullen in the overstuffed furniture as I stood in a corner, neutral in Frisco problems, and Dean stood in the middle of the room with his balloon thumb in the air, breast high, giggling. "God damn," he said, "we're all losing our fingers. Har, har, har." "Dean, why do you act so foolish?" Galatea said. "Camille called and said you left her. Don't you realize you have a daughter?" "He didn't leave her. She kicked him out," I said, breaking my neutrality. They all gave me dirty looks. Dean grinned. "And with that thumb, what do you expect the poor guy to do?" I added. They all looked at me. Particularly Dorothy Johnson lowered a mean gaze on me. It wasn't anything but a sewing circle, and the center of it was the culprit, Dean, responsible, perhaps, for everything that was wrong. I looked out the window at the buzzing night street of Mission. I wanted to get going and hear the great jazz of Frisco, and remember, this was only my second night in town. "I think Mary Lou was very, very wise leaving you, Dean," said Galatea. "For years now, you haven't had any sense of responsibility for anyone. You've done so many awful things, I don't know what to say to you." And in fact, that was the point. And they all sat around looking at Dean with lowered and hating eyes, and he just stood on the carpet in the middle of them and giggled. He just giggled. He made a little dance. His bandage was getting dirtier all the time. It began to flop and unroll. I suddenly realized that Dean, by virtue of his enormous series of sins, was becoming the idiot, the imbecile, the saint of the lot. "You have absolutely no regard for anybody but yourself and your damned kicks. All you think about is what's hanging between your legs and how much money or fun you can get out of people, and then you just throw them aside. Not only that, but you're silly about it. It never occurs to you that life is serious and there are people trying to make something decent out of it instead of just goofing all the time." That's what Dean was, the holy goof. "Camille is crying her heart out tonight, but don't think for a minute she wants you back. She said she never wanted to see you again, and she said it was to be final this time. Yet you stand here and make silly faces, and I don't think there's a care in your heart." This was not true. I knew better, and I could have told them all. I didn't see any sense in trying it. I longed to go and put my arm around Dean and say, "Now look here, all of you, remember just one thing. This guy has his troubles too, and another thing, he never complains, and he's given all of you a damn good time just being himself. And if that isn't enough for you, then send him to the firing squad. That's apparently what you're itching to do anyway." Nevertheless, Galatea Dunkel was the only one in the gang who wasn't afraid of Dean and could sit there calmly, with her face hanging out, telling him off in front of everybody. There were earlier days in Denver when Dean had everybody sit in the dark with the girls and just talked and talked and talked, with a voice that was once hypnotic and strange and was said to make the girls come across by sheer force of persuasion and the content of what he said. That was when he was 15, 16. Now his disciples were married, and the wives of his disciples had him on the carpet for the sexuality and the life he had helped bring into being. I listened further. "Now you're going east with Sal," Galatea said, "and what do you think you're going to accomplish by that? Camille has to stay home and mind the baby now you're gone. How can she keep her job? And she never wants to see you again, and I don't blame her. If you see Ed along the road, you tell him to come back to me or I'll kill him." Just as flat as that. It was the saddest night. I felt as if I was with strange brothers and sisters in a pitiful dream. Then a complete silence fell over everybody. Where once Dean would have talked his way out, he now fell silent himself, but standing in front of everybody, ragged and broken and idiotic right under the light bulbs, his bony mad face covered with sweat and throbbing veins, saying yes, 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 as though tremendous revelations were pouring into him all the time now, and I am convinced they were. And the others suspected as much and were frightened. He was beat, the root, the soul of beatific. What was he knowing? He tried all in his power to tell me what he was knowing, and they envied that about me, my position at his side, defending him and drinking him in as they once tried to do. Then they looked at me. What was I, a stranger, doing on the West Coast this fair night? I recoiled from the thought. "We're going to Italy," I said. I washed my hands of the whole matter. Then, too, there was a strange sense of maternal satisfaction in the air, for the girls were really looking at Dean the way a mother looks at the dearest and most errant child, and he, with his sad thumb and all his revelations, knew it well, and that was why he was able, in tick-tocking silence, to walk out of the apartment without a word, to wait for us downstairs as soon as we'd made up our minds about time. This was what we sensed about the ghost on the sidewalk. I looked out the window. He was alone in the doorway, digging the street. Bitterness, recriminations, advice, morality, sadness, everything was behind him, and ahead of him was the ragged and ecstatic joy of pure being. Come on, Galatea, Marie, let's go hit the jazz joints and forget it. Dean will be dead someday. Then what can you say to him? The sooner he's dead, the better, said Galatea, and she spoke officially for almost everyone in the room. Very well, then, I said, but now he's alive, and I'll bet you want to know what he does next, and that's because he's got the secret that we're all busting to find, and it's splitting his head wide open, and if he goes mad, don't worry, it won't be your fault, but the fault of God. They objected to this. They said I really didn't know Dean. They said he was the worst scoundrel that ever lived, and I'd find out someday to my regret. I was amused to hear them protest so much. Roy Johnson rose to the defense of the ladies and said he knew Dean better than anybody, and all Dean was just a very interesting and even amusing con man. I went out to find Dean, and we had a brief talk about it. Ah, man, don't worry. Everything is perfect and fine. He was rubbing his belly and licking his lips. Chapter 4. The girls came down, and we started out on our big night, once more pushing the car down the street. Hoo-wee! Let's go, cried Dean, and we jumped in the back seat and clanked to the little Harlem on Folsom Street. Out we jumped in the warm, mad night, hearing a wild tenor man bawling horn across the way, going, ee-yah, 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 and hands clapping to the beat and folks yelling, go, go, go. Dean was already racing across the street with his thumb in the air, yelling, blow, man, blow. A bunch of colored men in Saturday night suits were whooping it up in front. It was a sawdust saloon with a small bandstand on which the fellows huddled with their hats on, blowing over people's heads. A crazy place. Crazy, floppy women wandered around, sometimes in their bathrobes, bottles clanked in alleys. In back of the joint, in a dark corridor beyond the splattered toilets, scores of men and women stood against the wall drinking wine, spodioti, and spitting at the stars. Wine and whiskey. The behatted tenor man was blowing at the peak of a wonderfully satisfactory free idea, a rising and falling riff that went from ee-yah to a crazier ee-da-lee-yah, and blasted along to the rolling crash of butt-scarred drums hammered by a big, brutal Negro with a bull neck who didn't give a damn about anything but punishing his busted tubs. Crash, rattle-to-boom, crash. Uproars of music, and the tenor man had it, and everybody knew he had it. Dean was clutching his head in the crowd, and it was a mad crowd. They were all urging that tenor man to hold it and keep it with cries and wild eyes, and he was raising himself from a crouch and going down again with his horn, looping it up in a clear cry above the furor. A 6-foot skinny Negro woman was rolling her bones at the man's horn bell, and he just jabbed it at her. E, E, E. Everybody was rocking and roaring. Galatea and Marie, with beer in their hands, were standing on their chairs, shaking and jumping. Groups of colored guys stumbled in from the street, falling over one another to get there. Stay with it, man, roared a man with a foghorn voice, and let out a big groan that must have been heard clear out in Sacramento. Aha! Whoo, said Dean. He was rubbing his chest, his belly, the sweat splashed from his face. Boom, kick, that drummer was kicking his drums down the cellar and rolling the beat upstairs with his murderous sticks, rattle-to-boom. A big fat man was jumping on the platform, making it sag and creak. Yoo! The pianist was only pounding the keys with spread-eagled fingers, chords, at intervals when the great tenor man was drawing breath for another blast. Chinese chords, shuddering the piano in every timber, chink, and wire, boing. The tenor man jumped down from the platform and stood in the crowd, blowing around. His hat was over his eyes. Somebody pushed it back for him. He just hauled back and stamped his foot and blew down a hoarse, bawling blast, and drew breath and raised the horn and blew high, wide, and screaming in the air. Dean was directly in front of him, with his face lowered to the bell of the horn, clapping his hands, pouring sweat on the man's keys, and the man noticed and laughed in his horn a long, quivering, crazy laugh, and everybody else laughed, and they rocked and rocked. And finally the tenor man decided to blow his top and crouched down and held a note in high C for a long time as everything else crashed along and the cries increased, and I thought the cops would come swarming from the nearest precinct. Dean was in a trance. The tenor man's eyes were fixed straight on him. He had a madman who not only understood but cared and wanted to understand more and much more than there was, and they began dueling for this. Everything came out of the horn, no more phrases, just cries, cries, baw, down to beep, and up to E, and down to clinkers, and over to sideways echoing horn sounds. He tried everything, up, down, sideways, upside down, horizontal, 30 degrees, 40 degrees, and finally he fell back in somebody's arms and gave up, and everybody pushed around and yelled, yes, yes, he blowed that one. Dean wiped himself with his handkerchief. Then up stepped the tenor man on the bandstand and asked for a slow beat, and looked sadly out the open door over people's heads and began singing Close Your Eyes. Things quieted down a minute. The tenor man wore a tattered suede jacket, a purple shirt, cracked shoes, and zoot pants without press. He didn't care. He looked like a Negro hassle. His big brown eyes were concerned with sadness and the singing of songs slowly and with long, thoughtful pauses. But in the second chorus he got excited and grabbed the mic and jumped down from the bandstand and bent to it. To sing a note he had to touch his shoe tops and pull it all up to blow, and he blew so much he staggered from the effect and only recovered himself in time for the next long, slow note. Music play. He leaned back with his face to the ceiling, mic held below. He shook, he swayed. Then he leaned in, almost falling with his face against the mic. Make it dreamy for dancing. And he looked at the street outside with his lips curled in scorn, Billie Holiday's hip sneer. While we go romancing, he staggered sideways, love's holiday. He shook his head with disgust and weariness at the whole world. We'll make it seem... What would it make it seem? Everybody waited. He mourned, okay. The piano hit a chord. So baby, come on, just close your pretty little eyes. His mouth quivered. He looked at us, Dean and me, with an expression that seemed to say, hey now, what's this thing we're all doing in this sad brown world? And then he came to the end of his song, and for this there had to be elaborate preparations, during which time you could send all the messages to Garcia around the world 12 times, and what difference did it make to anybody? Because here we were dealing with the pit and prune juice of poor beat life itself in the god-awful streets of man. So he said it and sang it. Close your... and blew it way up to the ceiling and through to the stars and on out. Eyes. And staggered off the platform to brood. He sat in the corner with a bunch of boys and paid no attention to them. He looked down and wept. He was the greatest. Dean and I went over to talk to him. We invited him out to the car. In the car he suddenly yelled, yes, ain't nothing I like better than good kicks. Where do we go? Dean jumped up and down in the seat, giggling maniacally. Later, later, said the tenor man. I'll get my boy to drive us down to Jamson's Nook. I got to sing. Man, I live to sing. Been singing Close Your Eyes for 2 weeks. I don't want to sing nothing else. What are you boys up to? We told him we were going to New York in 2 days. Lord, I ain't never been there, and they tell me it's a real jumpin' town, but I ain't got no cause complaining where I am. I'm married, you know. Oh, yes, said Dean, lighting up. And where is the darling tonight? What do you mean, said the tenor man, looking at him out of the corner of his eye. I told you I was married to her, didn't I? Oh, yes, said Dean. I was just asking. Maybe she has friends or sisters? A ball, you know, I'm just looking for a ball. Yeah, what good's a ball? Life's too sad to be balling all the time, said the tenor man, lowering his eye to the street. Shit, he said. I ain't got no money and I don't care tonight. We went back in for more. The girls were so disgusted with Dean and me for gunning off and jumping around that they had left and gone to Jamson's Nook on foot. The car wouldn't run anyway. We saw a horrible sight in the bar. A white hipster fairy had come in wearing a Hawaiian shirt and was asking the big drummer if he could sit in. The musicians looked at him suspiciously. Do you blow? He said he did, mincing. They looked at one another and said, yeah, that's what the man does, shit. So the fairy sat down at the tubs and they started the beat of a jump number, and he began stroking the snares with soft, goofy bop brushes, swaying his neck with that complacent, Reiki-analyzed ecstasy that doesn't mean anything except too much tea and soft foods and goofy kicks on the cool order. But he didn't care. He smiled joyously into space and kept the beat, though softly, with bop subtleties, a giggling, rippling background for big solid foghorn blues the boys were blowing, unaware of him. The big Negro bullneck drummer sat waiting for his turn. "What that man doing?" he said. "Play the music," he said. "What in hell?" he said. "Shit," and looked away disgusted. The tenor man's boy showed up. He was a little taut Negro with a great big Cadillac. We all jumped in. He hunched over the wheel and blew the car clear across Frisco without stopping once. 70 miles an hour, right through traffic, and nobody even noticed him. He was so good. Dean was in ecstasies. "Dig this guy, man. Dig the way he sits there and don't move a bone and just balls that jack and can talk all night while he's doing it. Only thing is he doesn't bother with talking. Oh, man, the things I wish, oh, yes, let's go. Let's not stop. Go now, yes." And the boy wound around a corner and bowled us right in front of Jamson's Nook and was parked. A cab pulled up. Out of it jumped a skinny, withered little Negro preacher man who threw $1 at the cabbie and yelled, "Blow!" and ran into the club and dashed right through the downstairs bar yelling, "Blow, blow, blow!" and stumbled upstairs almost falling on his face and blew the door open and fell into the jazz session room with his hands out to support him against anything he might fall on. And he fell right on Lampshade, who was working as a waiter in Jamson's Nook that season, and the music was there blasting and blasting, and he stood transfixed in the open door screaming, "Blow for me, man, blow!" And the man was a little short Negro with an alto horn that Dean said obviously lived with his grandmother, just like Tom Snark, slept all day and blew all night, and blew 100 choruses before he was ready to jump for fair, and that's what he was doing. "It's Carlo Marx!" screamed Dean above the fury. And it was. This little grandmother's boy with the taped-up alto had beady, glittering eyes, small, crooked feet, spindly legs, and he hopped and flopped with his horn and threw his feet around and kept his eyes fixed on the audience, which was just people laughing at a dozen tables, the room 30 by 30 feet and low ceiling, and he never stopped. He was very simple in his ideas. What he liked was the surprise of a new, simple variation of a chorus. He'd go from ta-tup-ta-der-ra-ra, ta-tup-ta-der-ra-ra, repeating and hopping to it and kissing and smiling into his horn, to ta-tup-ee-da-da-da-da-roop, ta-tup-ee-da-da-da-da-roop. And it was all great moments of laughter and understanding for him and everyone else who heard. His tone was clear as a bell, high, pure, and blew straight in our faces from 2 feet away. Dean stood in front of him, oblivious to everything else in the world, with his head bowed, his hands socking in together, his whole body jumping on his heels, and the sweat, always the sweat, pouring and splashing down his tormented collar to lie actually in a pool at his feet. Galatea and Marie were there, and it took us 5 minutes to realize it. Whew, Frisco nights, the end of the continent and the end of doubt, all dull doubt and tomfoolery goodbye. Lampshade was roaring around with his trays of beer. Everything he did was in rhythm. He yelled at the waitress with the beat. "Hey now, baby, baby, make away, it's Lampshade coming your way." And he hurled by her with the beers in the air and roared through the swinging doors into the kitchen and danced with the cooks and came sweating back. The horn man sat absolutely motionless at a corner table with an untouched drink in front of him, staring gook-eyed into space, his hands hanging at his sides till they almost touched the floor, his feet outspread like lolling tongues, his body shriveled into absolute weariness and entranced sorrow, and what all was on his mind. A man who knocked himself out every evening and let the others put the quietus to him in the night. Everything swirled around him like a cloud, and that little grandmother's alto, that little Carlo Marx, hopped and monkey-danced with his magic horn and blew 200 choruses of blues, each one more frantic than the other, and no signs of failing energy or willingness to call anything a day. The whole room shivered. On the corner of 4th and Folsom an hour later, I stood with Ed Fournier, a San Francisco alto man who waited with me while Dean made a phone call in a saloon to have Roy Johnson pick us up. It wasn't anything much, we were just talking, except that suddenly we saw a very strange and insane sight. It was Dean. He wanted to give Roy Johnson the address of the bar, so he told him to hold the phone a minute and ran out to see. And to do this he had to rush pell-mell through a long bar of brawling drinkers in white shirt sleeves, go to the middle of the street, and look at the post signs. He did this, crouched low to the ground like Groucho Marx, his feet carrying him with amazing swiftness out of the bar, like an apparition, with his balloon thumb stuck up in the night, and came to a whirling stop in the middle of the road, looking everywhere above him for the signs. They were hard to see in the dark, and he spun a dozen times in the road, thumb upheld in a wild, anxious silence, a wild-haired person with a ballooning thumb held up like a great goose of the sky, spinning and spinning in the dark, the other hand distractedly inside his pants. Ed Fournier was saying, "I blow a sweet tone wherever I go, and if people don't like it, ain't nothing I can do about it. Say, man, that buddy of yours is a crazy cat. Look at him over there." And we looked. There was a big silence everywhere as Dean saw the signs and rushed back in the bar, practically going under someone's legs as they came out, and gliding so fast through the bar that everybody had to do a double take to see him. A moment later, Roy Johnson showed up, and with the same amazing swiftness. Dean glided across the street and into the car without a sound. We were off again. "Now, Roy, I know you're all hung up with your wife about this thing, but we must absolutely make 46th and Geary in the incredible time of 3 minutes or everything is lost." "Ahem. Yes." Cough, cough. "In the morning, Sal and I are leaving for New York, and this is absolutely our last night of kicks, and I know you won't mind." No, Roy Johnson didn't mind. He only drove through every red light he could find and hurried us along in our foolishness. At dawn, he went home to bed. Dean and I had ended up with a colored guy called Walter, who ordered drinks at the bar and had them lined up and said, "Wine Spodioti," which was a shot of port wine, a shot of whiskey, and a shot of port wine. "Nice sweet jacket for all that bad whiskey," he yelled. He invited us to his home for a bottle of beer. He lived in the tenements in back of Howard. His wife was asleep when we came in. The only light in the apartment was the bulb over her bed. We had to get up on a chair and unscrew the bulb as she lay smiling there. Dean did it, fluttering his lashes. She was about 15 years older than Walter and the sweetest woman in the world. Then we had to plug in the extension over her bed, and she smiled and smiled. She never asked Walter where he'd been, what time it was, nothing. Finally, we were set in the kitchen with the extension and sat down around the humble table to drink the beer and tell the stories. Dawn. It was time to leave and move the extension back to the bedroom and screw back the bulb. Walter's wife smiled and smiled as we repeated the insane thing all over again. She never said a word. Out on the dawn street, Dean said, "Now you see, man, there's a real woman for you. Never a harsh word, never a complaint or modified. Her old man can come in any hour of the night with anybody and have talks in the kitchen and drink the beer and leave any old time. This is a man, and that's his castle." He pointed up at the tenement. We stumbled off. The big night was over. A cruising car followed us suspiciously for a few blocks. We bought fresh donuts in a bakery on 3rd Street and ate them in the gray, ragged street. A tall, bespectacled, well-dressed fellow came stumbling down the street with a Negro in a truck-driving cap. They were a strange pair. A big truck rolled by, and the Negro pointed at it excitedly and tried to express his feeling. The tall white man furtively looked over his shoulder and counted his money. "It's old Bo Lee," giggled Dean. "Counting his money and worried about everything, and all that other boy wants to do is talk about trucks and things he knows." We followed them a while. Holy flowers floating in the air were all these tired faces in the dawn of jazz America. We had to sleep. Galatea Dunkles was out of the question. Dean knew a railroad brakeman called Ernest Burke who lived with his father in a hotel room on 3rd Street. Originally, he'd been on good terms with them, but lately not so, and the idea was for me to try persuading them to let us sleep on their floor. It was horrible. I had to call from a morning diner. The old man answered the phone suspiciously. He remembered me from what his son had told him. To our surprise, he came down to the lobby and let us in. It was just a sad old brown Frisco hotel. We went upstairs, and the old man was kind enough to give us the entire bed. "I have to get up anyway," he said, and retired to the little kitchenette to brew coffee. He began telling stories about his railroading days. He reminded me of my father. I stayed up and listened to the stories. Dean, not listening, was washing his teeth and bustling around and saying, "Yes, that's right," to everything he said. Finally, we slept, and in the morning Ernest came back from a Western Division run and took the bed as Dean and I got up. Now old Mr. Burke dolled himself up for a date with his middle-aged sweetheart. He put on a green tweed suit, a cloth cap, also green tweed, and stuck a flower in his lapel. "These romantic old broken-down Frisco brakemen live sad but eager lives of their own," I told Dean in the toilet. "It was very kind of him to let us sleep here." "Yes, yes," said Dean, not listening. He rushed out to get a travel bureau car. My job was to hurry to Galatea Dunkles for our bags. She was sitting on the floor with her fortune-telling cards. "Well, goodbye, Galatea, and I hope everything works out fine." When Ed gets back, I'm going to take him to Jansen's Nook every night and let him get his fill of madness. Do you think that'll work, Sal? I don't know what to do. What do the cards say? The ace of spades is far away from him. The heart cards always surround him. The queen of hearts is never far. See this jack of spades? That's Dean. He's always around. Well, we're leaving for New York in an hour. Someday Dean's going to go on one of these trips and never come back. She let me take a shower and shave, and then I said goodbye and took the bags downstairs and hailed a Frisco taxi jitney, which was an ordinary taxi that ran a regular route, and you could hail it from any corner and ride to any corner you want for about 15 cents, cramped in with and telling jokes like in a private car. Mission Street that last day in Frisco was a great riot of construction work, children playing, whooping Negroes coming home from work, dust, excitement, the great buzzing and vibrating hum of what is really America's most excited city. And overhead the pure blue sky and the joy of the foggy sea that always rolls in at night to make everybody hungry for food and further excitement. I hated to leave. My stay had lasted 60-odd hours. With frantic Dean, I was rushing through the world without a chance to see it. In the afternoon, we were buzzing toward Sacramento and eastward again. Chapter 5. The car belonged to a tall, thin fag who was on his way home to Kansas and wore dark glasses and drove with extreme care. The car was what Dean called a fag Plymouth. It had no pickup and no real power. Effeminate car, Dean whispered in my ear. There were two other passengers, a couple, typical halfway tourists who wanted to stop and sleep everywhere. The first stop would have to be Sacramento, which wasn't even the faintest beginning of the trip to Denver. Dean and I sat alone in the back seat and left it up to them and talked. Now, man, that Alto man last night had it. He held it once and he found it. I've never seen a guy who could hold so long. I wanted to know what it meant. Ah, well, Dean laughed. Now you're asking me imponderables. Ahem. Here's a guy and everybody's there, right? Up to him to put down what's on everybody's mind. He starts the first chorus, then lines up his ideas. People, yeah, but get it. And then he rises to his fate and has to blow equal to it. All of a sudden, somewhere in the middle of the chorus, he gets it. Everybody looks up and knows. They listen. He picks it up and carries. Time stops. He's filling empty space with the substance of our lives. Confessions of his belly-bottom strain, remembrance of ideas, rehashes of old blowing. He has to blow across bridges and come back and do it with such infinite feeling, self-exploratory for the tune of the moment, that everybody knows it's not the tune that counts, but it. Dean could go no further. He was sweating, telling about it. Then I began talking. I never talked so much in all my life. I told Dean that when I was a kid and rode in cars, I used to imagine I held a big scythe in my hand and cut down all the trees and posts and even sliced every hill that zoomed past the window. Yes, yelled Dean. I used to do it too, only a different side. Tell you why. Driving across the west with the long stretches, my side had to be immeasurably longer, and it had to curve over distant mountains, slicing off their tops, and reach another level to get at further mountains, and at the same time clip off every post along the road, regular throbbing poles. For this reason, oh man, I have to tell you this now, I have it. I have to tell you the time my father and I and the piss-poor bum from Larimer Street took a trip to Nebraska in the middle of the Depression to sell fly swatters. And how we made them, we bought pieces of ordinary regular old screen and pieces of wire that we twisted double and little pieces of blue and red cloth to sew around the edges, and all of it for a matter of cents in a 5 and 10, and made thousands of fly swatters, and got in the old bum's jalopy and went clear around Nebraska to every farmhouse and sold them for a nickel apiece. Mostly for charity, the nickels were given us, 2 bums and a boy, apple pies in the sky, and my old man in those days was always singing, "Hallelujah, I'm a bum, bum again." And man, now listen to this. After 2 whole weeks of incredible hardship and bouncing around and hustling in the heat to sell these awful makeshift fly swatters, they started to argue about the division of the proceeds and had a big fight on the side of the road, and then made up and bought wine and began drinking wine and didn't stop for 5 days and 5 nights while I huddled and cried in the background. And when they were finished, every last cent was spent, and we were right back where we started from, Larimer Street. And my old man was arrested, and I had to plead at court to the judge to let him go because he was my pa and I had no mother. Sal, I made great mature speeches at the age of 8 in front of interested lawyers. We were hot. We were going east. We were excited. Let me tell you more, I said, and only as a parenthesis within what you're saying and to conclude my last thought. As a child, lying back in my father's car in the back seat, I also had a vision of myself on a white horse, riding alongside over every possible obstacle that presented itself. This included dodging posts, hurling around houses, sometimes jumping over when I looked too late, running over hills, across sudden squares with traffic that I had to dodge through incredibly. Yes, 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 breathed Dean ecstatically. Only difference with me was I myself ran. I had no horse. You were an Eastern kid and dreamed of horses. Of course, we won't assume such things, as we both know they are really dross and literary ideas, but merely that I, in my perhaps wilder schizophrenia, actually ran on foot along the car and at incredible speeds, sometimes 90, making it over every bush and fence and farmhouse, and sometimes taking quick dashes to the hills and back without losing a moment's ground. We were telling these things and both sweating. We had completely forgotten the people up front who had begun to wonder what was going on in the back seat. At one point, the driver said, "For God's sake, you're rocking the boat back there." Actually, we were. The car was swaying as Dean and I both swayed to the rhythm and the it of our final excited joy and talking and living to the blank traced end of all innumerable riotous angelic particulars that had been lurking in our souls all our lives. "Oh, man, man, man," moaned Dean. "And it's not even the beginning of it. And now here we are at last going east together. We've never gone east together, Sal. Think of it. We'll dig Denver together and see what everybody's doing, although that matters little to us, the time being that we know what it is and we know time, and we know that everything is really fine." Then he whispered, clutching my sleeve, sweating, "Now you just dig them in front. They have worries. They're counting the miles. They're thinking about where to sleep tonight, how much money for gas, the weather, how they'll get there. And all the time they'll get there anyway, you see. But they need to worry and betray time with urgencies, false and otherwise, purely anxious and whiny. Their souls really won't be at peace unless they can latch on to an established and proven worry, and having once found it, they assume facial expressions to fit and go with it, which is, you see, unhappiness. And all the time it all flies by them, and they know it, and that too worries them no end. Listen, listen." "Well, now," he mimicked, "I don't know, maybe we shouldn't get gas in that station. I read recently in National Petroleum News that this kind of gas has a great deal of octane gook in it, and someone once told me it even had semi-official high-frequency cock in it, and I don't know, well, I just don't feel like it anyway. Man, you dig all this?" He was poking me furiously in the ribs to understand. I tried my wildest best. Bing, bang, it was all yes, yes, yes in the back seat, and the people up front were mopping their brows with fright and wishing they'd never picked us up at the Travel Bureau. It was only the beginning, too. In Sacramento, the fags slyly bought a room in a hotel and invited Dean and me to come up for a drink, while the couple went to sleep at relatives, and in the hotel room, Dean tried everything in the book to get money from the fag. It was insane. The fag began by saying he was very glad we had come along because he liked young men like us. And would we believe it, but he really didn't like girls and had recently concluded an affair with a man in Frisco in which he had taken the male role and the man the female role. Dean plied him with business-like questions and nodded eagerly. The fag said he would like nothing better than to know what Dean thought about all this. Warning him first that he had once been a hustler in his youth, Dean asked him how much money he had. I was in the bathroom. The fag became extremely sullen, and I think suspicious of Dean's final motives, turned over no money and made vague promises for Denver. He kept counting his money and checking on his wallet. Dean threw up his hands and gave up. "You see, man, it's better not to bother. Offer them what they secretly want, and they, of course, immediately become panic-stricken." But he had sufficiently conquered the owner of the Plymouth to take over the wheel without remonstrance, and now we really traveled. We left Sacramento at dawn, and were crossing the Nevada desert by noon after a hurling passage of the Sierras that made the fag and the tourists cling to each other in the back seat. We were in front. We took over. Dean was happy again. All he needed was a wheel in his hand and 4 on the road. He talked about how bad a driver old Bull Lee was, and to demonstrate, whenever a huge big truck like that one come and loomed in the sight, it would take Bull infinite time to spot it, 'cause he couldn't see, man. He can't see. He rubbed his eyes furiously to show. And I'd say, "Whoop, look out, Bull, a truck." And he'd say, "What's that you say, Dean?" "Truck, truck." And at the very last moment, he would go right up to the truck like this. and Dean hurled the Plymouth head-on at the truck roaring our way, wobbled and hovered in front of it a moment, the truck driver's face growing gray before our eyes, the people in the back seat subsiding in gasps of horror, and swung away at the last moment. Like that, you see, exactly like that, how bad he was. I wasn't scared at all. I knew Dean. The people in the back seat were speechless. In fact, they were afraid to complain. God knew what Dean would do, they thought, if they should ever complain. He bawled right across the desert in this manner, demonstrating various ways of how not to drive, how his father used to drive jalopies, how great drivers made curves, how bad drivers hove over too far in the beginning and had to scramble at the curve's end, and so on. It was a hot, sunny afternoon. Reno, Battle Mountain, Elko, all the towns along the Nevada road shot by one after another, and at dusk we were in the Salt Lake Flats, with the lights of Salt Lake City infinitesimally glimmering almost 100 miles across the mirage of the flats, twice showing, above and below the curve of the earth, one clear, one dim. I told Dean that the thing that bound us all together in this world was invisible, and to prove it pointed to long lines of telephone poles that curved off out of sight over the bend of 100 miles of salt. His floppy bandage, all dirty now, shuddered in the air. His face was alight. Oh, yes, man, dear God, yes, yes. Suddenly he stopped the car and collapsed. I turned and saw him huddled in the corner of the seat, sleeping. His face was down on his good hand, and the bandaged hand automatically and dutifully remained in the air. The people in the back seat sighed with relief. I heard them whispering mutiny. We can't let him drive anymore. He's absolutely crazy. They must have let him out of an asylum or something. I rose to Dean's defense and leaned back to talk to them. He's not crazy. He'll be all right. And don't worry about his driving. He's the best in the world. I just can't stand it, said the girl in a suppressed hysterical whisper. I sat back and enjoyed nightfall on the desert and waited for poor child Angel Dean to wake up again. We were on a hill overlooking Salt Lake City's neat patterns of light, and he opened his eyes to the place in this spectral world where he was born, unnamed and bedraggled, years ago. Sal, look, this is where I was born. Think of it. People change. They eat meals year after year and change with every meal. Look! He was so excited it made me cry. Where would it all lead? The tourists insisted on driving the car the rest of the way to Denver. Okay, we didn't care. We sat in the back and talked. But they got too tired in the morning, and Dean took the wheel in the eastern Colorado desert at Craig. We had spent almost the entire night crawling cautiously over Strawberry Pass in Utah and lost a lot of time. They went to sleep. Dean headed pell-mell for the mighty wall of Berthoud Pass that stood 100 miles ahead on the roof of the world, a tremendous Gibraltarian door shrouded in clouds. He took Berthoud Pass like a June bug, same as at Tehachapi, cutting off the motor and floating it, passing everybody and never halting the rhythmic advance that the mountains themselves intended, till we overlooked the great hot plain of Denver again, and Dean was home. It was with a great deal of silly relief that these people let us off the car at the corner of 27th and Federal. Our battered suitcases were piled on the sidewalk again. We had longer ways to go. But no matter, the road is life. Chapter 6. Now, we had a number of circumstances to deal with in Denver, and they were of an entirely different order from those of 1947. We could either get another travel bureau car at once or stay a few days for kicks and look for his father. We were both exhausted and dirty. In the john of a restaurant, I was at a urinal blocking Dean's way to the sink, and I stepped out before I was finished and resumed at another urinal and said to Dean, "Dig this trick." "Yes, ma'am," he said, washing his hands at the sink. "It's a very good trick, but awful on your kidneys because you're getting a little older now. Every time you do this, eventually years of misery in your old age. Awful kidney miseries for the days when you sit in parks." It made me mad. "Who's old? I'm not much older than you are." "I wasn't saying that, man." "Ah," I said, "you're always making cracks about my age. I'm no old fag like that fag. You don't have to warn me about my kidneys." We went back to the booth, and just as the waitress set down the hot roast beef sandwiches, and ordinarily Dean would have leaped to wolf the food at once, I said to cap my anger, "And I don't want to hear any more of it." And suddenly Dean's eyes grew tearful, and he got up and left his food steaming there and walked out of the restaurant. I wondered if he was just wandering off forever. I didn't care, I was so mad. I had flipped momentarily and turned it down on Dean. But the sight of his uneaten food made me sadder than anything in years. I shouldn't have said that. He likes to eat so much. He's never left his food like this. What the hell, that's showing him anyway. Dean stood outside the restaurant for exactly 5 minutes and then came back and sat down. Well, I said, what were you doing out there, nodding up your fists? Cursing me, thinking up new gags about my kidneys? Dean mutely shook his head. No, man, you're all completely wrong. If you want to know, well, go ahead, tell me. I said all this and never looked up from my food. I felt like a beast. I was crying, said Dean. Oh, hell, you never cry. You say that? Why do you think I don't cry? You don't die enough to cry. Every one of these things I said was a knife at myself. Everything I had ever secretly held against my brother was coming out. How ugly I was and what filth I was discovering in the depths of my own impure psychologies. Dean was shaking his head. No, man, I was crying. Go on, I bet you were so mad you had to leave. Believe me, Sal, really do believe me if you've ever believed anything about me. I knew he was telling the truth, and yet I didn't want to bother with the truth, and when I looked up at him, I think I was cockeyed from cracked intestinal twistings in my awful belly. Then I knew I was wrong. Oh, man, Dean, I'm sorry. I never acted this way before with you. Well, now you know me. You know I don't have close relationships with anybody anymore. I don't know what to do with these things. I hold things in my hand like pieces of crap and don't know where to put it down. Let's forget it. The holy con man began to eat. It's not my fault. It's not my fault, I told him. Nothing in this lousy world is my fault. Don't you see that? I don't want it to be, and it can't be, and it won't be. Yes, man, but please hearken back and believe me. I do believe you, I do. This was the sad story of that afternoon. All kinds of tremendous complications arose that night when Dean and I went to stay with the Oakey family. These had been neighbors of mine in my Denver solitude of 2 weeks before. The mother was a wonderful woman in jeans who drove coal trucks in winter mountains to support her kids, 4 in all, her husband having left her years before when they were traveling around the country in a trailer. They had rolled all the way from Indiana to L.A. in that trailer. After many a good time and a big Sunday afternoon drunk in crossroads bars and laughter and guitar playing in the night, the big lout had suddenly walked off across the dark field and never returned. Her children were wonderful. The eldest was a boy who wasn't around that summer but in a camp in the mountains. Next was a lovely 13-year-old daughter who wrote poetry and picked flowers in the fields and wanted to grow up and be an actress in Hollywood, Janet by name. Then came the little ones, little Jimmy, who sat around the campfire at night and cried for his pea-tater before it was half roasted, and little Lucy, who made pets of worms, horny toads, beetles, and anything that crawled, and gave them names and places to live. They had 4 dogs. They lived their raggedy and joyous lives in the little new settlement street, and were the butt of the neighbors' semi-respectable sense of propriety only because the poor woman's husband had left her and because they littered up the yard. At night, all the lights of Denver lay like a great wheel on the plain below, for the house was in that part of the West where the mountains roll down foot-hilling to the plain, and where in primeval times soft waves must have washed from sea-like Mississippi to make such round and perfect stools for the island peaks like Evans and Pike and Longs. Dean went there, and of course he was all sweats and joy at the sight of them, especially Janet, but I warned him not to touch her, and probably didn't have to. The woman was a great man's woman and took to Dean right away, but she was bashful and he was bashful. She said Dean reminded her of the husband gone. Just like him. Oh, he was a crazy one, I tell you. The result was an uproarious beer drinking in the littered living room, shouting suppers and booming Lone Ranger radio. The complications rose like clouds of butterflies. The woman, Frankie everyone called her, was finally about to buy a jalopy as she had been threatening to do for years and had recently come into a few bucks toward one. Dean immediately took over the responsibility of selecting and naming the price of the car because of course he wanted to use it himself, so as of yore he could pick up girls coming out of high school in the afternoons and drive them up to the mountains. Poor innocent Frankie was always agreeable to anything, but she was afraid to part with her money when they got to the car lot and stood before the salesman. Dean sat right down in the dust of Alameda Boulevard and beat his fists on his head. For $100, you can't get anything better. He swore he'd never talk to her again. He cursed till his face was purple. He was about to jump in the car and drive it away anyway. Oh, these dumb Okies, they'll never change. How completely and how unbelievably dumb the moment it comes time to act. This paralysis, scared, hysterical, nothing frightens them more than what they want. It's my father, my father, my father, all over again. Dean was very excited that night because his cousin Sam Brady was meeting us at a bar. He was wearing a clean t-shirt and beaming all over. Now listen, Sal, I must tell you about Sam. He's my cousin. By the way, have you looked for your father? This afternoon, man, I went down to Jake's Buffet where he used to pour draft beer and tender befuddlement and get help from the boss and go staggering out. No. And I went to the old barber shop next to the Windsor. No, not there. Old fella told me he thought he was, imagine, working in a railroad gandy dancing cook shack or something for the Boston and Maine and New England. But I didn't believe him. They make up fractious stories for a dime. Now listen to here. In my childhood, Sam Brady, my close cousin, was my absolute hero. He used to bootleg whiskey from the mountains, and one time he had a tremendous fist fight with his brother that lasted 2 hours in the yard and had the women screaming and terrified. We used to sleep together. The one man in the family who took tender concern for me. And tonight I'm going to see him again for the first time in 7 years. He just got back from Missouri. And what's the pitch? No pitch, man. I only want to know what's been happening in the family. I have a family, remember? And most particularly, Sal, I want him to tell me things that I've forgotten in my childhood. I want to remember I do. I never saw Dean so glad and excited. While we waited for his cousin in the bar, he talked to a lot of younger downtown hipsters and hustlers and checked on new gangs and goings-on. Then he made inquiries after Mary Lou, since she'd been in Denver recently. Sal, in my young days, when I used to come to this corner to steal change off the newsstand for Bowery beef stew, that rough-looking cat you see out there standing had nothing but murder in his heart, got into one horrible fight after another. I remember his scars even. Till now, years and years of standing on the corner have finally softened him and chastened him ragely. Here completely he's become sweet and willing and patient with everybody. He's become a fixture on the corner. You see how things happen? Then Sam arrived, a wiry, curly-haired man of 35 with work-gnarled hands. Dean stood in awe before him. "No," said Sam Brady, "I don't drink anymore." See, whispered Dean in my ear. "He doesn't drink anymore, and he used to be the biggest whiskey leg in town. He's got religion now," he told me over the phone. "Dig him. Dig the change in a man. My hero has become so strange." Sam Brady was suspicious of his young cousin. He took us out for a spin in his old rattly coupe, and immediately he made his position clear in regard to Dean. "Now, look, Dean, I don't believe you any more or anything you're going to try to tell me. I came to see you tonight because there's a paper I want you to sign for the family. Your father is no longer mentioned among us, and we want absolutely nothing to do with him, and, I'm sorry to say, with you either anymore." I looked at Dean. His face dropped and darkened. Yes, he said. The cousin continued to drive us around and even bought us ice cream pops. Nevertheless, Dean plied him with innumerable questions about the past, and the cousin supplied the answers, and for a moment Dean almost began to sweat again with excitement. Oh, where was his raggedy father that night? The cousin dropped us off at the sad lights of a carnival on Alameda Boulevard at Federal. He made an appointment with Dean for the paper signing next afternoon and left. I told Dean I was sorry he had nobody in the world to believe in him. "Remember that I believe in you. I'm infinitely sorry for the foolish grievance I held against you yesterday afternoon." "All right, man, it's agreed," said Dean. We dug the carnival together. There were merry-go-rounds, Ferris wheels, popcorn, roulette wheels, sawdust, and hundreds of young Denver kids in jeans wandering around. Dust rose to the stars together with every sad music on earth. Dean was wearing washed-out tight Levi's and a t-shirt and looked suddenly like a real Denver character again. There were motorcycle kids with visors and mustaches and beaded jackets hanging around the shrouds and back of the tents with pretty girls in Levi's and rose shirts. There were a lot of Mexican girls, too, and one amazing little girl about 3 feet high, a midget with the most beautiful and tender face in the world, who turned to her companion and said, "Man, let's call up Gomez and cut out." Dean stopped dead in his tracks at the sight of her. A great knife stabbed him from the darkness of the night. "Man, I love her. Oh, love her." We had to follow her around for a long time. She finally went across the highway to make a phone call in a motel booth, and Dean pretended to be looking through the pages of the directory, but was really all wound tight watching her. I tried to open up a conversation with the lovey-doll's friends, but they paid no attention to us. Gomez arrived in a raggedy truck and took the girls off. Dean stood in the road, clutching his breast. "Oh, man, I almost died." "Why the hell didn't you talk to her?" I couldn't." We decided to buy some beer and go up to Okie Frankie's and play records. We hitched on the road with a bag of beer cans. Little Janet, Frankie's 13-year-old daughter, was the prettiest girl in the world and was about to grow up into a gone woman. Best of all were her long, tapering, sensitive fingers that she used to talk with, like a Cleopatra Nile dance. Dean sat in the farthest corner of the room, watching her with slitted eyes and saying, "Yes, yes, yes." Janet was already aware of him. She turned to me for protection. Previous months of that summer, I had spent a lot of time with her, talking about books and little things she was interested in. Chapter 7. Nothing happened that night. We went to sleep. Everything happened the next day. In the afternoon, Dean and I went to downtown Denver for our various chores and to see the travel bureau for a car to New York. On the way home in the late afternoon, we started out for Okie Frankie's up Broadway, where Dean suddenly sauntered into a sports goods store, calmly picked up a softball on the counter, and came out, popping it up and down in his palm. Nobody noticed. Nobody ever notices such things. It was a drowsy, hot afternoon. We played catch as we went along. "We'll get a travel bureau car for sure tomorrow." A woman friend had given me a big quart of old Granddad bourbon. We started drinking it at Frankie's house. Across the cornfield and back lived a beautiful young chick that Dean had been trying to make ever since he arrived. Trouble was brewing. He threw too many pebbles in her window and frightened her. As we drank the bourbon in the littered living room with all its dogs and scattered toys and sad talk, Dean kept running out the back kitchen door and crossing the cornfield to throw pebbles and whistle. Once in a while, Janet went out to peek. Suddenly, Dean came back pale. "Trouble, my boy. That gal's mother is after me with a shotgun, and she got a gang of high school kids to beat me up from down the road." "What's this? Where are they?" "Across the cornfield, my boy." Dean was drunk and didn't care. We went out together and crossed the cornfield in the moonlight. I saw groups of people on the dark dirt road. "Here they come," I heard. "Wait a minute," I said. "What's the matter, please?" The mother lurked in the background with a big shotgun across her arm. "That damn friend of yours been annoying us long enough. I'm not the kind to call the law. If he comes back here once more, I'm going to shoot and shoot to kill." The high school boys were clustered with their fists knotted. I was so drunk I didn't care either, but I soothed everybody some. I said, "He won't do it again. I'll watch him. He's my brother and listens to me. Please put your gun away and don't bother about anything." "Just one more time," she said firmly and grimly across the dark. "When my husband gets home, I'm sending him after you. You don't have to do that. He won't bother you any more, understand? Now be calm, and it's okay." Behind me, Dean was cursing under his breath. The girl was peeking from her bedroom window. I knew these people from before, and they trusted me enough to quiet down a bit. I took Dean by the arm, and back we went over the moony corn roads. "Woo-hee," he yelled. "I'm going to get drunk tonight." We went back to Frankie and the kids. Suddenly, Dean got mad at a record little Janet was playing and broke it over his knee. It was a hillbilly record. There was an early Dizzy Gillespie there that he valued, Congo Blues with Max West on drums. I'd given it to Janet before, and I told her as she wept to take it and break it over Dean's head. She went over and did so. Dean gaped dumbly, sensing everything. We all laughed. Everything was all right. Then Frankie Maw wanted to go out and drink beer in the roadhouse saloons. "Let's go," yelled Dean. "Now, damn it, if you'd bought that car I showed you Tuesday, we wouldn't have to walk." "I didn't like that damn car," yelled Frankie. Yang, yang, the kids started to cry. Dense, moth-like eternity brooded in the crazy brown parlor with the sad wallpaper. The pink lamp, the excited faces. Little Jimmy was frightened. I put him to sleep on the couch and trussed the dog on him. Frankie drunkenly called a cab, and suddenly, while we were waiting for it, a phone call came for me from my woman friend. She had a middle-aged cousin who hated my guts, and that earlier afternoon I had written a letter to old Bull Lee, who was now in Mexico City, relating the adventures of Dean and myself and under what circumstances we were staying in Denver. I wrote, "I have a woman friend who gives me whiskey and money and big suppers." I foolishly gave this letter to her middle-aged cousin to mail right after a fried chicken supper. He opened it, read it, and took it at once to her to prove to her that I was a con man. Now she was calling me tearfully and saying she never wanted to see me again. Then the triumphant cousin got on the phone and began calling me a bastard.